मेरे को होस्ट ओरा गेमिंग। ओरा पिछले एपिसोड में हमारे साथ जुड़े थे स्नाइपर डेमन माफिया और उनके साथ आए थे कोच ड्यूकर। लेकिन आज के गेस्ट और भी स्पेशल है, तो क्यों ना आप इंट्रोड्यूस करें दोनों गेस्ट को।
देखिए गाइस, आज हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं दिल्ली के डिस्ट्रॉयर इनको कहा जाता है। एंड पास्ट में अगर हम बात करें रिकॉर्ड्स की, इनके पास एक बहुत बड़ी प्रसिद्धि होने वाली है और रिसेंटली बने रशर ऑफ द ईयर मिस्टर जय वाइटी। जय हमारे से जुड़े और साथ में होने वाले हमारे साथ हमारे कमाल के कोच, एनालिस्ट एंड एक इंटरनेशनल कोच, डोमेस्टिक भी नहीं इंटरनेशनल कोच वाईजी। कैसे हैं आप वाईजी? अनजय
बहुत बढ़िया भाई, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया है, सब कुछ सही है।
देखिए दोनों ही बहुत बढ़िया है ओरा, लेकिन चलिए सवाल जवाब का सिलसिला शुरू करते हैं बिकॉज ये है बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल। तो यहाँ पे काफी सारी चीजें अनफोल्ड होती है। तो सबसे पहले तो मैं कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करूंगा जय को, जिस तरीके से वीक 1 में उनकी टीम खेली एसएटी वाली लीड, मतलब अलग ही रिकॉर्ड ब्रेकिंग परफॉर्मेंस उनकी तरफ से देखने को मिली। साथ ही साथ 3 गेम में हमने देखा 100 का आंकड़ा पार कर लिया। एक गेम अगर खराब नहीं होता शायद 200 भी कर लेते। बट मैं जानना चाहूंगा जय से कि आपकी क्या राय है, बिकॉज टूर्नामेंट से पहले हमने देखा था कि लाइनअप में भारी चेंजेस आए थे। अभी जो करंट लाइनअप है, इस लाइनअप में जो खिलाड़ी होने वाले हैं रोनित, पहाड़ी, वोटा और सोहन, तो इनके लिए आपके क्या थॉट्स है, कितना कैलिबर रखते हैं ये?
इनके अंदर यार हर एक प्लेयर के अंदर बहुत बहुत ज्यादा फायर पावर है और वो फायर पावर का भी यूज कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उन्हें पता था कि लॉबी इतनी ज्यादा जीफार्ड नहीं है कि वो उन्हें रोक सकेगी। तो उन लोगों ने बस अपनी सारी गन में खोली, सब अपने अपने मारने पे निकले और मारते गए जो जो दिखा उन लोगों को। तो इसलिए रिकॉर्ड बनते गए। तो एक गेम बस थोड़ा सा रेस्ट चाहिए था उन लोगों को ना, हाथ थक गए थे 3 गेम में ज्यादा इधर उधर मार के, तो इसलिए मरे, नहीं तो 200 का रिकॉर्ड भी कर ही देते लोग।
देखिए कमाल का प्ले नजर आया। पर मैं जय आपसे एक और प्रश्न पूछना चाहूंगा इस दौरान। देखिए हमने देखा है आप बहुत यंग एज में ई स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर आए थे, आपने बहुत नाम बनाया एंड आपने बहुत बार हमें अपने रशर्स के साथ वो क्लचेस दिखाए हैं। रिसेंटली आपकी टीम के अंदर एक एडिशन हुआ है वोटा का। ही इज वेरी यंग, 16 साल के हैं। आपने रिसेंटली आपको उपाधि मिली है यहाँ पे बेस्ट रशर ऑफ द ईयर की। किस तरीके से वोटा का गेम देखते हैं? क्या वो पुराना यंग जय उसके अंदर देख पाते हैं या फिर आप अपने से भी ज्यादा पोटेंशियल देख पा रहे हैं? क्या सोचते हैं आप वोटा के बारे में? थोड़ी दर्शकों को भी राय रहेगी क्योंकि जय ने बहुत नाम बनाया है इस पर्टिकुलर फील्ड के अंदर एज अ रशर। तो वोटा के ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है?
जब मैं मैचेस देख रहा था ना, क्योंकि लास्ट मैच स्टेज तो खेला नहीं था, तो मैं मैचेस देख रहा था और वोटा का जब मैं गेम देख रहा था ना, मेरे को इतना अच्छा लग रहा था कि भाई होता है ना कि लगता है कि हाँ ये प्लेयर है जिसके लिए मैं अगर एक बार को बैठा भी हुआ हूं ना तो मेरे को चलेगा। तो वोटा के अंदर बहुत पोटेंशियल है, मेरे सुहान के अंदर बहुत पोटेंशियल है। तो अच्छा है, देखते हैं हमसे भी आगे जाए, क्योंकि हमारे टाइम पे तो एट द एंड इतना सारा नहीं था, इतनी सारी चीजें नहीं थी, बट इनके टाइम पे आ चुकी है। तो मुझे पता है लोग हमसे भी आगे जाएंगे और तगड़े रशर ऑफ द ईयर इंडिया के बाद और भी आगे अगर इंटरनेशनल टाइटल आए तो क्या पता हमारे बंदे वो भी उठाएं।
बहुत अच्छा पॉजिटिव नोट है कि इतनी ज्यादा पॉजिटिविटी है। पर जय मेरा एक और फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन है आपसे। आपने पास्ट में मल्टीपल आईजीएल्स के अंदर खेला है, आपने बहुत सारे आईजीएल्स, पहाड़ी की आईजीएल के अंदर भी आपने खेला है, अरमान की आईजीएल के अंदर खेला है। अगर हम बात करें रिसेंटली आपकी टीम के अंदर एक और नई आईजीएल का एडिशन हुआ है, वो है रोनित। रोनित की आईजीलिंग और बाकी पास्ट आईजीएल्स की आईजीलिंग में कितना बड़ा डिफरेंस, और रोनित की आईजीलिंग उनको क्या स्पेशल बनाती है? क्या है उसमें ऐसा जो इतने अच्छे कमाल के रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं, मतलब इतना बड़ा मैसिव जंप?
रोनित का एक बहुत पॉजिटिव हुआ है, वो ना कभी भी डिमोटिवेट नहीं होता। गेम कितने भी खराब जा रहे हो ना, तो प्लेयर्स अगर डिमोटिवेट हो जाए ना तो एक बार को चलता है, आईजीएल नहीं होना चाहिए। वो डिमोटिवेट नहीं होता और उसको ना पता है कि मुझे ना हर एक छोटी छोटी बातें ना अपने प्लेयर को बतानी है। कई आईजीएल्स का माइंडसेट क्या होता है ना, भाई तुम खुद भी तो कर सकते थे ना, भाई तुम में दिमाग नहीं है क्या? बट रोनित में ऐसा नहीं है, वो एक बार को बताएगा फिर भी। ये प्लेयर में चाहे दिमाग हो ना, वो प्लेयर वो चीज कर रहा हो या ना कर रहा हो, वो साथ में बता देगा उस बंदे को, ये कर लियो तू। वो सामने से चाहे बंदा बोल देगा कि हाँ मैं कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को पता थी बात, बट वो फिर भी वो हर एक चीज को, छोटी छोटी डिटेल्स को बताएगा प्लेयर्स को क्या करना। तो बहुत मस्त लगता है मेरे को वो चीज उसकी।
क्या बात है।
वैसे
देखिए और सवाल हम लोग यहाँ पे जैसे करें, क्यों ना वाईजी से भी कुछ सवाल पूछे जाएं। वो अभी यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं चुपचाप, अब वक्त आ गया इनके ऊपर। वो जैसे पहाड़ी स्नाइपर स्विच करके बैक टू बैक फायर करते ना, अब सवाल भी इनके ऊपर वैसे ही फायर होने वाले। तो सबसे पहले तो देखिए अभी करंट मेटा, क्योंकि आप कोच है, आपसे थोड़ा सा ना इन डेप्थ जाकर क्वेश्चन पूछना पड़ता है। करंट मेटा में हम देख पा रहे हैं बहुत सारी टीम जैसे कि आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग, ई स्पोर्ट्स या फिर गॉड लाइक हो गई, तो इन्होंने वीक 1 में बिना किसी बूया किए टेबल में या तो पोडियम फिनिश किया या तो टेबल टॉप किया। आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स वीक 1 में अपने ग्रुप में टेबल टॉप में थी। गॉड लाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स बिना किसी बूया के सेकंड पोजीशन पे थी। तो अभी करंट मेटा में जिस तरीके से एलिमिनेशन ओरिएंटेड, एलिमिनेशन फोकस्ड गेम प्ले रहता है, तो एज अ कोच आपको, आपकी क्या राय है इसके ऊपर कि बूया के लिए ज्यादा खेलना बेटर रहे या फिर अभी एलिमिनेशन के ऊपर ही जाना ज्यादा सही है?
आई थिंक जो सबसे मेन चीज़ है इसमें यही आता है, क्योंकि वीक 1 में टॉप 9 करना था, जो कि गॉड लाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स हो गई या फिर कोई भी टीम हो गई, आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स हो गई, उन सबको पता था कि टॉप 9 में आई थिंक उनको उतना बूया के लिए या फिर एंड तक जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, एंड वो जो किल्स का काम करना होता है वो इसमें आराम से कर सकते हैं। एंड आई थिंक उन्होंने हिट लिस्ट वाला जो स्ट्रैटेजी होता है, हिट लिस्ट लगाओ एंड जस्ट उनको प्लेयर्स की पोजीशन मिलेगी, सेम हमें एसेट विल एलीट भी करते हुए देखने को मिलती है, एंड उन्होंने भी यही चीज़ किया है जो कि बहुत पहले से वो करते आए हैं। एंड सिंपल था, उनको करना था टॉप 9, एंड इसीलिए वो अभी पूरा अपना गन पावर दिखा रहे थे, एंड वो एक स्टैंडर्ड सेट कर रहे थे कि हम लोग तो अभी इतना करके ही आएंगे, कोई बात।
देखिए, केवल एक्सपीरियंस ही नहीं, यहाँ पे अगर हम बात करें इस पूरे सीजन हमें नए खिलाड़ी, अंडरडॉग्स भी काफी अच्छा प्ले करते हुए नजर आए हैं। जहाँ पे अगर स्पेशली बात करें, एफएक्स लीग ने मल्टीपल बूयास निकाले हैं। इसके अलावा सिटी क्वालिफायर से निकल के आने वाली सभी टीम्स क्वालिफाई कर चुके हैं फॉर द वीक 2। अब सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस पूरे सफर के अंदर हम देख पा रहे हैं कि एक्सपीरियंस के साथ साथ अंडरडॉग्स आगे जा रहे हैं। क्या लगता है इस सीजन आपको जो कहते हैं फ्री फायर मैक्स की कॉम्पिटिटिव डेप्थ क्या और भी ज्यादा बड़ी होती हुई नजर आई है? क्या आपको लगता है कि और भी ज्यादा चीजें एक्सपेंड हो रही है? क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं अंडरडॉग्स लगातार कॉम्पीट कर रहे हैं, एंड वीक 2 को लेकर के तो जितने दर्शक हैं वो भी समझ गए होंगे, आप भी समझ गए होंगे कि थोड़ा हार्ट ब्रेकिंग भी होने वाला है, पर काफी रोमांचकारी होने वाला है। क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस पूरी कॉम्पिटिटिव स्ट्रक्चर की एक्सपेंशन को लेकर के आप?
आई थिंक इस पूरे एफएफएमआईसी का जो स्टार्ट हुआ था सिटी क्वालिफायर से, वो आई थिंक बेस्ट पार्ट था, बिकॉज इससे पूरी कम्युनिटी की ग्रोथ होती है, काफ़ी सारे हमें यंग टैलेंट्स देखने को मिलते हैं, एंड उसी में से बहुत सारी टीचर से आपने बात किया, एफएक्स एलीट का स्टार्ट किया उन्होंने इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट को एक बूया के साथ, एंड आई थिंक वो एक सबसे बड़ी बात होती है एक अंडरडॉग टीम के लिए, तो वो एक काफ़ी लोग के लिए इंस्पिरेशनल बनेंगे, एंड अगर अभी आगे जाएंगे तो और अच्छा करने का हमें पूरा लगेगा कि हाँ वो करेंगे। 2 बूयास निकाला था उन्होंने, जो कि बहुत बड़ी बात है, बिकॉज़ ऐसे स्टेज पे जब आप खेल रहे हो, वहाँ पर एक बहुत बड़ा प्रेशर रहता है कि आपके सामने इतनी सारी टीम्स रहेंगी, एंड आपको वहाँ पर जो है क्वालीफाई भी करना है। बट इस तरीके से पिछले एफएफएमआईसी से ये वाला एफएफएमआईसी में सबसे बेस्ट पार्ट यही लगा मेरे को कि सिटी क्वालीफायर्स आया, बहुत सारे इस तरीके से गेम को भी बूस्ट मिलेगा, कम्युनिटी ग्रोथ करेगी, ई स्पोर्ट्स में काफ़ी सारे यंग टैलेंट देखने को मिलेंगे। तो यस, एफएक्स एलीट हो गई, रेडविंड ई स्पोर्ट्स की भी जो टीम है उन्होंने भी काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया था। तो यस, पिछले बार से इस बार काफ़ी ज़्यादा कुछ सीख के आई हैं अंडरडॉग टीम्स, एंड बिल्कुल चार्ज करके खेल रही हैं, किसी से डर नहीं रही हैं। तो यस, मज़ा आने वाला है इस बार।
चलिए, यहाँ पे जय का लिए सवाल मेरा यही रहेगा कि देखिए, जय बहुत पुराने खिलाड़ी हैं, मतलब मुझे लग रहा है कि फ्री फायर मैक्स खेलते हुए तकरीबन 7 साल तो हो गए होंगे जय को आराम से।
जब गेम आया था मैं तब उसके 4 दिन बाद से खेल रहा हूँ, तो अब कैलकुलेशन कर लेना गाइस। हाँ।
अरे तब तो 8 साल हो गए, तो 8 साल हो चुके हैं
हाँ।
फॉर श्योर। तो मेरा सवाल ये है कि देखिए, अंडर गॉड्स टीम जो है वो शुरुआत में हम जब देखते थे कुछ साल पहले, तो अंडर गॉड्स टीम्स आप जब उनका प्ले स्टाइल देखते होंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं से ये पता चल जाता था कि भाई ये अभी डेवलपिंग फेज में है, ये अभी सीख रहे हैं। लेकिन करेंटली आज के टाइम में जो अंडर गॉड्स निकल कर आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे ऑफिशियल में या फिर थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट्स में, ऐसा लग रहा है वो पूरी तैयारी के साथ आ रहे हैं, वो सब कुछ सीख के आ रहे हैं और वो अपने आइडल्स को पहले देख चुके हैं और आप लोग के बारे में उनको इंटेल भी काफी ज्यादा रहता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल एसेट एलीट का जो रोटेशंस है वो क्या है, तो वो उस हिसाब से प्रिपेयर करके आते हैं। तो उन लोगों के लिए आपकी क्या राय है? उनको आप किस तरीके से चैलेंजर के रूप में देखते हो और कैसे स्ट्रेटेजाइज करते हो चीजें उनके अगेंस्ट?
मेरे को पता है, ऐसा लगता है कि पहले के टाइम पे अंडरडॉग्स इसलिए इतना ग्रो, मतलब इतने ज्यादा ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स में नहीं आ पाते थे, बिकॉज ऑफ पहले रिवाइवल बनता हमारे गेम में, तो उनको डर रहता था फाइट करने का T1 टीम से, कि T1 टीम से फाइट करेंगे तो उनका बंदा अब तो मरेगा ही मरेगा, चाहे वो टीम को वाइप आउट कर दे, तो उनका बुया होना थोड़ा कम चांसेस एंड ऑल। बट आज के टाइम पे क्या है कि रिवाइव हो जाते हैं, तो अंडरडॉग्स को क्या है, एक बंदा अगर उन्हें अपना सेफ रखा भी हुआ है तो वो T1 को परेशान करने आ जाएंगे, उनके रोटेशन में आएंगे, उनको मारेंगे, ट्राई कर लेंगे अपना फायर पावर, क्या पता मार दिया तो अच्छी बात है, नहीं मारा तो वापस रीटेक मार लेंगे, कैंप पे चले जाएंगे। तो आज के टाइम पे वो माइंडसेट आ गया लोगों के अंदर, और इतने साल से हम लोग खेल ही रहे हैं, मैप के अंदर सेम रोटेशंस है, घूम फिर के वही मैप है, वही रोटेशंस है, तो सबको आइडिया हो ही जाता है कौन सी टीम आपको कहाँ मिलेगी, कौन सी टीम आपको कहाँ नहीं मिलेगी। तो उसका एडवांटेज अंडरडॉग्स ऑब्वियसली उठाते हैं। बट ये है कि कल को वो जब T1 सर्किट में आएंगे तो हम लोग को भी उनकी रोटेशन पता चलेंगे, फिर वो उनका एडवांटेज खत्म हो जाएगा कुछ टाइम बाद। तो और कुछ सीन नहीं था।
ठीक है, चलिए थोड़ा सा फन वे में सही, इन अ पॉजिटिव वे ये सवाल रहेगा।
बिल्कुल।
देखिए, जो इमोट बैटल है जय, वो आपको भी बहुत पसंद है और कभी ना कभी आप भी वो इमोट बैटल का हिस्सा रहे हो, क्योंकि कोई आपको इमोट दिखाता है तो जवाब में आप भी जरूर दिखाते हो। तो अगर हम बात करें तेज एफएफएमआईसी 2026 स्प्रिंग की, देखिए ये तो हमें पता है, बस फोकस जो है आपकी टीम का वो है उस ट्रॉफी के ऊपर, टाइटल को लेने के लिए। लेकिन इसके अलावा अगर ऐसी कोई सिचुएशन आती है जहां पे आपको लगता है कि आप इमोट बैटल करना चाहिए, चाहे वो आपके किसी राइवल टीम के अगेंस्ट हो, फॉर एग्जांपल गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्सेस एसएटीएल, या फिर एसएटीएल एलीट वर्सेस आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स, ये भी बहुत पुरानी राइवलरी है। तो क्या देयर इज 1% चांस कि हम एसएटीएल एलीट को एक इमोट बैटल में देख सकते हैं?
हम स्टार्ट तो हम नहीं करने वाले फॉर श्योर, मेरे को जहाँ तक पता है हम लोग स्टार्ट नहीं करेंगे किसी भी चीज को, बट अगर कोई भी टीम स्टार्ट करेगी तो ये खत्म तो हम ही करेंगे फिर उस चीज।
वाओ,
अगर रिमोट बैटल हो, चाहे कोई भी इवेंट हो या कुछ भी हो, देखा जाएगा आगे। अभी तो बहुत लंबा इवेंट बचा है ये।
बिल्कुल। देखिए, ये काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन आपने पूछ दिया और बिल्कुल जय ने काफ़ी लाइटली इसका जवाब भी दे दिया, पर काफ़ी ज़्यादा मज़ा आने वाला है। व्यूवर्स के लिए ऑलवेज ए ट्रीट रहती है। पर देखिए, अब धीरे-धीरे समय हो चुका है आगे बढ़ने का और अब हम वीक 1 क्रॉस कर चुके हैं आईबी एंड क्योंकि हम देख पा रहे हैं कि वीक 1 काफ़ी ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग रहा, काफ़ी इंटेंस मुकाबला रहा। पर अब वीक 2 की तरफ चलते हैं एंड समझते हैं कि वीक 2 में ग्रुप्स क्या होने वाले हैं एंड मेरा इसके बाद एक फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन भी रहेगा इन ग्रुप्स के रिगार्डिंग कि हर एक ग्रुप में देखिए हमें पता है कि थोड़े दिल टूटेंगे क्योंकि हर एक ग्रुप के अंदर टॉप 6 टीम्स को आगे जाने का मौका मिलेगा। पर आप दोनों से मैं ये जानना चाहूंगा जय एंड भाई जी कि कौन सी वो 6 टीम्स आपको लगता है ग्रुप ए के अंदर जो टॉप पे जा सकती हैं?
सो देखो, मैं बताता हूँ, मैं बहुत सेफ खेलूंगा, ठीक है, क्योंकि मैं अगर कुछ ऊपर नीचे बोल देता हूँ ना तो बहुत जल्दी आपको पता सीन हो जाते हैं हमारी कम्युनिटी में। तो मैं मैं बोलूंगा एसएटीएल एलीट रहेगी अपनी, गॉडलाइक स्पोर्ट्स रहेगी, टोटल गेमिंग रहेगी, ज्ञान गेमिंग रहेगी, गॉड्स रेन रहेगी और अपनी IQOGxTSG, भाई नाम है कि तुम्हारा पता है पहले। हाँ, ये 6 टीमें क्वालिफाई होने वाली हैं।
ओके, चलिए सेम क्वेश्चन रहेगा भाई जी आपके लिए। आपको क्या लगता है कौन सी 6 टीमें हैं जो यहाँ से वीक 2 पे जो ग्रुप है वहाँ से निकल के आगे जाएंगी, और देखते हैं कितनी आपकी राय जो है वो जैसे मिलती है।
आई थिंक वीक 2 में हमें एक तरीके से एक मिनी फाइनल्स देखने को मिल रहा है इस पूरे एफएफएमआईसी का ग्रुप ए में, स्पेशली क्योंकि
करेक्ट।
बहुत सारी अच्छी टीमें सीधे हमें ग्रुप ए में देखने को मिल रही हैं। एसए12 एलीट अपने जब ग्रुप में था तो उन्होंने टेबल टॉप किया था, वहाँ टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स भी देखने को मिल रही हैं। तो फॉर श्योर एसए12 एलीट एंड IQTG तो मैं डेफिनेटली देखने को मिलेंगी। इसके अलावा जो मेरे को नाम लग रहे हैं वो लग रहे हैं इसमें गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स भी है तो वो भी रहेंगी, गॉड्स रेन प्रोज। हालांकि ये वीक 2 में उतना अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं किए हैं, बट स्टिल मेरे को लगता है कि इनमें अभी मन्नू नहीं खेल रहे, तो अभी ये लगता है कि वीक 2 में मन्नू भी आएंगे वापस से, तो हो सकता है कि काफी ज्यादा एज मिले, तो एक वो रहेंगे। इसके अलावा मैं जो 2 नाम लूंगा उसमें मैं एक K9 का लूंगा, K9 स्पोर्ट्स का, क्योंकि ये भी काफी अच्छी टीम है एंड अच्छा कर रही है। एंड इसके अलावा जो लास्ट नाम है वो मैं लूंगा IQOGTSG।
क्या बात है। चलिए, हमको ग्रुप ए से दोनों ही हमारे गेस्ट ने जो थे अपने टॉप 6 प्रिडिक्शन जो है वो जरूर दे दिए। अब बढ़ते ग्रुप बी की तरफ। ग्रुप बी में है ये वो 12 टीमें जो हमें नजर आएंगी। तो फिर से सवाल जाएगा जय से कि कौन सी 6 टीमें होंगी जो आपको लगता है यहाँ से निकल कर आगे जाने वाली है नॉकआउट।
सबसे पहली हमारी टीम होने वाली है टीम हिंद, फिर आरनेक्स स्पोर्ट्स,
ओके,
और कौन सी यार, जुत्सु गेमिंग। जुत्सु गेमिंग भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है रिसेंट टाइम में यार, रिसेंट, और फायर आइज गेमिंग भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, तो अपन इसको भी पकड़ सकते हैं, बस ये चोक ना करे यार जी। नेक्स्ट टीम लेगेसी के ऊपर भरोसा करें, लास्ट वाली वीक भी वो बस किस्मत से हो गए, पता है, बस लास्ट मैच उनके मतलब हो गए इनके साथ, तो टीम लेगेसी को भी करता है। मैं पिछली बार भी सपोर्ट कर रहा था इन्हें, हाँ, तो मैंने सपोर्ट करता हूँ इस बार, मैंने पिछली बार भी कर रहा था। अब
एक नाम
एक नाम तो ऑटोबॉट्स ई स्पोर्ट्स वाले भाई, वो साउथ वाले भाई है ना अपने सारे, अगर वही ऑटोबॉट साउथ वाली टीम है तो भाई कुछ भी कर सकती है भाई, मैं पहले बता रहा हूँ भाई, ये टीमों से दूर रहो भाई।
चलिए, ये है 6 नाम जय की तरफ से। अब वाई जी, आप कौन से 6 नाम पिक करेंगे इन ग्रुप बी?
आई थिंक RNX स्पोर्ट्स फॉर श्योर, जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने खेला है तो वो तो डेफिनेटली होंगे। इसके अलावा टीम हिंद, स्टार्ट उनका बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं हुआ था, 4 मैचेस में तो लग रहा था कि क्वालिफाई भी नहीं करेंगे 2 मैचेस के बाद, बट वो 2 मैचेस में जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने कमबैक किया है एंड वहाँ से वो कन्वर्ट करके सीधा हमें ऊपर की तरफ देखने को मिले थे वीक 1 में, तो एक डेफिनेटली वो होंगे। इसके अलावा NXT ई-स्पोर्ट्स भी होगी डेफिनेटली, और आई थिंक इसके अलावा मैं समझ रहा हूँ कि जुत्सु गेमिंग, हाँ, फॉर श्योर जुत्सु गेमिंग भी होगी, काफ़ी अच्छी टीम है, और इनका और आरएनएस का तो क्लैश भी होता है, तो देखते हैं कि कौन सर्वाइव करेगा उधर। और इसके अलावा जो मेरे को एक नाम लेना है, इसमें मैं टीम एक्स के साथ जाऊँगा, बिकॉज़ वो टीम भी काफ़ी अच्छा कर रही है। उन्होंने अपने ग्रुप में भी काफ़ी अच्छा किया था, ऊपर की तरफ हमें देखने को मिले थे। सो एक वो आई थिंक कितना नाम ले लिया मैंने? 4, 5, 6, हाँ, 6 ले लिया ना? एक एक मैं आई थिंक नाम ले लूँगा जीजी
एक
इंस्टिंक्ट का,
बोनस ले
क्योंकि
लीजिए।
बोनस।
बोनस आप
बोनस
कोच
जी,
हैं,
एक बोनस
आप बोनस के लिए।
जी, जी, इंस्टिंक्ट। और देखिए मतलब कॉन्फिडेंस देखिए यहाँ पे, क्योंकि एनएक्सटी को जो कोच भी कर रहे हैं, तो कॉन्फिडेंस है कि मेरी टीम तो क्वालिफाई कर ही जाएगी। वही सेम चीज़ जय ने
चौथे
भी
नाम पे
बोली।
नाम बोला है।
पहला नाम सबसे पहला नाम एसएटयूएल एलीट का ही लिया था, बिकॉज़ अपनी टीम होती है ना, वो कॉन्फिडेंस दिखना चाहिए, और वो हमारे दोनों गेस्ट में दिख रहा है। चलिए ग्रुप बी भी हो गया, अब और क्यों ना हम चले ग्रुप सी की तरफ, और जाने सबसे पहले जय से कि इस बार वापस से 6 नाम, मतलब काफ़ी मुश्किल टास्क होता है नहीं, कि सोच समझ के यहाँ पे नाम लेना है, जैसा बोला कि कभी-कभी कुछ भी बोलते हैं तो
हाँ,
मैक बड़े हो जाते हैं।
मैटर
ग्रुप
हो जाते
सी।
हैं। अरे ग्रुप सी तो बहुत इजी है बताना यार, ग्रुप सी का तो
ओके,
UGxGRP तो होने वाली है भाई हमारी। बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है, बहुत मतलब एकदम से आके हमारे जावा बॉय भाई ने वापस कुछ जादू वादू कर दिया प्लेयर्स पे। बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है UG। हेड हंटर्स तो यार जैसे तैसे हो ही जाएगी, इसको तो तुम कुछ भी कर लो, ये फाइनल्स तो पहुंच ही जाएगी जैसे तैसे। गिर पिट के भगवान की दया से, गेम प्ले से कुछ होना कुछ होगा, बट ये पहुंच जाएगी। अराइज स्पोर्ट्स भी
ओके।
हमारी अच्छा खेल रही है, रिसेंट टाइम पे बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है इनका भी। और मेटा निंजा तो तुम्हें पता ही है, अपने भाई की टीम है, तो यार इनको तो अपन सपोर्ट करेंगे। तो ये 4 तो अपने हो गए, 2 कोई भी हो हमें मतलब नहीं, बट फिर भी हम बताएंगे कौन हो जाए। एनजी सिल्वर ईगल्स हो सकती है यार, अच्छा खेल रही है वो, ये भी टीम अच्छा खेल रही है रिसेंट टाइम पे। इनने भी बुया मारे थे लास्ट वीक है ना, मैंने देखे थे मारे थे यार।
काफी इंटरेस्टिंग प्ले आया था
और-
इनकी तरफ से भी।
हाँ, और अपन एफएक्स इलीट का नाम लेते हैं, क्योंकि इनके नाम में भी इलीट है,
ओह,
तो क्या पता ये भी कुछ अच्छा करता है। तो एफएक्स इलीट।
वैसे 2 बुयर्स निकाले एक्स एलीट ने, एक स्ट्रॉन्ग
हाँ
पिक
वही
रहने
तभी
वाली
तभी अरे नाम में इलीट है ना, बड़ा पावर आ गया।
देखिए ये तो होने वाला है। ग्रुप सी तो हमें पता चल चुका है अभी फ्रॉम वाईजी। जय, अब वाईजी से जानना जरूरी है कि वो कौन सी 6 पिक्स लेंगे जो टॉप पे जा सकती है। वाईजी क्यों ना आप बताएं वो 6 नाम कौन से होने वाले हैं।
आई थिंक जो ग्रुप सी के टीम्स हैं, उसमें काफ़ी सारे हमें अंडरडॉग्स भी देखने को मिल रहे हैं, तो मैं एक तो अंडरडॉग डेफिनेटली लूंगा सबसे पहले, जो कि होगी एफएक्स एलीट की टीम। स्टार्ट किया था टूर्नामेंट को इन्होंने बुया के साथ, फिर एक और बुया निकाला, तो डेफिनेटली वो तो रहेंगे। इसके अलावा UGxGRP की टीम होगी, क्योंकि इसमें भी रिसेंटली अभी शंको का एडिशन हुआ है, एंड टीम काफ़ी अच्छा कर रही है उसके बाद, तो हाँ, वो भी होंगे। इसके अलावा हेड हंटर्स हमेशा फाइनल्स पहुंच जाती हैं, ये भी इन्होंने भी काफ़ी अच्छा किया था, अपने ग्रुप में टेबल टॉप भी किया था, तो ये भी होंगी। इसके अलावा जो मुझे नाम लेना है 3 ठो, और उसमें मैं अराइज स्पोर्ट्स का लूँगा, एक मेटा निंजा, और एक मैं द नाइट्स का लूँगा, क्योंकि इन्होंने भी अपने ग्रुप में एक अच्छा खासा गेम दिखाया था। तो ये द नाइट्स होगी।
क्या बात है, क्या बात है। ये नाम हमारे सामने निकल के आ चुके हैं, और हमारे दोनों गेस्ट ने अपनी अपनी तरफ से ये बता दिया है कि देखिए कौन से वो 6 नाम होने वाले हैं हर एक ग्रुप के अंदर। और जितने दर्शक दिख रहे हैं वो भी बिल्कुल अपनी तरफ से हमें कमेंट्स में बता सकते हैं हर ग्रुप के अंदर आपको लगता है कौन सी वो 6 टीमें होंगी, और जोर से इसको बताइएगा। और शायद से हो सकता है अगर आपका कमेंट ठीक रहे तो बाद में आप आ करके उसका स्क्रीनशॉट अपनी स्टोरी पे डाल सकते हैं जब ये मैचेस हो जाएंगे वीक 2 के, कि देखिए मेरा प्रेडिक्शन बिल्कुल ठीक था। पर अब समय हो चुका है इस सेगमेंट से थोड़ा आगे बढ़ने का, आई बी। एंड अब बात करते हैं यहाँ पे नेक्स्ट वीक में। देखिए मैं सबसे पहले वाईजी पे आना चाहूंगा। नेक्स्ट वीक में जितनी टीम्स खेलने वाली हैं, एज अ कोच, एज अ एनालिस्ट, आप अपनी तरफ से कौन से ऐसे टिप्स है जो आप उनको देना चाहेंगे। जो वीक 1 में प्ले था वो बहुत शिफ्ट होगा वीक 2 के अंदर, एंड प्रेशर उससे ज्यादा होने वाला है। पर मैं आपकी तरफ से कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग टिप्स लेना चाहूंगा और ऑडियंस को बताना चाहूंगा उन टीम्स तक, अगर आप कोई मैसेज पहुंचाना चाहें अभी।
आई थिंक जैसा कि हम सबको पता है कि वीक 2 में हमें टॉप 6 करना है क्वालिफाई होने के लिए, तो काफ़ी सारी टीम जो है ट्राई करेगी कि एंड तक जाने का, चाहे अच्छी जगह होल्ड करे, क्योंकि वहाँ से उनको दिखेगा कि काफ़ी सारी पूरी लॉबी जो है बैठ के सर्वाइव कर रही है, अच्छा पोजीशन ग्रैब कर रही है। तो मेरे हिसाब से जितने भी अंडरडॉग टीम्स हो गए जो कि क्वालिफाई करके आए हैं यहाँ तक, एंड उन सबके लिए एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज वहीं पर आएगा, क्योंकि वो एंड सर्कल का फाइट, एंड सर्कल में जब कितनी सारी टीम बचती हैं, तो वो एक काफ़ी बड़ा चैलेंजिंग रहता है। तो उनको उधर कन्वर्ट करना आना चाहिए मैचेस को, एंड क्योंकि टॉप 6 करना है तो बिल्कुल लास्ट तक जाना ज़रूरी है, बिकॉज़ अगर आप अर्ली में कुछ किल्स निकाल लोगे एंड देन जाके एलिमिनेट हो जाओगे, तो फिर कुछ फ़ायदा होगा नहीं आपको, बिकॉज़ टीमें एकदम एंड तक जाने का ट्राई करेंगी। एंड इसीलिए जो सबसे बेस्ट टिप रहेगा उनके लिए कि हाँ, आप एक अच्छा ज़ोन प्रेडिक्ट करो, एक अच्छी कंपाउंड को होल्ड करके लास्ट में जाके कन्वर्ट करो, बिकॉज़ कन्वर्ट नहीं किया तो स्टार्टिंग में कुछ किल्स निकल जाएँगे, बट फिर कुछ फ़ायदा होगा नहीं। अगर आप एलिमिनेट हो जाओगे तो आप #12 #11 पे आके कुछ 5-6 किल्स के साथ कुछ फ़ायदा होगा नहीं वहाँ से।
देखिए वाई जी, आपने बहुत अच्छी टिप्स दी जहां पे आपने बताया कि प्लेसमेंट के साथ ही साथ एलिमिनेशंस की तरफ आपको फोकस करना चाहिए और काफी कमाल के गेम निकल सकते हैं अगर आप हर एक गेम को सेगमेंट में लेकर के चलें। पर अब समय हो चुका है जय की तरफ जाने का। और जय, देखिए जाने से पहले मैं आपसे भी कुछ राय लेना चाहूंगा कि जितनी भी टीम्स आपके कॉम्पिटिटर होने वाली है वीक 2 में, अभी आपने एक बहुत बढ़िया स्टेटमेंट दिया कि कोई भी राइवलरी स्टार्ट होगी, शुरू कोई और करेगा, खत्म हम जरूर करेंगे, पर कोई एक ऐसा स्टेटमेंट जो आप उनके लिए पास करना चाहे वीक 2 में।
यार ऐसा तो कोई भी स्टेटमेंट है नहीं, गेम में उन लोगों ने दे ही दिया है वीक 1 के अंदर, और मैं चाहूंगा कि हम गेम के अंदर ही बातें करें, गेम के बाहर ज्यादा बातें ना करें, क्योंकि फिर ना लोग पर्सनल हो जाते हैं और फिर जीतते नहीं जीतते टारगेट हो जाती है टीमें। तो इसलिए हम गेम के अंदर ही सिर्फ बातें करेंगे, ओनली गनों से बातें होगी, थ्रोएबल से बातें होगी, स्ट्रेटजीज से बातें होंगी, और कुछ नहीं।
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच जय, थैंक यू सो मच वाई जी जुड़ने के लिए हमारे साथ। और आप लोग देख रहे थे बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल का एपिसोड 2, और इसी तरीके से और एपिसोड देखने के लिए आप लोग रहिए स्टे ट्यून्ड। हम लोग मिलेंगे आप लोगों से फिर से, लेकिन अभी लेंगे आपसे विदा। इधर मैं हूं, मेरा नाम है रॉय, भी मेरे साथ थे ऑरा गेमिंग, एंड साइनिंग ऑफ।
Ready to turn up the volume? The Beat Carnival is here and things are about to get loud! Join Alok's global livestream as part of the audience. Complete daily missions and matches to earn Lightstick and Panther tokens. Then use them to cheer for the performance. As your contribution to the show's popularity rises, you'll unlock flashy stage transformations, special songs from Alok, and tons of great rewards. And don't forget to snap a photo with Alok using the new event-exclusive poses. It's the perfect souvenir from this musical carnival. In Battle Royale, after some time in the match, Alok will invite everyone to join the carnival. Solara's sky turns into a glowing sunset, while sound waves pulse outside the safe zone. A giant Alok projection dances along the map edges, and fireworks light up the night. Bloomtown's stage also transforms into a full-on festival with lasers and music. Watch out for the beat drop zones, where the beats can make everyone start dancing. And if you spot the Panther party truck, make sure to check it out for some extra loot. In Clash Squad, sound wave zones appear that boost your movement speed and HP recovery. And the giant Alok projection will be vibing alongside you. You will also find new event items and matches, so keep an eye out. Pick up the upgraded Alok skill card for extra power. Toss the dance grenade to make everyone around start grooving. And launch yourself across the map with the speaker trampoline. Get ready to move, groove, and light up the beat.
Focus, aim, ready. Focus, aim, ready. Speed up in the race, fall back, no chase. Turn up with the bass, gotta level up your game. Looking for the fight, target inside. An eye for an eye, gotta level to the sky. I'm bulletproof, I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof, got nothing to lose and I'm coming for you. I'm bulletproof, I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof, I pull the trigger. Higher level. fall back, no chase. Turn up with the bass. Gotta level up your game. Looking for the fight. Target inside. A knife or an eye. Gotta level to the sky. I dream bigger. That 10 figure. My aim is quicker. I pull the trigger. I dream bigger. That 10 figure. My aim is quicker. I pull the trigger. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. Got nothing to lose and I'm coming for you. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. Got nothing to lose and I'm coming for you. I pull the trigger. Higher than fall. I pull the trigger. I dream bigger. That 10 figure. My aim is quicker. I pull the trigger. I dream bigger. That 10 figure. My aim is quicker. I pull the trigger. Speed up in the race. Fall back, no chase. Turn up with the bass. Gotta level up your game. Looking for the fight. Target inside. A knife or an eye. Gotta level to the sky. I pull the trigger.
हार पे चढ़ाना चाहूँ हार मैं अकेले थोड़ा कम पड़ जाता हूँ यार मैं मिले जो यार सही तो मुझको पर मिल जाएंगे और उड़ने को हो जाऊंगा तैयार मैं
नामुमकिन को भी मुमकिन अब हम कर जाएंगे
कोई भी मुश्किल हो पीछे
I
Last 2 days of week 2 have given us the best 12 teams who have qualified to the knockout stage, and we are still awaiting for the next 6 who are going to be joining us. Welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is going to be Oro, and we are going to be starting things for Group C in the hunt for the best 6 out of the 12.
Yup, definitely it's Lucifer. First things first, what a blockbuster of a weekend this has turned out to be. This is going to be the last day. We are left out with the final set of 12 teams, and we are going to find out the last 6 who's going to make it to the top 18.
Yep, it's going to be an interesting set of players, teams joining us today, because today is the last day of action, Oro. Because if from today, whatever you see in the coming weeks is going to be knockout stage, we are going to only have 18 teams. 36 done for, 48 done for, only the best 18. But Group C still have that opportunity, right? They still have those 6 games of whatever happened. Yes, surprises were all across the board. Heartbreaks were there. Upsets happened in Group A and Group B. But there is still an opportunity here in Group C to be a completely turnover. But before that, let's talk about a tournament timeline. We started with our city qualifiers, nooks and corners we went through. Then we had the FFC mode. Brilliant set of teams that joined us, and from there we are in the group stages now.
Absolutely, we saw how the week 1 went in, where top 9 from each groups qualified, and here we are towards week 2, where on the brink of qualification, or we are finding the top 18 or the top best 18 teams of the country. We're going to make it towards the knockout stages. It's going to start from the 20th and will go on till the first week of April. It's going to be long, so all the twists and turns you're going to witness, or probably the maximum number of chances these 18 teams are going to get to qualify for the grand finals. It's going to happen towards that knockout stage, and then comes the big day, the big stage that's called the grand finals, where you're going to get 2 days. 25th April and 26th April are divided in that way, where you get the first day as a point rush and the second day as the champions rush stage.
3 months of action here, and to decide one champion who is going to be the best on the country, who is going to be taking up the trophy. But before we go towards the point rush and champion rush, let's talk about how we started things off. We spoke about FFC mode, 38 teams, Oro. City qualifiers, nooks and corners. That was the grassroots entrant for every team around the country, and we got the best 4 from there, along with the TEZ FFMIC 2025 6 top invited teams. They played in a total of 48 Group 1, Week 1, A, B, C, D that we ended up seeing. Out of 48, we ended up with 36 in this Week 2. However, it's not 36 anymore, Oro. We have 12 with 6 more left to join.
Exactly, and what is not mentioned here, Sam, the hardship these teams have been through. They have been put to a grinder, and it's not been easy. All these weeks and all these teams, we have been funneling the best teams in the country, and definitely the process always is tough. And while we move ahead towards the knockout stage, as I already mentioned, that this is going to be where a lot of drama is going to unfold, because you see the week 1, week 2 and week 3, these are divided in different formats. It might look like a physics diagram, but it isn't that complicated. It's very simple. If I talk about week 1, where these 18 teams are going to be divided into 3 groups, and definitely they will get an opportunity to play against each other in a round robin format, and the overall top 12 teams, whoever comes first, they get a chance to play in the day number 1. So I would just suggest you should avoid the 17th and the 18th spot, because if you are there, you straight up go on week 3. You do not even get a chance in week number 2, Sam.
Yeah, teams who are playing week 2, and as you said, who are going to be in the top 16, will have their consecutive days of chances depending on which 2 teams qualify on day 1. Along with them joining the next day is going to be 13 and 14 for day 2, and then for day 3 is going to be 15 and 16. But as you mentioned, week 3, 3 days of action, 17 and 18th position teams join to make a total of 12, from which prior to on the week 2 when we saw 6 teams who made it, joining that 6 is going to be depending on the week 3's 3 days of action and best 6 games over the 3 days, meaning total 18 games will be played. So it's going to be a long journey to qualify to the grand finals, to find the best 6 compared to week 2. So the best shot is stay in the top 12 or at max in the top 16 for your one day full on surge, feel the fire performance to qualify into the grand finals, because grand finals is going to span in 2 days. Day 1, day 2. Day 1 is our point rush, where you see that teams have a chance for head start points. What do you mean by head start points? We've been talking about this from our start in week 1. It is your boost, if you want to ask me. It's the addition before you start your champion rush. So from teams at the first spot till the 6th get from 10 to 1 point respectively, lowering in terms of the number, descending. But from the teams at 7 to 12th get nothing, Oro.
I mean, to add on, Lucifer, this is the only stage in grand finals where there will be a limit to the number of games you play. It's going to be 6. But while you jump onto the next day, which is of course going to be the Champions Rush Day, here the main goal or the agenda would be to trigger that Champions Rush first. And how do you do that? First of all, you need to get 80 points. If you get the 80 points on board, you definitely have the power to activate or enter the Champions Rush stage. And the follow-up game is going to be, if you get a booyah, then only you become the champions, or you'll be crowned as the champions of TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring. I mean, it's easier said than done. Of course, we know that what happened in the previous season, where Total Gaming literally wiped the floor with everybody and they dominated single-handedly. But in contrary, in FFMAI, Sam, you know what was happening right there. Right? There were so many games we could not, find who ended up with the booyah. So these situations can come up again because we do not have any limitations to the number of games in this stage.
Limitation is yes, however, not something anybody is going to be worried about, because they're going to be surging forward to a big hefty briefcase prize pool of 1 crore, out of which the champions will be walking away with 35 lakhs. That's a big amount to walk away with. However, the podiums also have grand prizes that they'll be happy with. That's going to be the first runner-up getting 17 lakhs, the second runner-up, that is the third place, at 7 lakhs, fourth place 5 lakhs, fifth is going to be getting 4 lakh 30,000, sixth position team is going to be getting 4 lakhs. This is the top 6 Oro, meaning the best of the teams who are grabbing major amount of prize in our best performance that they'll be doing in the grand finals. But from there on, we will see teams that will still stand a chance to get a part of this prize share. Whether it's going to be so high or not, you will see, because everybody's put efforts. But wait, for anybody who's joining us new, you'll be thinking, wait, you were talking about grand finals. Generally, we see teams getting till 12th. No, it's going to be 18th, and this is why we see teams fighting so hard to make it to the knockout stage.
Exactly, and I think that's where I think all these teams are going to get rewarded if they qualify for the knockout stage, right, Sam? I think their months of efforts and the way they have been prepping up for this tournament, this is where I think such amazing things happen and you get rewarded. But you definitely would want to get a position higher, and that's where I think your play or your team is going to come in. And also along the lines with the positions, you still have a chance of getting extra cash, where the knockout stage team of the day gets 10,000 rupees per day. So that is where I think the eyes are going to be, because if you are there towards that spot, not only you get an extra prize, you again get a chance of qualifying towards that grand final spot. But nothing changes in the point system, because this is what we are following in the Universal Free Fire Max community. Of course, for booyahs, you're going to get 12 points, and for eliminations, you will be rewarded with 1 pointer.
Oh, nothing changed, as you mentioned. Every team and player will be sorting in terms of getting any of these points. Yes, major going towards booyah, but it's not going to be that easy, because eliminations have taken a big chunk in terms of points so far in all the action that we've been seeing. But the main thing that I've been waiting to see from week 1, Oro, to be honest, is the tiebreaker rules come into play. Number of booyahs is going to be the first criteria, total eliminations the second. In case those also match, then we go to the ranking in the final game. So far, not seen, but something that we've seen throughout our week 1 and week 2 of action, the various days that we had, is every team within their team had one unique active skill for every player.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday in the broadcast, we mentioned as well that what are those active skills which are most number of times are being used. We saw Oscar, we saw Homer, we saw how Nero, is one of the most preferred choices which these players are going ahead and, showcasing. So that's going to be the most used active character skills. But then, there are different things which are going to be prioritized today as well. We'll probably know while the teams are inside the lobby.
We have to wait and watch. We've seen Homer come into action. We were seeing Casey as well. But let's talk about the teams so far who've made their journey, waiting for the best 18. We have the 12 who will be starting their action very soon in a later week around the 20th of March. But starting things off, Gyan Gaming, IQ Total Gaming, Godlike, IQ OG TSG, God's Reign Pros and K9 from our day 1 of week 2. Day 2 has Fire Eyes topping the charts along with RNX, EMZ, Team Hind, GG Instinct and NXT Esports. This makes the best 12 Oro, but we still see question marks. Something that is also hovering on our heads of who the best 6 are from Group C.
Absolutely. I mean, we are yet to find, but by the end of today's 6 games, we will fill up those gaps and we will be able to see the final 18 who are going to qualify for the knockout stages. But then the rest of the 12 teams who we already see had their own storylines. You see how IQ, OGX, TSG have made it finally. The chip on their shoulder of not making it to the knockout stages are gone. So they have made through, they have break through that shackles. So finally some good momentum coming in for them. So their fans would be happy. Same goes for K9 as well, Sam.
K9 will be happy they could not make it last year. However, these question marks yet to be filled. Something that our chat can also do. You guys can also give us of who the best 6 from Group C could be making it to the top 18, because that's what we are here for on week 2, day 3. And the group is C. And in that is your teams. Now you can pick from here itself as we introduce them. UGxGRP, Headhunters, Arise, METANINZA, FX Elite, Team Tamilas, NG Silver Eagle, The Knights, IQ Esports, ADDA Kings, Oligarchs, ZENSTRIKERS, Esports. These are your best 12 from Group C who made their way across from our week 1 performance, Oro. Now it's still not done for them. They have to make it to the knockout stage. Once again, another challenge.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the first column. All the teams in the first column had gotten 100 plus points in the week 1 during their respective group matches. So just, making sure that they have the momentum, probably thinking what went wrong in Group A won't go wrong for these teams. But this is a new group, new faces. We are going to see the team lineups for now. Well, this is going to be the playing for. You see already UGxGRP locking their lineup here with Chawa Boy, of course, the main think tank in their team. The way they played, they maneuvered so well. They ended up with 2 Booyahs and they dominated alongside Asset Elite in Group B in week 1.
Headhunters, again another team that tops the charts. Looking forward to topping today with Divine, with Arise, who've surprised us so well as underdogs, that we are looking forward to their performance with a veteran within them. That's going to be Kunal, METANINZA, a team from the city qualifiers. All eyes on them as well. Along with them is going to be FX Elite. On one end, if we have Ginotra and Jarvis playing together, on the other end we have FX Elite's sharp mind of Avijit coming into play to see where they make a mark. And now, not just METANINZA, they had Team Tamilas to their right hand side. So that's going to be a question that they have to figure out. How do they fight amongst the city qualifiers as we jump to the next 6 teams where we have Oligarchs, who are FFC mode #1.
Yeah, I mean, a lot on stakes, right? And absolutely one more thing to notify that, NG Silver Eagle, last time they made it to the knockout stages. They could not qualify for the grand final. So they know how to do it. They have the mantra. So it should not be a problem for them, but probably a problem can arise for a team like Oligarchs, because looking at what they did in week number 1, they could not be amongst the number of eliminations, because that's where the game has turned towards, because the meta looks like whoever gets the maximum number of elimination points, Lucifer, I think gets the better advantage in the overall standings.
Let's see who gets the better advantage in the overall standings, because it's time they have to figure out whether they have done it till the knockout stage in the previous time or whether it is their first time here in FFMIC. Let's talk about the teams who had their grassroots entry going around the nooks and corners of the cities, and we had the city qualifier happening. You can see from Lucknow we have UGxGRP, Ahmedabad, we have METANINZA, Hyderabad has Team Tamilas. And why are we seeing all of them 3 together? Because they're playing for qualification today, and look at all their points. So close to 100, especially for UGxGRP and METANINZA, 116, 101, and on the other end, Team Tamilas at 86 points. And all the 3 are going to be fighting for the top 6 spot.
Definitely. I mean, to add on Lucifer, there was one more city in the city qualifiers. For the very first time in the history of Indian esports, we saw an offline qualifier where these teams were given opportunities amongst thousands of per people coming in and trying to be the part of these city qualifiers. Kolkata was also included, where GG Instinct from yesterday they already managed to qualify. So I mean, this shows the track record as well. That city qualifiers team has been qualifying right from the group stages week 1, but not for invited teams, right? They have already faced the wrath of the qualification where they could not manage to qualify from week 1. There were few, and now here comes week 2 where we already saw so many upsets in group A.
Now, Group A for Week 2, yes, invited teams did not make their mark. We had a total of 6 when we played Group A, right? It was 4 invited teams, but only 2 made it across. Whereas on the city qualifiers, who played yesterday, it was only 1 team, they qualified.
Exactly.
Today we have 3. Do all the city qualifiers team make it across? And along with them, they have headhunters. And we start off with a classic arrangement and a matchup on Bermuda. I really like this, that even though we have shuffled it and randomly it's been Bermuda to start things off, this is going to make an interesting start because every team can set themselves up. We've been talking about this, right? Teams need to kind of get an idea about the lobby, and the best map to start things on is going to be Bermuda.
Yeah, I mean, to follow up, we have Alpine and Kalahari as well, Sam, and also towards the second set, it's Solara, Purgatory, and Nexterra. But the most important thing is, since you're saying that the initial few games are used by the teams to figure out their momentum, and to be fair, Kalahari and Solara coming together, the most actionful maps, right? The third and the fourth game, that's where the game can change. And we have seen these teams like NXT yesterday. You have already witnessed what they did with the third game, where they got 40 points. But then this is the unified caster prediction, where UGxGRP, Headhunters, METANINZA, Rise Esports, FX Elite, and NG Silver Eagle is what we think can make it towards, or probably the top 6 teams from group number C. These are the teams who can make it, but you guys can go ahead and give your predictions that overall, who do you think can qualify towards the knockout stages from group number C?
Imagine, Oro, that all of us, all the talents across the English and the Hindi desk have put our predictions together, and then this is the majority of what we all think will be the teams qualifying out of Group C today and end the week itself, right, in terms of action. Surprising that so far, even when we saw our Group A and Group B, even with all our minds clashing together, we still had one or the other team who still made it out as a surprise, and that's what I'm thinking. Who could that surprise be in today's Group C as well? Something that our viewers can think about, while I'm still kind of wrapping my heads around it, that yes, even majority wise, even I agree with this prediction. This should be the top 6, but there should be a surprise because hey, Group A had it, Group B had it. Why not Group C? We cannot leave the fun out. This has been a full-on thriller show. We literally are truly standing to the hashtag Feel the Fire. And let's start it with our Bermuda actions drop spots. And let's see where these teams prefer to get down. And it looks like Katolistiva seems to be a hot spot so far. Oligarchs, Team Tamilas, and Arise along with Mill clashing for 4 teams.
Yeah, where the Knights, METANINZA, and FX Elite, and also UGxGRP are going to be fighting for that spot. If it's a yes, then that might be a fight to watch out for. But definitely there are going to be a lot more surprises than that, Sam. Because you see a place like Clock Tower and Factory open. You see Mars Electric, and even an island called Sentosa is left open. So I'm sure that teams are going to go and contest that spot. And also, there is a conditional thing to it while the plane path comes in. Imagine if it's skewed towards the northern side or probably towards down south, then immediately the drop spots change and teams have to rediscover their momentum or probably the drop spots on the fly.
Let's see what on the fly for them means, because I'm seeing peak with only one team, IQESPORTS, because I think that's not going to be the case. Somebody is going to try and take that peak in terms of control. take that mansion completely in their holding, make it a fortress if possible, or maybe because we've seen aggression, right? At least teams, if they don't get down to peak, start the hit list. Something that we've been seeing quite often, especially in week 2. Teams have been using this as a pro and a defense strategy, right? Where pro is them attacking to a team and the defense strategy is knowing where the team is coming in from. Also a discussion we were doing with our talent right before the show started. We've also seen teams using the Airwans binoculars as information. Every team is trying to use the best in terms of the pets' abilities, their character abilities, everything that the game has to offer, so that they both survive as well as move forward in the overall standings, because that is the current situation. None of the teams are completely sure whether they can qualify or not, but they're confident in their gameplay.
Yeah, and also we have seen a difference in the play style with the two groups, coming in. In Group A, we saw a much more awareness coming in from those teams, and teams were a little on the passive side. They were playing those edges, those corners. But while our caster predictions are here, I mean, it's a no-brainer picking up Headhunters, right? Lucifer, because they were the team to beat in their Group D matches, because they had 100 plus points, they had the momentum, and they are one of those invited teams. So probably, that's a safe bet. But then there comes UGxGRP and Arise have literally surprised everyone. They are one of those fresh faces, to be honest, who have impressed me a lot.
Yeah, these underdogs, they've clearly outshined among the rest that we've seen so far, and proves why they're #4. And let's hope today the #top 5 teams make it across, because just like we spoke about the city qualifiers, #1 and 4-5 are also playing today. We spoke about Oligarchs as well. We spoke about FX Elite and now Arise as well. I, however, have one offbeat of a prediction that I've made is going to be the Knights. Why? Is because tracking back to week 1, their victory, their booyah on Bermuda itself. That is one reason I see them, that they should be having a better positioning to start things off. But is it going to work out, right? Now we have 3 different aspects before we start off Bermuda. One is, yes, the city qualifiers team, majority of them playing today. Invited teams, we spoke about them. 2 of them have been eliminated. One who played yesterday qualified. Today there is the last one who's going to be playing, and can they qualify? On top of that, we have our FFC mode top 5. Do they qualify? But once they qualify, we have a surprise for you. What is it? You guys are thinking? You have to wait till the end of the show, because it's time to start game number 1, Bermuda. This is where Group C, you were waiting, watching Group A, what they did, who qualified, Group A, what they did, who qualified, and TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring starts here for Group C.
Bermuda it is, Lucifer, and here comes ADDA Kims, who are already off the plane, and they're going towards Sentosa alongside FX Elite. So probably they have defied the preferred drop spots, and it was expected, right, Sam? While they showcased that they wanted to go towards a different drop spot. And now, here comes the clash. How do you prepare? This is where things are going to get a little luck-based. If you don't get your weaponries while you jump down, you might find yourself in a tough spot.
Look at this, METANINZA, as soon as they were seeing that they're going to be going towards Mill, teams decided we are going to go in the other direction. They didn't want a 4-man squad clash coming through. ADDA Kings as well as FX Elite, you spoke about the Sentosa Island, which was completely left all alone. Once METANINZA made that decision, they had to find another approach. But ADDA Kings, Valia, he's gone in the other direction already at that 3-1 split that we end up seeing from teams in the very start of things, because they know trouble can start, but trouble has already started, where we saw a 3-way clash, Catalystiva with our Arise, Team TAMILAS, and maybe Oligarchs if they have any hint that they want to get into this action. Fight starts off, damage being done, script is low, gets taken down. 2 of the players from Team TAMILAS are down against Arise's one who's just been knocked.
Yeah, I mean, Kunal probably will be revived here, but it's UGxGRP. Wait, Prodigy. He got taken down, caught in the crossfire. Of course, it was Kohli with that cord. While you run away from that machine gun, you need to be pretty specific, because once that starts firing, you are in a lot of trouble. And here it is, Arise Esports in the Catalystiva region, and UGxGRP are surrounding them. You need to be very careful. Looks like they're wanting to move away from this fight. Probably they do not want to fight in this situation, because I feel they do not have the adequate amount of utilities, or probably they don't have the correct amount of loot. But while they're coming in for the rotation, look at Kunal. He is one of the veterans in the community. He is in a situation where there is already a player Does he know that is the question? Or he doesn't know, but he has to recover. He recovers so well that he connects the shot and he takes down that man.
That was quick on the Mag 7's util, but it's not yet done. The fight still continues. ZENSTRIKERS, they've decided to say hello in terms of them finding elimination. ZENSTRIKERS, they've found a knock, but the aggression back from Arise is too hot and too good. They've picked up one player, Sam God and JD God. Can they do something? Turn this in their favor. Mag 7 again in its swag, but Kunal misses his opportunity this time, and so Johan has to close the distance. He had revived his teammate, and his teammate Mad God does the deed, puts the players down, and ZENSTRIKERS, they get troubled.
Yeah, Rise Esports, a very good start, and look at the lobby.
What?
I mean, NG Silver Eagles are already eliminated, and that too in the very brink of the beginning of the Bermuda. It's not even 4 minutes into the game and they are already eliminated. I mean, this is a shocker that these snowball vibes are still there. We have to see that what went wrong. They will have few games to recover themselves, but they have to focus on METANINZA, who are fighting right now. Also Rise Esports, so they aren't stopping. They have gone out and gotten 8 elimination points, and the fight hasn't stopped yet. Lucifer, look at UGxGRP. They're right in front.
I hope they know, because that hit list should give them that info, and Mad God says hello, instantly puts down Shanku, but the target is not him. The hit list on the other player, that's going to be Sahil. Kohli tries to fend off, doesn't work. The Trojan's better in Mad God's hand. He's literally mad right now on UGxGRP for starting off a fight where they were never intended to, from afar, using the cord, and punished last player Sahil because the other was also knocked, and he is the one who has the hit list on him. Spotted, damage done, and Mad God, a 1v3 against UGxGRP in the very first game.
I mean, I'm not at all surprised. He is one of those players, Matt God, to be honest, who had impressed me in week number 1 alongside Johan, who is already there, right up there alongside Matt God with 3 more elimination points. So both of them are contributing, and this is good signs for Arise Esports. But METANINZA right now locking horns against ZENSTRIKERS, and Prime has been taken out. 1v2 situation for him. Be tough to handle. 9 out of 10 times you'll see the solo man getting taken out. Zap is also towards that tower, so definitely he's getting those information for his team. IQESPORTS is also in the vicinity. Brand, he's alone. Okay, the players are coming in. Prime, and also along with Karthik, comes in, jumps in. Vishal is also here, but this is a no man's land. Why would you want to do this?
They find an opening. Ginotra is down. That's a big man to take down. However, that was because the numerous players of IQ, they decided to jump on. METANINZA, they do lose one more. That's Jarvis. 2 big names from METANINZA have been knocked, and it comes down to the other 2 who are still surviving. Anshu now gets in turn knocked, and he gets confirmed. METANINZA are looking like they're in deep troubles. But right as now, they do not get eliminated. Thankful to their player who makes a run quickly. Goes in the other direction. However, gets caught by Prodigy from Arise. So again, troubles looming for METANINZA. They are a high scoring team, but the start has been an upset for so many teams that it seems like it's about to continue. IQ, however, compliments to them. They surrounded METANINZA, overpowered them, and now Zap in trouble. Somehow they trailed right behind Zap to make sure they get this last player also out, if possible.
Looks like they want to take out the competition, right? There's no way that a team from outside the circle would want to, actually from inside the circle would want to take damage and take a fight against a team. That was a little dicey moment, but here comes Arise Esports. They haven't stopped yet. It's 13, probably trying to make it more, but then they have to understand that sometimes overextensions can be a little problematic. My God, 5 Prodigy there, so they can again buy time. But it's METANINZA again. Ginotra, he is in a tough spot once again. This time it is against Kunal. He has a Groza, throws a freeze nade, again throws one more. And Mad God is pushing in from a different angle. So pressure is right up on METANINZA. They are not finding the momentum. They have not got the space as well. And they are crunched with these kind of situations right now, Lucifer, which looks like METANINZA have lost it right now.
What a start for Johan, and now Jarvis, he's surrounded. What can he do? His teammate was trying to provide cover fire. That's going to be Ginotra. Doesn't work. How quick are these players? Mad God running close, but before he could, with the launcher, Kunal puts him down. The confirmations come across, but Arise are also in trouble. Prodigy's been lost. It's going to be IQESPORTS. We spoke about them. They are the ones who are on hunt for METANINZA, and they trail, find a couple of players from Arise, and Arise, as soon as they realize that yes, we have a lot of eliminations, this is a fantastic start, total of 17, but that doesn't mean we go out right now. They will try to get back in terms of their position, go towards a vending machine, revive all their teammates. They have an hit list also activated so that they always get information of one of the team getting pinged in case they get closer.
Yeah, I mean, even they trigger a hit list onto Oligarchs Django, who is the IGL, and they have also started well. I mean, they have a decent start right now with 4 elimination points, and they have not been amongst the most eliminating points, or probably the teams who have been flashy, with their elimination game. But well, they'll probably find their way. But this was the fight where Oligarchs, took down NG Silver Eagles. That was a big blow.
Whoa.
They couldn't even start. They only have 1 point, right, Sam? That's a tough spot to be in as a team, when you have an agenda for the day. You have to be in the top 6, and you already see the cutoff. It's flying in the previous 2 groups.
Yeah, soaring around 70. Right now, soaring in terms of eliminations, and the aggressive hunt is even IQESPORTS. Spotted ZENSTRIKERS out in the open. Karthik, triggered discipline coming in his hands, making sure he gets closer, calls his teammates as well. And we've seen this. The attack strategy for IQESPORTS has always been a team-heavy forward approach. It's not a solo battle. That is the reason they've converted on METANINZA as well. Even close to Arise eliminations in terms of their 2 players. That tells us of how well IQESPORTS are playing. If Karthik wanted with the ACAT, he even now could even take a free open shot, land a knock. But look at that discipline.
ZENSTRIKERS found 1 elimination point right now. It is Mohsin. The vicinity is also Oligarchs towards Factory. Moving in and around. Definitely they have the information. Few shots taken. Look at Nim. He had taken some amount of damage where... Oh, Django! The plushie being connected. But then look at the backline. It's IQESPORTS. This looks like a ZENSTRIKERS moment, but then ZENSTRIKERS just might get sandwiched by IQESPORTS and also from Oligarchs. So they need to play this very, very smart, Lucifer.
They're already in trouble. Mohsin is down from outside. That's Vishal. ZENSTRIKERS, before they could attack, they're landing blows on their knees. It's not working. JD God is out. Prime and Sam God trying to make a run out of this. They wanted to start the fight with Oligarchs, but it's going against them. UAV being used, and Oligarchs, this is their opportunity. They spot Sam God. He is down. Prime is the last survivor. They am not too sure if they got a revival behind a glue wall for the time being. That's going to be burst, and his elimination is prominent. ZENSTRIKERS are done for. Oligarchs and IQESPORTS together join hands and make this happen, but it's not an end. Factory still keeps seeing action in production of eliminations as Arise jump in as the 3rd team.
Yeah, Rise with 17 already. They have the momentum. They would want to get more, but they need to understand that Oligarchs are no joke. They have the higher ground. They need to understand also that alongside Arise being there, there are a few more teams in the vicinity. Look at Headhunters. They're also fighting somewhere in the map against FX Elite. The healing guns are going to be used to their advantage right now for Oligarchs. Django getting healed, but Django, he has the AWM. He needs to find that opening. What's going to be the call for Oligarchs? Oh no, Prodigy finds the first one. What a beautiful shot onto Nim there. Now the opening is there. How would they want to crunch them? It's the question, because they have a lot of space to work with.
R98 from Prodigy, and the AWM says the support doing the job of a sniper. And Oligarchs, they were proning themselves to try and not tangle themselves in a fight with the Rise. Rather, they're like, hey, okay, let's give away an opportunity. But then they decided, okay, let's try and see if we can find a knock. And in turn, now they're knocked, and Arise, once they have their eyes set, they're going to make sure they target. They're not going to let these players go in terms of a fight against them. They're going to make sure that either they push out of here or continue a fight where they conclude. But METANINZA, they might be closing the distance. Headhunters on the other corner, FX Elite are also there, and we spoke about another team, IQESPORTS. They are also dwindling around this region, as you can see.
Oh no, Factory does not look good. So many colors, right, Lucifer, right now. Now the utilities come in. It's the Riptide Rhythm being connected, and also the Nero plushie being used. Oligarchs, they're flushed out with the utilities. They do not have any more glue walls probably. They are looking clueless right now, but look at Arise Esports. They're also playing it patiently. They also do not, want to push them because they know the surrounding. They know that there are too many teams out there, and if we make a move, probably we just might get eliminated. And the circle, it has gone far away from Factory. Now they have to either fight or rotate. But then, if you rotate, how will you? You have to take a fight. There is no other option.
No option. Let's see who starts off as the circle moves a little further from Factory, leaving IQ behind. The Knights are also close by. So this is going to be a big onslaught of a battle in all directions. Oligarchs in right center of it. On one corner it's going to be IQ, on the other it's going to be Arise. One player from FX Elite, on the other end it's going to be the Knights. Team TAMILAS in a distance near the Arsenal. You can see right now at the edge of the zone. It seems like IQESPORTS, they're going to be in trouble. Nice launcher shot coming in from Kingston. He doubles down on it. Make it maybe a triple, but IQ, they're in trouble as Team TAMILAS are also having their chance in this fight. Nim, he jumps right through to find the last player and confirms it. What a game coming through from Oligarchs. So patient. And now they've also pushed to double digits in eliminations.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at Arise Esports. They still, finally they have wanted to move in. Now the movements will come and Nim gets the first one to be taken out. Kingston, he had to find the backup, but Gokul is far away. Gokul, he has to run away now because Arise Esports definitely, being the best players right now in the lobby with 19 frags. Just climbing up the ladder and building upon teams and pummeling all those coming in front. FX Elite meanwhile getting eliminated towards the 8th spot, but Arise Esports have controlled the aggression. They do not want to play the chasing game right now because there are a few more teams in the vicinity, Lucifer.
Arise, they've been smart. They pushed out Oligarchs, and Oligarchs in trouble. They are in front of the Knights. But Arise, they have to understand that it is not only Oligarchs they pushed out, they're keeping the Knights away as well. And Knights now are getting closer. They know that they have a team that they have to be worried about, but Knights also have teams in front of them who are troubled by Headhunters. While Team TAMILAS, writers now have cut their sound. They were the ones who made trouble for many teams. FX Elite's elimination, but Arise and the Knights have a fight. Opens off with Johan going down, but instantly answered on Satya. Max tries to run in, but that doesn't work. And Mad God, making the deed happen once again, eliminates the Knights.
Definitely, but Prodigy, he's fighting a different battle against Gokul. Is the last man for Oligarchs. No, his drone is spotted, of course, but Mad God, he runs in, uses the dash, and he closes the thing for I think that was METANINZA. Oh, that was Oligarchs who was taking him down, but that was METANINZA also getting eliminated at the same time, right, Sam? But then you look at Arise Esports with 24 elimination points. Look at the numbers they have got in the first game, but it looks like ADDA Kings, they have the positioning, they're looking very strong, and rest of the teams, they have to go inside the circle right now.
ADDA Kings have been so far playing the survival game, and now they're ready to hammer through, and they're hammering towards Team TAMILAS, but they're not safe and sound. The eyes are set towards Arise. They've spotted them, and ADDA Kings, Curse got knocked, instantly getting him up, back on his feet. But how difficult is it going to be? Because Arise, they do not want them surviving. The zone is closing on the end of ADDA Kings, and that's the reason. Constant troubling. Curse is already down. Confirmation coming on Valia, and Arise, a 25 elimination already, and we are still having the 4 teams surviving. Team TAMILAS, they also have trouble as Rain has been knocked. Confirmation comes for Johan. Arise Esports right now completely eliminating the whole and half of the lobby and looking for a lot more to gobble, and it's looking unstoppable to put these lads down.
Probably they're eyeing for the record which SH Elite set up in week number 1, but that's for later. If they get the booyah, that might just happen. But now the eyes are on to Headhunters. They're making their moves in. Headhunters, they need to understand they're making the space for themselves, but they're giving away a lot of space to Arise Esports. Look at ADDA Kings. They're just being very patient. They can do a third party. And Headhunters, Divine, he has decided that he is going to be the one who's going to look towards ADDA Kings, but look at Arise Esports, Johan and Mad God again, just waiting for the time. But then the dash comes in. Mad God gets one more alongside Johan and Prodigy. They eliminate Headhunters. The last battle against ADDA Kings, Lucifer.
ADDA Kings knew this was not their battle, but now the battle is not even going to be in their hand. But Sidhu tried his best. Spark as well, a 1v1 with Prodigy, but Prodigy has always been great, and as soon as they get to know that Prodigy is being troubled, Arise Esports surge through and Arise for the very first booyah of Group C.
Wow, Arise Esports, I don't have the confirmation 100% sure about the fact it's more than 30. Imagine it's 40 plus points in the very first game. And we expected that Arise Esports can be one of the teams who can shock us. And they have shocked us with an amazing performance. And the way they have done it in Mad God. Wow, that player has turned out to be a superstar for Arise Esports right now.
I think somebody woke him up a little too early, or somebody said something, and he is truly mad. He is decimating the lobby. The aggression and the confidence on this mad lad. He is rightly launching himself towards enemies and knocking them down. They are just worrying what's happening. Let's take a look at the last shot. It started with a fight between Headhunters with Arise, and Arise wanted to start things off, and look at this dash coming in from Mad God. That is where everything fell apart for Headhunters, and after that, knowing that ADDA Kings, this was not their battle, that's the reason they didn't want to third party as well. And the numbers were not that great, but you have to give compliments to Sidhu. He tried his best. He did knock one player, and on the other end, Spark isolating the fight with Prodigy. And then, you know, it's not going to be as easy. The numbers on Arise's end was a lot, and then eventually Arise with a total of 44 points. This happened when we started our week 2 group A. It was a total of 48 points. Record already broken by Godlike, but now we are seeing that getting closer to that record is Arise Esports. We said them underdogs, but they are the dark horses of the lobby.
Absolutely. Last night it was NXT who got 40. This time it is Arise Esports with 44. But Headhunters as well, we need to talk about them. They definitely get the second spot with total 18 points. They had the elimination game, but nobody was able to touch what Arise Esports could achieve, because look at the elimination numbers. It's 32, Lucifer. I mean, that's some kind of a number and some kind of a momentum they would have got in the first game. And definitely, you know, getting up or cranking up the number 2 as 44 just shows the kind of momentum they would be in for the next game, because they have 5 more games left out. Let's have a look at the most valuable player. No surprises at all. It is Mad God with 11 eliminations and 7 assists. And look at the damage, 3,566, Lucifer.
We've missed some assaulters who have gotten eliminated, and Mad God is filling those shoes and saying there's a new star in the making. The spotlight is going to change, and limelight indeed needs to be given to Mad God. 11 eliminations, 7 assists, 3,566 damage, and with this Trogan, he went all rogue in the lobby. He was putting players down right, left and center. Didn't worry whether it was a solo battle or team battle. He made it all work, and what a game coming in. Incredible performance. This is what we love to see when things start off. And Group C, this is why we said so far in all the games that we've ended up seeing, right, in Group A, Group B, we've never been felt like, hey, this looked like a normal game. How aggressive, how wonderful. And kudos to his teammates, Prodigy, Kunal, as well as Johan, who joined hands to make this happen.
Yeah, and I mean, he looks like, I mean, you see how Prodigy went ahead with the loadout. He had a Skylar, you know, probably gives you a hint that he was the sniper of the team, but then the way he created the support was so amazing. He was fighting his own battle against Oligarchs at some point, while, you know, the rest of the 3 members were fighting against some other team towards the circle. It was IQESPORTS, if I'm not wrong, but you know, just understanding the fact that these players are so confident right now inside the lobby just showcases, and I think they have gone ahead and reflected that on the stat sheet as well. You look at 8 elimination points for Prodigy, 6 for Kunal, 7 for Johan, and Mad God we already saw in the MVP list that he cranked up 11, and he got 11 knockouts, and he confirmed all of them. Just shows the accuracy as well for Mad God, Lucifer.
Along with Prodigy, imagine this being done, this game being pulled off. 10 knockouts on his end as well. Kunal is also not far behind as a Grenadier. 6 eliminations, 6 knockouts. We're talking about this. A man who took as many eliminations as he could get, as many knockouts as he took. Equally qualifying in terms of that number, showing his potential, along with 12 assists in terms of helping his teammates and everybody at a damage of 2,000 plus on an average. Let's talk about the circle itself. Arise, we saw them at Catalystiva where the battle started, went towards Graveyard, from there came closer to their drop spot and then started moving downwards. As you can see, they fought with a little on METANINZA, moved back towards factory areas. As you can see, they're coming all the way down, and then from here on, Arise just rose up in terms of performance. There was no stopping them.
I mean, credit has to be given to Kunal as well. He is the think tank, and the way, I think, patiently they were waiting. They did not converge onto oligarchs while they knew everything. The positions were known. They knew what kind of utilities they were having because they were waiting inside the factory. Both the teams, oligarchs and Arise Esports, and no, because they waited so much, the rest of the teams like METANINZA, Esports, they could not enter the factory building, and because of which I think a lot of teams got eliminated. As you can see, the fifth circle where METANINZA, the Knights, and even oligarchs got eliminated. That's where the fight broke out, and there was a lull period in the third circle and the fourth circle before the actual fights took place in the fifth and the sixth circle. And I think Arise Esports set themselves up pretty well so that they could go ahead and get that booyah as well, because not only they have that aggression game, they have that patience game alongside. They know when to take a fight and when not to. And here comes the game Alpine, where the preferred drop spots are right in front of your screens, Lucifer.
Forest, right, for Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas are also playing, I would say, a very smart and I would say forward approach game in terms of eliminations. It's not been the best, but they're playing edge to edge on the zone. Bluewell with IQESPORTS, and I really like how IQESPORTS have played. They've, again, as I mentioned, aggressive approach, but it changed when they removed their team strategy to an isolated individual strategy. That's where things broke. As soon as they started a fight with Muzain, that's where things went south for ZENSTRIKERS, who started the battle at factory. But here ZENSTRIKERS, I want to see what difference they can make. They're at Snowfall, and that is surrounded with UGxGRP, who had only 1 point in game 1. So yes, a disappointing start for UGxGRP as well, a team from the city qualifiers. The Knights along with them, who almost looked like they could have had a opportunity at the factory, but unfortunately they knew Arise was right in front of them. On the other end, they had ADDA Kings, so they had to take one fight in either direction, and they took the Arise fight. But Arise, who were so confident, already at 20 plus eliminations, that just helped them in terms of moving forward, even getting that whole team wiped out. But that was it in terms of our game number 1. Game 2, we just saw the preferred drop spots. Is it going to conclude in the same direction? Will we see maybe disappointments changing to be happy instances for teams? Because now that everybody's understood the lobby, especially it being Bermuda, they should be used to what's going to be coming in front of them in Alpine.
Yeah, absolutely bang on, Lucifer. And I think the way Arise Esports have started, definitely they would not want to stop right now. They would again want to do the same kind of aggression in the next map, of course. While we talk about our predictions, definitely that's an interesting story. While you guys can also go ahead and give your own match predictions, because that's where I think things get a little spicier. Because we can talk about the top 6 teams, but it becomes a little difficult to predict who's going to outperform in the individual games. I have gone on with Team Tamilas. They did not do so well in the last game, but then probably Alpine can be the map where they can find the elements. And Headhunters, as I said, that's going to be a safe bet. Where again we saw how consistently they got themselves the positioning, and they got 18 points, which is what is required right now.
Indeed, I think somewhere we are also in synchronous between ourselves, and this is something that I've been seeing from week 1 and week 2. We as casters on desk generally have 2 names which almost are always same. It rarely changes, being all 3 different, but UGxGRP is going to be an offset pick compared to the Headhunters as well as FX Elite. Now that's just belief of what they did in a group that they were playing in and in week 1, right? And for them to kind of having 100 points to start off like this with only 1 point, 100x of a difference from their week 1 performance is yes, a big surprise. But hey, again, game 1 has been an upsetting journey for a lot of teams. This is why we said, whether you be from city qualifiers, whether you be an invited team or FFC mode, everybody has been troubled. Maybe week 1 FFC mode teams had a lot more trouble. They had their eliminations higher compared to any city qualifiers or invited teams, but we've seen week 2 start off in the direction where invited teams are city qualifiers. Now in day 3 are having trouble. With that, it's time to start things off on Alpine. This is game number 2. Teams who did not have game 1 in terms of their favor on Bermuda, time to start game 2.
Yeah, this is where things are gonna get serious right now. Arise Esports being the pilot, but then they jump ahead really quickly towards stock. Are anybody going to challenge them is the question? No, nobody is going towards stock. It's actually the Knights who have gone in. It's only Prodigy who has taken a different leap from his team. He has gone in towards a no man's land. probably eyeing base camp or areas in and around there. I think there was a miscommunication. So finally, the team is aligned with what Prodigy is trying to do. It was a late jump coming in from the whole team. Mad God, Johan, and Kunal will join them. But now ADDA Kings can be a probable, fight which they might look at. But rest, I think teams are pretty much sorted. There are no more fights happening. Probably towards Blue Will. There are two teams there. It's IQESPORTS, but then the fight has started with ADDA Kings. This is Arise Esports once again.
Prodigy. It's not gotten a sniper yet, but still manages to make the knock. Finds the elimination, but he gets rushed from two players from ADDA Kings in a 1v2 situation. He just needs to find one. He goes prone down. That is a bold move to do, but he doesn't have much to play to save himself, and that is the reason he couldn't survive. However, his teammate, Mad God, he is back in action. Nobody can say no to his elimination. They have to bow down, and again, even though Prodigy was confirmed, Mad God says not a problem at all.
Yeah. They have literally started where they left off in the last map, and we expected this from Arise Esports. No surprises at
Correct.
all. Lucifer and IQESPORTS have also, bringing back the players they lost in the initial fight, and that's happening towards Blue Will. But I think they know the positioning of Walia. Probably they want to come in and flush out. No, I don't think so. The position is known to them. Probably they're just passing by, wanting to finish up their loot, because it's difficult, right, Lucifer, while you take these kind of gunfights, it becomes a situation where I have to choose between taking a fight and probably getting a utility for yourself. But wait, this is a fight happening, right? This team TAMILAS going up against IQ. Script has been taken out. Prime eliminates him. He needs to reload his M590. He did not find the first shot, and he gets taken down right now. Here comes Vishal. Trades, but he's the lone man. He needs to revive Prime. Also fight, but then he would be allowed, and he gets taken out. IQESPORTS being the first one to be eliminated, Lucifer.
A fight between Team TAMILAS and IQESPORTS breaks out, but it's going to be FX Elite who charge and take advantage of it. We spoke about Blue Will already, and right now charging with the blows coming through. It's FX Elite, a team whose name is there in the top 3 in terms of a prediction, thinking that this should be their game and opportunity, and they start off strong. 3 eliminations, but that's not going to be enough. It's just a starter for some. They've already gone to 4, as you can see. IQESPORTS, they were at the top at 5 eliminations, but they're the ones who are eliminated. And UGxGRP, they did get eliminated with only 1 in terms of a point in the previous game, and now they're getting charged by headhunters. Shanku instantly retreats. He's like, hey, we've not had the best start, let's not make it the second game as well being the same repeated.
No, this is not good signs for UGxGRP. Headhunters are chasing them. Look at Java Boy, he's stuck, he cannot move, he cannot run away, and he is gonna get taken out. This is not looking good for UGxGRP, Lucifer. After what they did in the city qualifiers, after what we saw, how they play in the week 1 games, this looks like UGxGRP are trying to retreat. The confidence is not there. This is not how Shanku plays. We know how he plays when he has the confidence. They're running away, and headhunters are playing the chasing game right now. Look at Divine, look at Roshan with 2 different angles. Kohli is in a different angle, probably trying to save the team if they lose out on the numbers, which they will eventually, because they are not fighting. What has happened to them? They're still opting for running away.
Oh, vehicle's not that great. They would have to exit it, and yes, they will be forced to. Riptide Rhythm also being used, and Harsh and Divine making a run for it inside the chrono, but for how long? Shanku gets taken down. His squad is not going to say any answers or any songs. It is going to be eliminations grabbed by headhunters, and a nice chase, but Kohli was surviving, and Java Boy has been revived. The fight maybe continues, but headhunters, they're quick to act upon it. They're making sure that if any players is still lagging behind from UGxGRP, they're on the hunt for it, and they might have an idea that Kohli should be nearby. The man who revived his teammate is not even safe yet.
Kohli actually was position will eventually get spotted. Probably he will want to run away from the situation. Roshan, he is stuck inside these glue walls now, but Kohli is running away once again. These players are not taking those head-on fights. They need to be confident, otherwise it just becomes easier, and they're giving freebies to headhunters right now. This is so not UGxGRP, and I'm literally shocked as what has happened to them, because they're literally running away in every situation and not taking those fights confidently. The team needs to just calm down for a second, not overthink, because these situations can be a little bit problematic for them, and this can just become much more difficult for them while they cross out on the third and the fourth game probably.
We did see invited teams having trouble. And it was no surprise that we would end up seeing a city qualified team also having trouble anytime soon. And for now, it has happened. On the other end, happening in terms of eliminations is NG Silver Eagle as they're trying to pick on METANINZA. Somehow it's working out. Can they continue it? They've confirmed some, but they're going to make sure they run for a lot more. Another player's been knocked. They should be grabbing that elimination. That's going to be Ginotra. But there is one more player, but he instantly made a jump away from this position. Fusion is going to be completely cleared of METANINZA. The confirmation on Ginotra will also be taken, and NG Silver Eagle, better start of what happened in the previous game. They were the first team to be eliminated. Right now they have 6 total eliminations and they're looking for a lot more.
Yeah, NG Silver Eagle, for what happened in the last game, they needed this start. It's a good start. They have a controlled aggression going in. You need to understand that this game is going to be very important for them. But same goes for UGxGRP. Kohli again gets knocked out. Again, things are not looking good for them. And this time it's a Rise Esports. They don't know that Kunal have already closed in the distance. He has climbed up. What has happened? I mean, they are not hearing the sound cues properly, Lucifer. Is what is making me, question a lot of things is what, UGxGRP are doing. But probably it's good for Rise Esports because they have again cranked up the numbers to 9. They're again closing in, and here comes the elimination. UGxGRP, they get eliminated towards that 11th position. Not having a good start in game 1. Now, not having a good start in game number 2. It was miserable actually.
They did not even get a single point. No eliminations in this game. That is nada, nothing. UGxGRP. I mean, yes, we've seen teams having a bad day, not making their mark, not grabbing points, but this is completely something else. But something else is also the circle saying it moves northeast, where we can see Oligarchs a tad bit safer just below Carousel. But that's not going to be enough in terms of position. It seems to be that they're in an open land. They need to have a proper compound and they have only one house. This is why I was worried. And around them, they just have open areas, a road next to them, trees in between. So if a fight breaks out, they're the ones who are going to be in trouble because teams can rush in any direction, and you can see that's why they are making sure they're looking in all directions at every moment as they're stepping out to make sure that nobody's gotten closer. But there is FX Elite. They've gotten closer, but they're not worried right as now. They're making sure that they also have a safe and sound spot to hold off for the time being because they do not want to give any opportunities inside the circle while give away the eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, other than a Rise Esports, it has it has been pretty much, controlled aggression from the rest of the teams. They have been the one who have wantingly made plays or probably challenged teams up front. The rest of the teams have been very patient. Look how Headhunters are, pacing themselves up. They are in a fight right now against Rise Esports. It's going to be interesting. Look at Mad God and Johan. The eyes are going to be there, but Vincent, he is holding that corner. But Roshan, he needs to understand that Johan is circling around him. Kunal comes in for the support as well. Now Roshan is fighting alone. Vincent, he needs to understand. He needs to get out that position. Roshan gets taken out. Headhunters cornered out. Vincent, what happened? I mean, he was healing for eternity, it seems like that.
Nothing is working against Arise. They seem to be the Grim Reapers of the lobby. They're taking every team right in front of them. You don't need a calling for them. They're going to be the ones who are going to be coming in and approaching you, and I hope you're not in their way. That's all we can say. Rise Esports, a total of 12 eliminations. They already have that hit list, and this is not something that they're trailing, but in terms of information they're getting. That in case they're going in that direction, there is a team. Headhunters who had trouble, Vincent will get back his teammates, so Headhunters will survive further in this lobby on Alpine to continue this aggression. FX Elite have also continued. We saw they have 7 eliminations, but they've controlled it, as you said. Right as now, they're making sure that they're not the ones actively going for a fight, but it seems like somebody did take shots at them. I think it might be Oligarchs, but NG Silver Eagles and ZENSTRIKERS, they're going to be starting off a fight anytime soon.
ZENSTRIKERS closing in the vicinity, and they did not have a good start in the first map itself. They only have 2 points to work with. They're fighting against NG Silver Eagles, who are just starting to feel it. And we know what can happen because they already have qualified last time, so they know how to qualify in those knockout stages. Right now, chasing the players, Mosin gets taken out. He gets picked off with the Woodpecker. Look at Sam. He is stuck. He is stuck between two players, and he will also be dealt with. Sanatani being the player who gets one elimination point. Actually, he gets third. He gets the third one. And NG Silver Eagles are with 8 right now. But Prime and Mohsin, either they have to decide that they have to run away and get the players back inside the lobby, or probably end this fight. Because there's no way they can take a fight with the 2v4 situation if they're running away in this kind of situation. If they're wantingly showing the backs against your opponents. It never helps.
For the time being, even NG Silver Eagles decided that the zone's closing rather than trailing behind enemy who they could eliminate if possible, but they could even end up meeting another team completely altogether out of the picture in terms of their imagination. So better approach is go where the zone is closing in, making sure that they're inside the zone, better ready for a fight. But here I'm happy that I can see Sanatani, who has gotten his opportunity to take fights, and that has pushed NG Silver Eagle to get a lot more eliminations, a lot more better in Alpine itself, a better start to push forward, because we've said every game counts. You don't have any kind of buffer because the qualification is at top 6 and our cutoff might go up as unbelievably as you could think. Prodigy being the damage leader at 2,171 as of now, and that is just a number for the time being in the name of Arise Esports. For everybody else, that is huge number in terms of damage.
But look at Headhunters right now. They're running away. What has happened to these teams? Whenever we are watching these kind of teams, they're always backs against teams. This time it is METANINZA. Notra, he is 2 ahead. But Arch needs to be the man who needs to find the momentum, and he is coming in now. Zarvis and Anshu, they are stuck, but they dash in. Look at Arch. He's trying to play around that solar panel, but then he gets taken out. Oh, the problem is Roshan is running away. Divine fighting for his life. Divine will be taken out as well. But wait, here comes Vincent. Vincent takes down all the members of METANINZA and they get taken out. Vincent's position was a little unknown, and they were not prepared. They looked very unprepared for him.
They were trying to chase Vincent, but thankfully Divine ended up saving, and that's because of which the glue walls then covered Vincent, and from there on Vincent made sure that the enemies were behind. They were not trailing the enemies in terms of the launch pad. They were waiting for an opportunity, and that gave Vincent the window, and he put the team down. What a turnaround we ended up seeing on that battle. But another battle proves that's going to be Team TAMILAS and FX Elite. While Team TAMILAS are putting down Avijit, somehow I don't know how he's surviving over there. He will be eventually clean pushed off, elimination confirmed, but Avijit is going to be happy if he gets anything. But he gets a monster truck and the boost to make a run, but not far, man. That's not going to work with the Winchester. Eventually gets confirmed. But the Knights, hearing all these bullets rattle off, they're waiting for their opportunity. But Knights better be prepared, because ADDA Kings, they've also made their entry.
Yeah, look at the positioning. They have a good position. They can control the circle. They can control the course of the game as well. But they just need to understand that whoever comes in and around them, they need to take them down. The eliminations is gonna save them. But for now, it is ZENSTRIKERS who are pushing in towards ADDA Kings. Walia gets taken out. JD God is holding his spot. What is he thinking? He can revive Mohsin. It's taking a lot of time. And Walia gets picked off. What? This looks so questionable right now. Now the plushie being connected, the information is going to be there. Mohsin again gets taken out. Oh my god. JD God is looking pretty much confused. And again, he's taking so much time. Sidhu, he comes in from behind and he takes him down. JD God, he was so cluttered what was happening in and around him that he could not figure out that he was taken out before that.
That's what pressure does, but right now the Knights don't have pressure. They have the rooftop to play with, but Oligarchs, they're in pressure. Arise, they've already put the deed on Django, and now Gokul in trouble. He's surrounded by enemies. Nero Plushie does come through, but it was a completely different team. Mad God, finally, for the first time, I end up seeing a knock on him. But Arise, they don't have a challenge immediately. Even though the Plushie come through, he don't have to push around, but Kunal does. He spots a player, instant call from Johan as well, and they together put him down, and now ADDA Kings, they know that Arise, somebody threw a plushie towards them and they want to make sure they punish whoever that team was. But there are 3 different teams. Even I'm not too sure who threw it. But now Arise is going to get even more angrier, because now they're scouting, looking forward to which team it was. And look at where they're in the circle. They're at the edge of the circle, and every other team right now in the lobby, the other 5 teams, they're on the exact opposite end. And Prodigy finds that knock, this car 98 that he's wielding. And now they're gearing up to launch directly on top of this tower, and Lexos very close was Prodigy to get there. However, he's gotten the roof for him. Lexos, I'm not too sure if he has the idea, but Prodigy from here will try to push players off. But mad god, he got taken down and he's eliminated. So Arise, a 3-man squad now in this battle.
Yeah, definitely. But look it down. The Knights fighting against NG Silver Eagles. They are pushing in. The Kings actually also in that spot, and also Team Tamilas playing in and around that area. A lot of chaos gonna happen. Not the Kings being the first one to get eliminated in that chaos. Tamilas, they have 11 elimination points already. They're just waiting, they're buying time. So Nathani, meanwhile, NG Silver Eagles are losing out on that number game. And there's one member from Headhunters who's still surviving, once again showcasing the experience X-Divine has. He knows the importance of surviving is going to be key. But Lexos, he's being pressured upon, but Johan falls down. He is pressured as well, and he gets taken out. And Knights are the one who deals with him. Lexos takes down Kunal as well. And look at Prodigy. Wait, it was not Kunal. He was taken out by the Knights, actually.
They were trying to climb up and get close to Lexos and get that control of tower. It failed. Johan fell down. Somehow Kunal did go up, but he also couldn't land the blow on Lexos. And now Lexos knows Prodigy and Kunal are stuck in a very hard place. This is worse than a sandwich. At least in a sandwich, you know the end deed. But right as of now, they know that they have an opportunity to aim down at players and take them down. But it is not efficient because Lexos is on top. Knights holding off on the roof really well in terms of position because they're around the tower itself, making sure that if anybody tries to scope in down, it's not going to work. Kunal again challenging. Nice plushy throw. And this time finally puts down Lexos. A breath of relief coming through for Arise. An opportunity that could have worked in their favor was almost about to be lost, but it's not yet done. A plushie coming to their end right now, but they fend it off, and Team Tamilas is what their trouble. 2 players down. Yogesh and Script are the last survivors. Script also gets taken down, but right in time going across the containers. Prodigy, he knows there's one more player. Divine jumps right to him with his dual revolver. Can he take Divine down? It's going to be tough. He loses his teammate a 1v1 and Prodigy takes him down. Now Prodigy was stuck. Not an opportunity to work it out, but the Knights, the waiting game works for them, but a 2v4 ends up becoming a 2v3. They're quick on the revive.
Probably, yes. Script and Yogesh, they need to understand. He jumps in literally. The time of being connected. Saksham gets taken out. Yogesh fighting against the 3 members from the Knight. He will be taken out pretty easily. And here comes the booyah for the Knight. The patience game pays off for them, Lucifer. And the way they handle and maneuver in such a stressful situation. The chaos was there right up front, but they did not, hinder their confidence, and they converted the booyah.
Knights, as you said, patience, and that is the reason we also know them for their valor. Knights are always adorned with glittering armor, and just like that, they showed us why they got this booyah. They waited for the opportunity. They knew all teams' position. They could have fought with everybody if they wanted, charged across, but they made sure they had a strategy in play. They could have been taken down by Lexos. They could have been taken down by Arise, but they played it smart. They knew where their challenge was, and they played against the opponent's challenge. They put the opponent in a disadvantage. Let's take a look at the last shot. It started here where the Knights troubled the Team Tamilas, and then Arise Prodigy, the last one surviving, tried his best, but he knew it couldn't work out as Satya had thrown a plushie in his direction, and Prodigy eventually was cleaned off by 8, and that's another confirmation. And then a 4v2 situation, but a nice hit coming in from Script with his Winchester, but he was too far to confirm. There were glue walls all across the board. They did find a couple of knocks, but eventually numbers still being high, better, got their confirmation. Satya, as you can see, running across, jumping, putting players down, gave this booyah. Still, it's not them topping the charts. It's Arise who had 20 eliminations. 2 games, Oro, 2 games. Yeah. They've pulled 20 eliminations.
You can do the math, Lucifer. It's 44 in the first one. Second game comes in and they get 28 more. Wow, I mean, they can get to the 100th number probably in the next game. We will know eventually, but then Knights, they get the booyah. They have 22 now. Team Tamilas with 20, they had the elimination number. They get the placement points. But I was looking on to Headhunters, right? How X-Divine survived in that spot in so much chaos. Only Lexos was the one who knew his position, but Lexos got dealt with where, the players from Arise Esports rushed upon him, and he had to deal with two players in and around him, where he eventually got taken down as well from Arise Esports. Plus, Arise Esports, wherever they're going, they're pressuring these teams so much that they are end of the game, surrendering to them. But look at those today's standings. Arise Esports right on top with 72 total points in just 2 games. They have 1 booyah, and look at the elimination number, 52, Lucifer.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about Arise. 72 total points. Headhunters, a difference of almost 40 points from the first team to the second team. This is just mind-blowing at this point to even imagine that this is happening within the first 2 games. However, let's talk about the others. Team TAMILAS at 32, the Knights 30, ADDA Kings at 23, OLIGARCHS at 20, NG Silver Eagles at 18. I'm only going to be talking about the top 7 because the rest have a lot of catching up to do, especially the teams at the bottom, which is UGxGRP. After 2 games, have only 1 point, have been a unanimous decision, I think, from major every right caster on the talent desk that we have, that this is a team that should in a blindfold qualify. But we know, when we said whether you be blinded or not, when you called the predictions for Group A, it did not replicate of what we thought can happen right here. ZENSTRIKERS also sitting at single digit with only 5 total points. IQESPORTS at a total of 13, FX Elite at 14, and METANINZA as well. We see 2 of the city qualifiers team in the chopping block.
Yep, they're struggling, and they're struggling bad, very bad. The most valuable player definitely shines for the Knights. But Saksham, who managed to convert those crucial moments for the team, he got 5 elimination points. And look at the damage, 2,314. This shows the amount of impact he could create inside the lobby. He had an AC-80. Just shows the kind of abilities he has gone on with. He had a chrono, so definitely helps him with the shield movements. And of course, anybody cannot, damage him while he is inside that circle, inside that shield as well. So I feel the Knights played really well. Even though Saksham was taken down, he was knocked out while the booyah moment came in. But his team was making sure that they have the number. That's very basic Free Fire Max gameplay coming in, which always pays off in such situations, Lucifer.
Yeah, I really like when we see our passives as well. In the previous game, we ended up seeing a Luna. Here you end up seeing a Nikita. On one end, they look forward to the firing rate. On the other end, reload speed. When you dabble between these two, you are kind of still figuring out which is the best, and that is the reason we enjoy seeing the characters and their skills being used to its perfection for your team's success. While we spoke about Saksham's chrono, we have to talk about Max at A124, Nero on Satya, and Vedant having Oscar. Really well played in terms of, I would say, a team who's made this victory happen for themselves, a booyah that they've managed to grab, which was not easy. But they had to play that strategy of patience, and you can see their damage, yes, all above 1,000, because they did do justice to what they got in terms of a booyah. They were the ones who got to the roof. They made sure they fended off teams before getting there, and once they were there, they made sure nobody else got closer to the roof. Why didn't we see Mad God making an approach? There was Knights who caused them the trouble, and once Mad God went down, we saw that Arise were left almost unknowing of what they need to do. They were only trying to fight off with Lexos, and then Johan went out. Amazing stuff being done. And with that, let's jump to the circle.
Yep, you can see how the fight started, right? We saw how Headhunters and UGxGRP, they were running in and around Carousel, then they went towards Dock, and you see how they again managed to survive that spot, and then again Headhunters came back. But it was Arise Esports once again stealing the limelight in every corner. They again found out a spot where they were holding. See, they always try to get one spot. Last time it was I think Factory, where they settled in and caught those elimination numbers, cranked them up, and then eventually they could not end up getting the booyah this time, but probably they would again try to do the same thing while Kalahari comes in the third map. But just shows how Knights were settled in. They were pretty much confident about their positioning. They knew that if we can control our elimination game, probably keeping our 4 members intact, we can I think always end up getting the booyah. And that was the main goal, I feel, because you need that kind of confidence. While you saw the overall standings at Lucifer, Arise Esports are playing on a different level, and the rest of the lobby are playing, I think, a different Free Fire Max game.
The Knights were the armor as well as the armory. They came towards Railroad, and from there they made it their palace. Now that Alpine's done, it's time to switch to Kalahari. Can they replicate the same thing? Are the points that they grabbed enough? Yes, the same question as Knights are thinking.
Wow.
Every other team will be thinking as we look at the preferred drop spots. Council Hall, again, a little more clustered with ZENSTRIKERS, ADDA Kings and Team TAMILAS. Team TAMILAS, decent performance that we are seeing. I think kind of closer to qualification and elimination. We have to yet wait and watch. METANINZA, who got unfortunately eliminated, even though Vincent did save them. They need a lot more points coming in their favor. Let's see if it works out as they're at sub. Santa Caterina, OLIGARCHS, not a lot in terms of their action that we've seen here, Oro, but there is more to be expected.
Exactly, as I mentioned that, right, it's only Arise Esports who are initiating some kind of actions or probably some kind of plays, because the rest of them are just waiting for others to make any mistakes. You know, you saw how KS, they were so patient. We saw how Oligarchs play, they were so patient again. So there's a mix of teams inside this lobby where I can feel teams have picked few moments from Group A and few have gone in to pick from Group B, where Group B was much more aggressive. You look at how RNX played, you look at how Knights played, how EMZ played, and now we come to Group C. They have prepared, they know how to play in this lobby, and they're getting their points according to their own convenience, and which is fair, I feel, Lucifer.
Fair or not, as of now, it's about qualifying. Whether you manage to make it across by grabbing somebody else's elimination or you're the one starting a battle. Matter of fact is you grab the points. Whether you use it with a hit list, whether you use a UAV drone to get information, or maybe the binoculars, doing justice to the points. We spoke about it. The point system is so crucial. That is the reason we keep showing it every day, making sure you and everybody understands when you're in FFM, it is what matters. That's where it takes you to the victory race. You get the booyahs, you become the champions, and right now you can already see how tough it has gotten for teams within just 2 games. And with 2 games done, yes, predictions also are something that is a little tougher on our shoulders in terms of predicting who could make it happen. And we go for the safer picks, but I can see you have taken out UGxGRP after seeing their first 2 games, and I think that was bound to happen. But I'm still, after looking at what they did, I still have hope, even though I've not removed them. However, Headhunters as well as METANINZA, as I said, we always have 2 names that we have same every time on the desk, and you've gone in for Arise. I think there's no bats to be bound in terms of, hey, why did you go for that pick? That answer is written with Mad God's name in it.
Exactly, and I think they have almost qualified, probably have kept 1 feet already towards that top 18 spot. We'll know eventually, because there are 4 more games to be played, you know, Kalahari being the 3rd one, and a lot of vertical facts are going to come up. While we saw how Refinery and Command Post in the preferred drop spot was left alone, I don't think that is going to happen, because a lot more fights are going to come in, and probably teams might, you know, we will see a lot more fights, you know, being engaged by these players, because, you know, now we are going in towards the very end of those maps, or probably towards the very end of today, where the result is bound to come. So these teams either have to go in and get those points, or else somebody else will grab them and kick you out. So you do not want to be in that spot, Lucifer. You explained it pretty well.
Nobody wants to be in the chopping block. As easy as it is said, nobody wants to. There are every team fighting for it. So one or the other is going to get at the verge of qualification or elimination. They are trying their best. You have to give it to every team to even make it to the top 36. It was tough. And from here, imagining every team and group getting sliced in half, that is already tempo in their heartbeat increased. But now we're going to the halfway mark. It is going to be the 3rd game for the day, jumping towards Kalahari to see if there is a comeback to be staged. It is now.
Definitely. Let's see how Kalahari is going to unfold right now, because this is going to be tough for a lot more teams. But if they want to bounce back, they have to start it right from here. Here comes the Knights, who've got a booyah in the last game, and they are going towards Stone Ridge. Where are they going to be challenged by anybody? No, they are not getting challenged. So definitely they are going to be very calm towards Stone Ridge, where they can grab their loot and probably focus on the circle. And METANINZA is one of those teams who do not have a challenge for now towards the sub-region. They are pretty good on Kalahari, Lucifer, so probably this is gonna be the map. Probably they're gonna eye to make a comeback, or probably start to at least get those elimination points so that they have the momentum.
Oldhampton and Confinement having a problem in terms of a fight. UGxGRP and Oligarchs right now at Confinement. Command Post, we did see it's still empty. You spoke about Refinery. We ended up seeing, I think, Team TAMILAS making a jump there. UGxGRP, name that you have taken out of your books for this game after looking at their performances. I'm still hoping and rooting if there is a flag bearer there and Kohli decides he wants to be the one. A 1v1 against Kingston, he wins, but it's still not done. That's just the thirst to find in the lobby, as they need a lot more to answer for their footfalls in the previous 2 games.
Yeah, oligarchs usually are very patient in these situations. See, again, they're being very patient. They're wanting the players from UGxGRP to close in. The freeze nade being used. Nim, he has already opened up the time turner. Again, waiting, playing with the minds of Shanku. Shanku, we know how smart he is. He's also not converging. They're also playing the patience game. Who are going to break? Okay, Sahil being the first one to get taken out. He literally comes down, finishes off Sahil. Nim, he's being very smart right here. But then he couldn't take down Shanku there. He's taken out. Gokul jumps down, but he gets dealt with as well. It is the mini Uzi who's firing all cylinders for Shanku. Shanku gets both of them. Now finally we see UGxGRP finding their groove or finding the elements. They still need to win this fight. Kohli needs to be revived as well.
I almost got close, but Shanku showing us of what he's still got in the experience that he has had in the lobbies. He's been also played on that in stage that we've seen on LAN in Lucknow. So there is an experience that he's bringing to UGxGRP, and that is finally coming into play in this game. 2 eliminations is his name. Kohli started it off with 1, troubled Oligarchs. Thankfully, Oligarchs, their whole team did not decide for a full-on fight here. If they did, it could have become a problem. They did send one of the players, will be revived, but Nim, even after getting revived, he's eliminated. But on the other end, a team only is out, and that's a rise.
Yeah. Wow, I'm literally shocked.
How
but
and
then,
what?
Much on that later, but for now, it's UGxGRP. The fight hasn't stopped. But wait, Oligarchs, they're fighting towards a different angle right now. It's ZENSTRIKERS. So Stone Ridge didn't give them a challenge, so probably they came ahead and wanted a fight. They found ZENSTRIKERS as their target right now. But ZENSTRIKERS, they need the confidence. They only have 5 points, Lucifer. You know, as we speak about UGxGRP, they are also one of the teams who need to gear up. Otherwise, they also just might get kicked out. Look at Knights. Come closer towards IQESPORTS.
We were talking about teams maybe getting qualified in the 3rd game itself, but I think that's going to change with Arise going out. There is a possibility for anybody, but getting closer to qualification, even IQESPORTS wants to feel it. They did start off really well in the previous game, but it did not conclude in their direction. Now they're pushing towards the Knights. They managed to do the trouble, but they're taking launchpad, and look at the confidence on the Knights. While there was a player right in front of their faces firing with the P90, they said, doesn't matter, we are going to take the mini launchpad and jump across, and not even a single player got knocked. Prime, he would be furious. He had 3-4 players, fired at all of them, and because the damage spread around the players, he did not get a single knock.
Yeah, IQESPORTS, they are still intact is what I think will matter for now. I think surviving is also going to be key, but look at Spark. Ooh, what? ADDA Kings gets eliminated and ZENSTRIKERS find their groove. Look at NG Silver Eagle. They're also in a spot of bother with, you know, the rest of the members from ZENSTRIKERS closing in. Lexos is the lone player. He has to survive, but how will he? It's the cord. Movement's coming in. Then the recall tower was there. Was he able to revive somebody? Yeah, he probably did. Or probably I think one player was surviving. Yeah, exactly. Probably one player did not want to converge here, Lucifer.
Oh no, Oligarchs, they make a jump in at the right timing when ZENSTRIKERS thought they'd finished off the fight. This is why information is crucial. And Prime also goes down. Oligarchs chasing JD God. He's trying to run away. ZENSTRIKERS, one of the players and the last survivors. Can he make anything possible? He was close to a vending machine, but the direction of where Oligarchs were approaching has troubled him. JD God still trying his best, but with the Trogan, I don't see an approach where he's going to survive this, where there's an opportunity for him. Thankfully, I think he did use the vending machine, revive his teammates, so they will have an opportunity even with his elimination going out.
Yeah, Oligarchs found out their groove probably with 5 elimination points right now. Kingston and Nim being the ones who have contributed right now, but the Knights are in open. And FX Elite, have they not spotted them? It's a question, because Mammoth, we know that if you are towards the ridge, you can find out these players pretty easily. You have the higher ground. So probably somewhere else in the map, there's a fight happening between Team TAMILAS and the Knights. Vedant being the one with that AWM, find the knock.
If at this point maybe FX Elite were closer because Team Tamilas were around Refinery, it could have been an opportunity for FX Elite because they have the hit list on Khonshu from Team Tamilas. FX Elite, they did have good games. They're looking okay-ish at this moment if you would want to ask me. But they need a lot more points. It's not like they are already at the verge of the top 6. They still have the probability of making it through. But right now, ZENSTRIKERS also a chance that they're looking forward to in terms of making a qualification happening. JD got once more in trouble, and that is going to be from the Knights. And Knights are finding players everywhere. After getting this booyah, they've gotten a lot more confident, and this is the reason we say that teams need to get closer to booyah and grab a booyah at the very start. Because if you do, confidence will still be high. You'll be ready to take fights rather than playing a very survival approach, which could land you in a victory as well as a defeat.
Exactly, and I don't want to speak too early, Lucifer, because what happened yesterday after the third game, NXT, they cranked up the number. They had only 1 point, and that too of an elimination after 2 games, and they went to 42 probably. But then we'll talk about that later. For now, it's Silver Eagle who has brought back the members. And I think they're fighting, and METANINZA have heard them in the vicinity, and they're coming in for a third party. Now the Bolt Maker will also create a little bit of a fuss, but Nazim is out in the open and he has to face 2 players. Anshu and Zarvis being the one, but Lexos jumping in right on top. But Zarvis needs to understand that Nazim can be the member who can take him down, but he needs support. Ginotra being the grenadier, the nade comes in and finds Lexos and also Nazim. Here you go. Ginotra gets the momentum going in for METANINZA, Lucifer.
NG Silver Eagles, they still have 1 player, Sanatani here. Can he be taken down? He's not the only player. There's still 1 more. I think he's already made a run out of this position for revival. METANINZA on the other end, after not having great games in terms of big numbers, they have an opportunity that they've gotten 3 eliminations. Another team right in front of them for a fight, and that's going to be OLIGARCHS. OLIGARCHS are also taking their time. They're not rushing for the fight, same as METANINZA. First, reading the opponents, getting information, and for that, Django is surrounding them, making a jump with his AC-80. Ginotra is behind. We did see nades being tossed across. Nero Plushie also comes, and it hits Gokul and Nim. Their position gets instantly tracked, and now Django, look at him, behind enemy lines, the way he's treading, but OLIGARCHS might be in trouble. He has to be a little faster. Gokul and Nim right in together. Jarvis gets taken down. Nim and Gokul for the time being holding it off. Ginotra is also in trouble. He also gets knocked. The way OLIGARCHS are holding this, and Anshu now in trouble. Damage being done. He's also knocked, and OLIGARCHS put every player from METANINZA who were close by down in a 2v3 fight.
Exactly. It's always OLIGARCHS with their game of patience. They're testing everybody inside the lobby, Lucifer. And this has always paid off for them right from game number 1 while they were fighting against Arise Esports. It eventually was taken out. But before getting taken out, they took down IQESPORTS. So that was value created. Again, they create value for themselves before getting eliminated. And that is why they are still there towards that top 6 spot. We saw them with 20 points. They've already gotten 10 points in this game. And we understand the fact that this is the game where teams are going to start getting those moves. And they have found the proper spot, I feel.
Everybody knows once they are at game 3, it's the halfway mark. If they've not performed, it's going to get tougher. And that is the reason I end up saying that every team still has performed decent, especially teams who have double digits. FX Elite, METANINZA, even though they lost a lot of players, gave away that elimination, they've also performed decently around that 8th spot that we speak about when we saw game number 2 that ended. Headhunters, we spoke about command post, right? It was empty for a long time, but right now with 2 teams, FX Elite as well as Headhunters, both of them very close to the tower itself. Team Tamilas, they are the ones at the edges of the command post. They want to enter, but because they were already troubled, they are worrying about it. But ZENSTRIKERS, they are not worried. They're inside the circle. However, IQESPORTS, they were the challenge. They pick up a monster truck, instantly boost and run away, but Prime with the AC-80 puts players down, not just one, make it the other. Both the players who decided to make a run with the monster truck will be confirmed.
Absolutely. 10 elimination points for ZENSTRIKERS Esports. Finally, they decide to strike Lucifer after having only 5 points after 2 games. You can see that, these teams getting points down the table just is making the cutoff go higher, which we expected. And that's why I think Arise Esports, when you said that they getting eliminated, will open the floodgates for the rest of the teams. But now, Headhunters, in this positioning, they can control a lot more areas, and I feel Headhunters are going to get this game higher on the elimination marker.
Let's hope they do. because they need points. Yes, they're close to the top that we were talking about, but we spoke. There's a difference of 40 points. That's a lot to pick up. While Monster Truck as a safe break, if you would want to call it, a window of an opportunity to get out in case the tower is going to become a problem. But for the time being, they're causing trouble. IQESPORTS, Vishal, he gets eliminated. That's a confirmation for Headhunters. But on the other end, ZENSTRIKERS are moving in. FX Elite already were holding the position. NG Silver Eagle, who have not had a great start here on Kalahari, will want to make a mark of their own. Command post slowly being encroached by every team as the circle is moving in this direction. Could be an opportunity to make it or break it, and Headhunters decide they're going to break it for the other teams.
Yep, and Vincent starts with the pick, and here goes the goal. Vincent gets one more onto Prime, who came in to revive Mohsin. You cannot revive him. Probably that's going to be a sacrificial role he has to play. But no, Sam, you are too much in the open. He's running left and right, and he's being fired from all the members of Headhunters. And now literally creating a lot of pressure for ZENSTRIKERS. They've almost lost 50% of the cavalry. Sam and JD God out in the open. What is he trying? The glue walls can be dealt with. Now comes the Riptide Rhythm. It's going to be exposed. He has to run away. He gets taken out. Prime is also out in the open. He survives. He barely survives. What is happening right now? ZENSTRIKERS fighting for survival.
Trouble all across command post, because Headhunters, they want to command it, but the circle moves a little further from the command post tower. Therefore, they have to conclude this fight as fast and swift as possible. Thankfully, because of the position that the players were in, ZENSTRIKERS were able to revive their teammates. JD God is going to be happy about it because he's not the only player right as of now. I like Headhunters' approach as well. They're thinking that somebody could make a jump towards this tower at command post, and that is the reason they've put up landmines as well. Team TAMILAS, they're trying to close the distance as well. Another team that we spoke about. Damage could be done, and this is the reason the glue walls were destroyed. Something being tossed across did do a chip damage to Headhunters, and that gave an opportunity, a window to instantly run, and Team TAMILAS have a compound inside command post.
You know, you see how Headhunters are controlling the fights and they're calling the shots right now. IQESPORTS, meanwhile, they get eliminated. And Arsh, with his Winchester, he finds one onto Saksham. Knights, they're falling like 9 pins right now. Fight is happening somewhere, and Headhunters are pretty much happy doing the third party, and they are getting taken down outside the circle. You know, this is the fourth. Definitely a lot of damage being dealt there. And ZENSTRIKERS, meanwhile, they also get eliminated. A lot of teams, you know, finding the spot difficult to rotate inside the circle, and that is why you know, places like refinery and command post are so crucial. You need to control these areas, otherwise it becomes so much difficult to rotate inside while the circle converges towards these angles. Now command post has the control, and look at how Oligarchs, they're controlling refinery, and there is Headhunters who are controlling command post.
Oligarchs set because they're inside the circle. Headhunters still need to step in. Sanatani is down. Confirmation will come through. Jordex knew he couldn't step out because the angle was in his disadvantage. Lexos also being spotted. They're trying to make sure he doesn't get closer, but he's being hit with the zone damage. So NG Silver Eagle, they need to make a getaway approach, and Lexos tries his best with the grapple but doesn't go anywhere. It's all up to the last survivor from their end. But on the other end, the last survivor from the Knights will also be eliminated. Headhunters now going all in, bang on their approach. Team TAMILAS in trouble. They make the jump, and Oligarchs taking advantage of it as they grab 2 of those eliminations that Headhunters approached for.
Absolutely, and as I said, you know, you can control so much while you have the higher ground, and you look at Oligarch's position, they are going to pound upon these teams. METANINZA also getting eliminated towards the 6th spot. Headhunters, they need to win this battle against FX Elite, otherwise it's going to be very difficult. Here goes Divine, he has the Grenadier role, of course, he finds one onto Surya. Cyber also taken out, but Divine, he gets taken out by the M590. Divine finished off. But Headhunters, they want to buy time, they run away from the spot. They know that the circle is also converting, a lot of damage coming in from the bolt picker as well. Arsh and Vincent, they need to survive, and they will find Script. And Script is spotted, but Kokul takes down Vincent. A lot of problems being created from the top by Oligarchs, Lucifer.
This is why you need the platforms or the towers, and Oligarchs are playing it smart. Script is somehow trying to survive, but Melt is being used. Avijit gets hit, but that's by Harsh.
No.
Harsh is not much area to run, and eventually Headhunters will be put down thanks to all Oligarchs play coming through. And Oligarchs are the kings right now on the platform, and it comes down to one final fight. We were thinking about 4 teams, but all the 4 in the blink of an eye put an end to by Oligarchs. But Oligarchs are above the platform. Right below them is UGxGRP more than Oligarchs. UGxGRP need this game. Both of them are around 6th and the other at the 12th. But now making a jump is ever so crucial. Oligarchs make it, they get to a safer spot. UGxGRP make it, they'll finally be in the race.
Definitely UGxGRP, I would feel that they have the best chance of getting this booyah because they have the lower ground. Circle is gonna close out towards that spot. Probably a monster truck game. Probably they might just keep one member. There's a sniper in the team. Django is ready with his grapple gun.
No.
Who's gonna jump down?
The
Is the
circle.
question. The circle is closing in, of course, Lucifer, and that's gonna create a lot of problems. Nim, he jumps up towards the containers and trying to create more space for them,
no.
but it's just getting more difficult for them.
The circle's moving against UGxGRP. They would have thought that hopefully the zone moves in their direction. Now they have to use the grapples, make a jump. Only 2 of their players making it across. Shanku in trouble. Kohli wants to help. Finally, Sahil does, but Java boy, he fails. Shanku had to go down to patch himself up. And now look at this. Oligarchs, they're repositioning right in time for this final fight. They decide that they need to make sure that they are the ones who grab the booyah. Somehow UGxGRP are still surviving, not giving Oligarchs the right approach or the aim down to sight to find a knock, and therefore UGxGRP are keeping this battle alive.
Definitely, a lot of utilities being used by Oligarchs right now. The melters are coming in. They know the positionings. UGxGRP are surviving around the corners. They're still towards the lower ground. Oligarchs playing the circle. They're playing for all the positionings right now. UGxGRP, how will they find the opening first? It's a question. Sahil in a different angle, expecting that some players will come down, but nobody has jumped down. Oligarchs are controlling the platforms once again. Shanku, a lot of damage onto him. Probably the first knock. Whoever finds it is going to be in big trouble, Lucifer.
Yeah, Oligarchs, that's what they're trying to find. Once they see a knock, they would want to push instantly towards UGxGRP because they know it's not going to be easy to take them down, and that is the reason they're holding this platform, not letting UGxGRP make a jump. It's going to be tough. Oligarchs, what a smart game coming through. However, we hear the 7th circle right now, and therefore players will be in trouble. Riptide Rhythm coming in from Sahil. It was towards Django. Shanku gets knocked. This should be the opening. And there you see Nim making a jump. Kohli in trouble. He will be knocked. UGxGRP, they tried their best to fend off Oligarchs, and now it's down to Sahil. One man against the entire lot who are decimating everybody. 24 eliminations for Oligarchs, and they make it 27 with this booyah.
Absolutely, the patient game has been top-notch from Oligarchs, and once again showcasing a patient game from Oligarchs, and the booyah in their favor with numbers of eliminations they have stacked up on. It just shows the kind of talent these players have. Django leading the think tank, he controlled once again, he called the shots, he knew that while we find the first opening, we will be the one who will be on top, and UGxGRP, they tried their level best, but they could not get the game converted in their favor. Probably they could have blamed the circle because it went against them, Lucifer.
And UGxGRP were hoping that the circle will be in their direction. They had a really good positioning, but let's take a look at the last shot. It started with Oligarchs only, and it will end with Oligarchs. They troubled FX Elite. They troubled every team that was trying to get closer. Headhunters, they tried. They couldn't be avoided. They were taken down. Team TAMILAS, and then it came down to Shanku going down. And once Shanku has gone down, all the plan for UGxGRP's play were all unraveled. From there on, it was instant known that Oligarchs have this booyah control. They are the ones who are going to be grabbing it and making it sure that they make it work. And look at this. It was kudos to Nim who made it happen. Sahil, unfortunate. He was the one who wanted to start with Django. He sent out a Riptide Rhythm towards Django, but Django was in the other direction, while we saw Nim who was holding his sights ready, top down, and instantly Shanku's little edge peak on that pillar gave a chance for Oligarchs. 27 eliminations, total 39 points, and then coming is going to be Headhunters, not UGxGRP. UGxGRP were a little stable in terms of their game. They made it to the top, but did not get a lot of eliminations.
The tables have turned, Lucifer. You know what is going to happen once a team from the 6th position climbs up and gets a 39-pointer game. And we expected this to happen because Arise Esports got taken out pretty early in this one. You know, the way they have played in these two games, you know, just showcased how you can crank up the elimination game. But it was Headhunters once again with the survival survival game. We have to give credits to how Divine is managing his team, right? The mindset is very clear that whatever happens, how much chaotic it becomes, you should not leave the top 3 spot. You have to be there. They have gotten the 10 elimination points, which I feel is, to be honest, enough to qualify at least, because here again the agenda is to qualify for top 6, not be at the top spot.
Yeah, your knockout qualification is not at stake. It's about your knockout qualification is at stake, but not qualifying from knockout. So staying in the top 6 is going to be the right mindset. But I still see Headhunters, yes, not completely elimination heavy, but are also inclining towards surviving till the last 4 teams, last 2, last 3. But we've seen any team that tried to play that survival, played the placement points game, did not all make it across. Only some of them who were balancing out with their eliminations made it across. ADDA Kings, an unfortunate, disappointing game along with IQESPORTS. ADDA had 0 and on the other end having only 2 points. Arise, it's a positive thing for other teams to look at, but for Arise only 2 points, meaning their confirmation that could have happened that they would have already qualified if they got a triple digit on the overall standing is yet to be waited for. Knights, after getting a booyah game, they're sitting at only 7 points. METANINZA, when we see them every time, it feels like Jarvis and Ginotra are pushing this new squad to move towards a chance of qualification. They grab eliminations, the next minute they're out. So far, one thing I've understood in Group C, right, while we were looking at the lineups as well in terms of how teams are playing, every team that you end up seeing here are almost a little new. Players have changed, their names have been rebranded. A lot of things that these players are trying to play for is very varied. Whereas compared to Group A and B, we had at least very familiar teams and players who used to play together. But here, completely different, and that is the reason every time, except for Arise, consistency is still not there by anybody. Okay, you can take Arise also off the scoreboard as of now after the last game.
Correct. I was about to say that, but that it's good for UGxGRP and of course ZENSTRIKERS. They have something to play with right now, Sam. They have something to showcase on the leaderboard. Definitely, some good games and some good elimination points, survival game coming in. But here comes the most valuable player. Of course, it is OLIGARCHS' name. The way he controlled, my goodness, 10 elimination points, and the teams are getting much more comfortable on solo individual stacks, right? With 10 elimination points for Nim, and the way OLIGARCHS, specifically handled the whole map, because getting a 39 pointer is never an easy job, because you have to still get those points while the team is not fine. Teams are not in those elements, and you look at the damage number as well with 3,830. This shows how confident he was with that M590.
27 total eliminations is what the team had, and 10 came from Nim. Incredible stuff coming in from his end. And as a rusher that he has the role, right, he was making sure the opponents don't rush. Brilliant stuff coming in from his end. Riptide Rhythm, we spoke about it, that trying to trouble an opponent was an approach that we did end up seeing. It did not work at its best, but we've seen that teams with Riptide Rhythm and Nero being used together cause a lot of trouble, and that was one of the reasons when OLIGARCHS were trying their approach of making sure the platform is their advantage. UGxGRP, who were trying to push forward, couldn't do much. Both of these simultaneously were being used, and in case either of these two were dodged, Oscar was there coming in from Gokul, who was making an instant rush on the dash, making sure that nobody who tried to get closer will be denied off. Let's talk about the stats. We spoke about Nim already. Let's talk about Kingston, who also has 6 eliminations, 8 on Gokul, and then Django with 3 of his own.
Lucifer, Nim didn't even play the games in week number 1. He came in for a replacement of Brave. You imagine a player coming in and replacing Brave, who played superbly in their group, and taking the responsibility and getting an MVP just shows how impactful he was, right? And that in itself showcases character. And OLIGARCHS starting in this circle, they started off with Council Hall, they came in towards Old Hampton, they were fighting all over. You see, they're again coming back towards Shrine, wanting to find players. Few hit lists were triggered. They again went towards Old Hampton, outside the circle, trying to flush out teams, and they were always there. You see, again, coming and controlling Refinery. They knew that nobody would be there towards Refinery. They were so confident that even if somebody is there, we will flush them out and have the platforms, because that's where the game can change, and they changed it right there.
Changed indeed, but even headhunters were hoping for the same. As you could see, they were right at command post's tower. Thankfully, the circle moved towards Oligarch and they were happy about it. And I think in between, UGxGRP are also happy because compared to their previous games that we witnessed where they had only 1 point to now at least grabbing double digits in total points, should be giving them the momentum that they needed a start on, right? The confidence move that we keep talking about. But this one game is not going to be enough because this happened in game 3 Oro. If it happened in game 2, then we would have said, okay, now UGxGRP have slowly built, there is 4 more games for them to play, but now there's only 3 more games. And just like how they have realized that this happened in game 3, every other 11 teams are realizing that this is game 3 that concluded. 3 more games, and in 3 more games, if you're not there in top 6, your journey for TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring is going to be done.
Absolutely, and that's why the desperation was there and was very much visible in the last few moments where they were, wanting that Oligarch would jump down, but they did not. You cannot fight a patience game with a team like Oligarchs because both Oligarchs and Arise, they have been very patient and they have been rewarded with, with these kind of elimination points. So just shows that you don't have to be very flashy and aggressive all the time. You can be patient. You can wait for the teams to make mistakes and still get a 40 pointer or a 44 pointer, which is so amazing to look at, Lucifer.
Amazing stuff being done, but something amazing is waiting for our viewers as well on the other end by the time we conclude today's top 18 qualifying for our knockout stages. And what that is, you have a question? I'll not tell you right as now. You would have to continue and join with us till the end of the stream. That's when you will know about it. What that is, how it is going to be happening, what is going to be happening. All of that very soon you will know, but at the end of the stream. So watch the entire stream with us. Let your friends also know because today is the last day for our group stage. Group stages will be concluded after that. We will start the knockout stages on March 20th. But before that, we still have 3 more games. Group C is still fighting for a chance to the top 6. Who is going to make it across? Right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in this pivotal. They wanna be me, it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait too long. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. If you know about the rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. Say you got it, and I Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No, I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
Get down in the car, one time give it all, bust it open hard, let me see you job. Get down in the car, one time give it all, bust it open hard, let me see you job. I fucked up this hustle, baby hustle, but the oh my. hustle, but then.
Hello survivors of all ages, welcome back after a short little break. You guys are watching TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring, and to take you guys through the last 3 maps, it's Crips and me, Auzora Aiden. So Crips, enjoying so far?
Oh, I am having a lot of fun. I mean, I think there's only one team who's having more fun than me, and that's gonna be Arise Esports. But the turbulence, man, in this entire lobby, it's too much. Like, on one hand, you've got Arise dominating the first 2 games, and then they fall flat on their face in the 3rd game. That's fine. They don't need the points. But then UGxGRP had the exact opposite trend. They were sleeping for the first 2 games, and then they came alive in the 3rd one. So it's like one team starts at the top and then goes to the bottom, and similarly the other team starts at the bottom, claws their way to the top. I don't know how many more such variations we'll see by the end of the day.
You know, truth be told, the final 3 maps that are Solara, Purgatory and Nexterra, it's going to be another level altogether. So many teams are still trying to struggle and find their forte, get those points in the early phase. Now is when the time comes for them. Well, so far we have seen those drop clashes coming into the picture, but wait a second. I am not seeing anyone towards the northwestern hemisphere. Okay, that has to be something which soon might change, but Windmill is one of the places where I can see ZENSTRIKERS going ahead and calling it a paradise. The others, slowly but surely, they're going to reach down. The hub is looking pretty, stacked with a couple of teams, and TV Tower, my oh my, everyone wants a spotlight.
Everyone does want the spotlight at TV Tower. I know that FX Elite will most likely stick to the TV Tower. Headhunters, I think, might go for a split drop. They generally love taking Funfair because it's the one place which gives you access to not only TV Tower via a slide track, but also towards Windman and Delta Isle. Plus, since it's like the center part of the northern sector of the map, a lot of teams will end up passing through it. So, because it has so much traffic passing through it, you're gonna be able to pick up a bunch of eliminations to your name. But yeah, it's not just the northwestern sector of the map. The entire northern sector of the map is vacant. I have not seen so much real estate before. So yeah, certainly we might see some teams go over there and have a good time. But all these drop clashes, I am expecting them to happen like this. Even if you don't fight the team right off drop, within a minute, somebody or the other will arrive and rotate over here.
That's the power of Solara, right? Most of the places, it's so easy for you to maneuver. There's one slide that will give you access towards multiple places. So all you have to do is hop on that and not be shot. So use your glue walls, make a perfect cocoon, and then from there on, keep moving from one corner to the other. So the quick accessibility in this map keeps the enemies on feet, and close quarter battles are going to happen in an instant. So I'm super happy to see this map specifically from our map pool side. So I'm just hoping for something much more better. And talking about picking our 3 dynamic teams, I would go for IQ, Headhunters, and alongside it ZENSTRIKERS.
Okay, I mean, I see why you've picked Headhunters. Even I have gone for that particular pick. But I am very surprised at your ZENSTRIKERS pick. So far, I've seen them struggle to finish their fights on time, and generally when the fight drags on for longer, they just end up inviting third parties. So that's why I'm a little skeptical about your pick. But then again, I have no moral high ground to, look down upon your predictions, because I've picked up the safest bets possible. Arise Esports, I literally changed it after I saw them win 2 massive games. So yeah, that's me cheating a bit because I picked my predictions late. I've had the privilege of watching the first 2 games and then doing it, so I admit. I pick Headhunters obviously because they are very good on this map, Solara, because even though they run around getting into fights a lot, they never get pinched in between two teams in Solara, and somehow that always ends up working in their favor. So that's why I picked up Headhunters, because I think they will not get pinched in a map where it is very easy to get surrounded.
The best part about these 2 very maps are like Alpine and Solara. Solara being one of the picks that is already here. It's such good for Headhunters and ZENSTRIKERS. Specifically, they can upset so many favorite teams. And That's the reason I would call them the dark horses. So let's go ahead and see how well they can perform in this particular map. I believe it's already high time to go ahead and see them perform. So now is the time where things are going to slowly but surely take a really nice upturn.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna bisect the map in half, starting from the bottom on Eco Drain, where you've got Arise Esports drop clashing against the Knights. I do believe that Arise Esports claimed this spot for themselves, but the Knights did not say that they will go to Eco Drain, so that's an early drop clash. Meanwhile, near Studio, you've also got IQESPORTS as well as FX Elite, who said that they will go towards TV Tower, but I guess they wanted to avoid the drop clash against Headhunters in TV Tower, so they went over there. But here, though, on Eco Drain, as soon as the Knights realize that they're up against Arise Esports, they're gonna make their exit and get out of there. They lose a player in the process, but that's the casualty for engaging in a drop clash in the first place.
I'm glad they didn't have all the eggs in the same basket. And now Saksham, even though he did manage to at least take one of the players, there is an entire team just rushing down the throats. Max right in front and Arise, they are not at all stopping, man. What's going on with them? Mad God is not at all losing the trail. He just wants to constantly obliterate the opponent. And there you go. The support arrives and there's the knock and confirmation instant. Johan, but on the other end, has become one of the casualties, but it's all right. Arise, they're pretty confident to go ahead and get him back online. And yet again, the team is going to look super strong.
This team has already been looking super strong. I was hoping that the Knights might just be able to give them a run for their money. You know, even if they don't beat Arise Esports through and through, maybe at least take more than one player down. But having Johan down means absolutely nothing to Arise because they can recover from this one. Look at them. They get shot and they still continue moving on as if nothing is wrong. Finally, Kunal pays the price for ignoring his opponents for too long. You can't treat METANINZA the same way you treat the Knights.
Yep. The rising talents, as they're just constantly getting those points early in the game itself. I love the way they're taking the risk, and the rewards that they're getting is amazing. Even though I thought for a second that, you know what, it might be a very tough time for Arise to go ahead and at least showcase some kind of a positive gameplay towards the Group C, but my oh my, they have proven themselves miles beyond. And I believe that they are LAN ready.
Max. Oh, definitely. I would love to see them at LAN. Look at how good Prodigy is. He knows exactly where Max was, used the Riptide Rhythm, and gets that cover blown clean off of his place. But he also knows that Satya is there to cover his teammate. So he takes the one angle where Satya won't be able to shoot at him. So now it's Johan's responsibility to take care of Satya. Oh my god, Mad God finds X-Divine. X-Divine had no idea that Mad God was right around the corner. That's a free elimination. He does get avenged, but it's a little too late. At least Arsh, by virtue of eliminating and avenging his fallen teammate, is able to get enough points and get the res on the X-Divine again. But Johan quite out in the open. What? How did he even land that shot? Oh, it's Kunal who landed that shot. Damn, okay, yeah.
SKS in hand, and Johan got the perfect support. Kunal has played the LAN already, man. So he's just like, you know what? Right now it's about proving and reaching there. At least reach towards those stages where they have to go ahead and prove themselves. The round robin, which is going to be next. But on the other end, there's a different fight altogether. I love the way GRP is trying to take the matter in their own hands. And Team TAMILAS, they are the ones to pay for their sins. Kohli.
That's what.
He's back on his feet, but Shanku will be alive real soon as there was a vending machine nearby.
That's what happens when two titans clash against each other. Two teams who both won their respective SETI qualifiers. It's Hyderabad versus Lucknow representatives. And this time, UGxGRP have finally found their footing. After having a disastrous start in the first two games, they have stabilized for now. And I hope they continue enjoying this stability for the rest of the day. Because if they don't, they will have a lot of trouble. I mean, they had a decent game previously in Kalahari, but that's still not enough to get them out of danger.
Wow. 2 hit lists? All right. I mean, just like yesterday's tactics, we could see around like 10 or 5 hit lists to be precise on the entire map. So I guess that's one of the lessons that Group C has already learned. And look at the way, constant radar, constant monitoring of where the opponents are. And the best part about activating the hit list is that it's going to be the closest team or the nearby team that gets pinged instantly. So awareness, presence of mind, all of that is going to be under account. Arise right now trying to go ahead and take this battle up against METANINZA, but they have to be very, very cautious and smart at the same time.
Kunal going for the big flank. That Groza should be able to do quite a lot of chip damage onto the people inside the monster truck. But Johan gets fired upon. Almost all of the METANINZA members get outside and they try to fight back. But Johan continues to hold his ground. That's unshoot down. And just across the ridge, you've got Gnotra trying to reunite with Zap. But Jarvis is falling back. Jarvis is going to get outside this fight as an insurance policy. So it's his responsibility to keep the team alive. And Rise Esports recognize that. Look at Prodigy. He's already getting into the vehicles to chase Jarvis, while the rest of the members of Arise Esports continue to pummel down Zap and Gnotra. They have their backs against the wall, nowhere left to go, nowhere left to hide. Gnotra will have to stand here and hold his ground. But Prodigy continues to chase. I mean, at this point, Arise Esports need to reprioritize their entire outlook on this fight. Gnotra and Zap both get a knock each, and that's the massive mistake that METANINZA have been waiting for. Arise Esports overextend. The rest comes through from Kanal, but I don't think Zap is in the right place to take him down. Yes, he is! He still gets the shot with that Kar 98. And wow, that is insane. Zap misses most of his spray, but Johan is just barely alive. He's got 1 foot in the grave already. And METANINZA deal with the Arise threat very effectively.
METANINZA, all eyes on them. I thought for a second that Arise, the moment they have used their Dinoculus, it's going to be for the best, but unfortunately it did not work out that well. But overall, what a lovely way to go ahead and take out the threat. METANINZA played it to perfection. And now again, Arise Esports, they need to get back their team members. And I don't think so that's going to be any hassle for them.
Whew. I mean, you had Jarvis running away in the monster truck as a means to keep his team alive, you know, in case the rest of the METANINZA members died. And then you had Prodigy chasing him in the car. Well, the tables have flipped. The script has changed. It's now Prodigy in the car, whose responsibility will be to keep his team alive. He's managed to get the res onto one of his players, but yeah, he's going to have to collect a lot more coins in order to get the rest of his members up.
True that. And all the tacticality and the circle going ahead and being at the smack center. Love the way it's just at least favoring teams who are trying to head all the way from Archway of TV Tower and all the way from Eco Drain as well. If you're planning to go ahead and revive your teammates and then later on join towards the circle, that is possible too. But there are so many teams still outside of the circle trying to take a fight. I can still see Oligarchs trying to at least showcase what they're made of. I mean, the kind of consistency plus the maneuverability that we could see earlier on in the games was insane. Now they want to test it against Team TAMILAS. So, that can be one kind of a treat.
But it's not just Team TAMILAS, even ZENSTRIKERS are in the vicinity, so Oligarchs might end up clashing against both of them. But here we have METANINZA going up against the Knights, and it's a proper 4v4. No need to initiate the battle because you've already got a knock. That's the perfect excuse to send your players in, and here goes Anshu spraying down Saksham. At least Max is able to get the trade instantly with that Bison, and the double glue wall will create a barrier on the doorway, which they will have no trouble breaking down. Kick the door down. They're basically pulling off an Inspector Daya cosplay over here, man. METANINZA are taking no prisoners.
Absolutely not. Specifically after taking a fight against Arise, now they are super confident. On the other end, the moment the camera focuses on ADDA Kings, I just have one thing to say about them. They're still trying to get a grip over what's happening right in front. And now, Headhunters, they themselves want to get a better piece of the pie. So, good amount of eliminations coming through. 8 eliminations. And they're still looking for more. Prodigy, Mad God right in front. And they've been spotted as well. So, the Tum shots are going to come in real soon.
Uh-oh, look at Arise Esports. They have just managed to get the rest of their players online, and now they've already lost one more. There's a chance that they lose these two as well. Pre-nading Prodigy. As soon as he gets into the vehicle, the AWM takes him down. It's X-Divine and Vincent's lovely coordination that instantly deletes that guy. And Man God now just running away, hoping that he will be able to outrun the METANINZA. I'm sorry, not the METANINZA, the Headhunter players.
It's not at all possible. One Dinoculus and his information will be revealed. He's right now at the
They got
bottom,
him.
thinking that he can at least survive, swim all across, but unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. Headhunters, they're just gonna keep hunting down members after members and collect those 200 tokens in their pocket for the next revival.
Yeah. So, headhunters are at least living up to their name, you know. They're going around and hunting people down. Meanwhile, Arise Esports finally have been humbled. Somebody had to put their killing spree to an end. So, it might as well just be a little bit of METANINZA, a little bit of headhunters, both these teams coming together to, you know, give them a good old beating. Just reminding them of their status. But I am starting to get concerned about Team TAMILAS because they were kind of split. At one point, we almost saw them fight against OLIGARCHS while the rest of their teammates were in Delta Isle. So Team TAMILAS were going for a 2-2 split. But now I see OLIGARCHS over here on the top right-hand side of your screen. But I don't see Team TAMILAS anywhere. So maybe they managed to avoid that battle. That's good for them. But UGxGRP might be in trouble. I see Shanku down already. And METANINZA have their numbers. Anshu manages to get the confirmation as well. But at least their lives will be spared for now because METANINZA are happy with that one elimination point. They don't want to pursue that fight any longer.
True that. And I can see FX Elite. They're at the smack center. They're the ones who are going to grab a lot of attention. Prodigy. He thought he could survive, but it's Headhunters yet again. Trying to take any and every person who comes right in front. Where are the glue walls? Absolutely nothing. And Team Arise, they just get eliminated in an instance. Headhunters.
Yeah.
What a lovely performance. Keeping their eyes basically peeled for more information. And my, Arise.
It's not just Headhunters. Even ADDA Kings were trying to shoot at Arise Esports. It's basically a battle between Headhunters and ADDA Kings to see who's gonna steal most eliminations away, man.
Headhunters. Clearly.
Yeah.
But let's see how well Silver Eagle can go ahead and perform as well, as most of the time they're inside the circle. They're prioritizing that one part of it. But where are the eliminations? You need them. You need to fill your pocket, flood it with them so that at least in the later part of the circle, you will not have any bad thoughts about it. Shanku, Kohli, Sahil, every single pour down a waterfall is just going up against any and every team who's trying to go in for late rotation. So the gatekeeping is insane and a couple of players already being knocked. Wait, Headhunters, have they confirmed them yet?
Headhunters might not even get to confirm them, you know? There's so many teams taking shots at Team TAMILAS. At least they managed to get indoors, so that's nice. But UGxGRP, they might be safe temporarily, but they will have to get outside that little corner. And at that point, once again, ADDA Kings and Headhunters will shoot them down. What happened to Arise Esports might happen to UGxGRP yet again. But luckily for the time being, Headhunters have turned their attention towards Oligarchs. So that's UGxGRP's cue. That's the distraction that they were waiting for, and they use that opportunity to get slightly more towards the center of the circle.
Oh, the hopes of going ahead and getting the booyah. Late rotations, Headhunters, they want to take a different approach altogether. They know what has happened with all the other teams trying to pour down like a waterfall and then later on just completely get obliterated. Good approach. Now they want to contest against ADDA Kings? Okay, this is big. And I'm happy to see them going ahead and contesting this team who has been obeyed so far.
Yeah, but they don't even want to take shots at ADDA Kings. They just take the compound that ADDA Kings were in previously. So while ADDA Kings go ahead and get a new house for themselves, Headhunters take up their old residence. But the zone will eventually push them out, so this is just a temporary place. The boat maker has been deployed, and Headhunters don't have the luxury of healing themselves just yet. So they're just going to use the heal guns on each other and continue moving closer towards ADDA Kings. Inch by inch, both these teams make their way to the center. NG Silver Eagles might just be able to stop their approach, but I don't think Silver Eagles spot them yet. Headhunters take the first shot. They do a little bit of damage, and now they try to go in from the other gate. Vincent up close with their AWM. Cursed taken down, and Vincent continues to strike. Even Sidhu doesn't stand a chance. Up close and personal with that shotgun is Arsh, and he delivers the final blow. ADDA Kings wiped out in seconds, but the zone is hurting them a lot right now. The fourth zone, you can't tank that much damage, so you have to go in even further ahead. And luckily, Silver Eagles can't take shots at Headhunters right now. ZENSTRIKERS right under them, and Headhunters at least find the wall. That's the permanent cover they were looking for.
You know, quenching the thirst, Headhunters, they're for sure moving further, but Rohan, in the midst of all of that, he has been taken down. Silver Eagles, they have the height advantage, and that's to the best of the situation. Even though I can see a couple of teams in the similar compound, they are just sharing it like perfect flatmates. And the others, rest assured, they want to reach inside the circle, but it's not going to be that easy. Vincent, the pivotal player, he is entering towards that very spot of it. Has the wall as a comfort, but one nade can take away the hopes of Headhunters to go ahead and get the booyah.
Yeah, but luckily for them, Headhunters are trapped in an L-shaped wall. I wouldn't even say trapped, more like safely cocooned inside. The only thing that can take them down is a well-placed nade. But right now, look at the explosive action near Team TAMILAS and UGxGRP. Somehow, Kohli is still alive, you're right. FX Elite are hiding and biding his time, but Kohli is the one who's truly praying for secrecy. ZENSTRIKERS, though, finally bear the wrath of Silver Eagles as they finally descend from the roof and take down their flatmates. But that opportunity is Headhunters for the taking. Headhunters are now turning their attention towards Kohli. Arsh chasing him to the ends of the earth, and Kohli locked in a 1v1. Kohli wins the duel against Arsh, but gets instantly traded away by Roshan. So one more team is out of the picture. But Headhunters really need to fully heal themselves and get their players back up because there's no time to reset. Team TAMILAS is right on top of them. And while Headhunters are busy shooting down FX Elite, do they know that Team TAMILAS can pose a greater threat to them? METANINZA in all of this are sitting nice and safe inside the zone with Zap just holding on to life, clinging to it. And Team TAMILAS really need to get outside. Do they really want to delay this one as much as possible? I think they're just going to stick to the end of the zone. Headhunters, meanwhile, have to cross a massive open gap.
The kind of moments that I can already see, it's helping a lot. FX, they have the man count advantage as well. Silver Eagles, Jord, he's still alive. He wants to do something big, but it's not going to happen as Zap, he's still there, right outside, looking at what's going to happen next. And Team TAMILAS, even though they have a couple of players, they're taking a backseat. They don't want to take this fight just yet. They would love to third party what's gonna come next. And there you go, FX, man-count advantage on Prime, Zap right in front. He used Kenta, but it's not gonna work out. Even though he's gonna dodge some amount of damage, the others are just gonna keep pouring him down unless he stops. Headhunters are the only potential threat for FX Elite, and FX Elite, they are moving in style. They have the height advantage. They have a platform to go ahead and do their wrongdoing. And now look at them, slowly but surely, checking all of those corners. And Headhunters, they are constantly under the radar. The other two from the likes of Team TAMILAS, they are rotating in, but they need to do it much more smarter than just this.
But take a look at the zone shift, and suddenly Team FX Elite decide that pushing Headhunters is not the best idea because the zone is going to shift towards the center, which means they will have a lot of pressure from Team TAMILAS as well. They currently hold their ground because they recognize the terrain advantage they have. All the other teams will have to come closer to FX Elite. Headhunters just using the head glitch, positioning themselves perfectly, and Vincent strikes first. That's the cue for them to send it full in. Avijit with the Drogon manages to spray two people down, and that's the end of Headhunters. It's all up to Team TAMILAS. Script and Rain trapped near the staircase, and now they're being fully pummeled by the A124. No abilities available for them. At least they've got the enforced UAV so that their glue walls won't be broken down, but they cannot sustain themselves against the overwhelming numbers of FX Elite. Script, lovely pump. Surya down. Script finally gets raided off by Cyber, but it's Rain to hold off in the end. He will be rained upon by the members of the Booyah winning team, FX Elite.
The clutch potential was there, and I could see the mechanical skills that these players possess. What a lovely way to keep calm and keep doing what they're best at. Constantly keeping tabs on Headhunters, and later on, even though Team TAMILAS are like a veteran org, they have very nice disciplined rotations, they read them like an open book. So FX Elite, kudos man. What a lovely way to get the booyah.
Whew. FX Elite, man, really good use of their terrain. I think more than their firepower, their decision making was the real MVP over here, because there would have been nothing stopping FX Elite from going ahead and picking up that fight with Headhunters. But they know that they can't afford to leave this little, how do I even what do I even call this place? The concert stage? Like, how do you even say this? It's a stage, right? It looks like a stage. That's just what I'm gonna call it. But they recognize that there's very few places available for the other teams to hide, and they have the advantage all of a sudden. So then they just don't push. And that actually enables them to isolate the fights against Headhunters and against Team TAMILAS separately. Because if they try to take both of those teams on at once, then they're just basically shooting themselves in the foot.
Oh yeah, for sure. 19 eliminations, 8 placement points, 27 in total is what Headhunters have. So till the very end, staying alive and just calling it a day has been a really good call. FX Elite, lovely performance, man. Keeping the mankind advantage is actually not that easy. Looking at the way the circle was just crunching down more and more members of different teams, FX Elite just stood their grounds, kept calm, kept moving forward, and they were way ahead when they just could predict the circle. That's the best thing you can do. METANINZA, I would just give them a very nice pat on the back as they have received 13 eliminations with 6 placement points. But Team TAMILAS keeping themselves till the very end has been a very nice call for them.
Whew. Lovely game, man. All throughout, lovely game. Like, every single team who managed to make it into the top 5 really impressed me. Great decision making by everybody. All the top 5 teams in this particular game. Of course, more credits to FX Elite, but even with the Booyah, they can only get themselves into the top 5 with 52 points. That doesn't mean they're fully out of danger just yet, because NG Silver Eagles and METANINZA, both with 44 points, they are chasing FX Elite down. They're snapping at their heels.
Indeed. And as long as the hot pursuit is on, Crips, I don't think so any team who is lacking confidence is going to be able to take those fights head on. You need to get back your confidence. You need to start initiating these early battles or early clashes from the drop itself. So might as well gear up, as there are only 2 more maps remaining, Purgatory and Nexterra.
Yeah, and those maps are gonna be something that will really test your mettle. Purgatory, wide open spaces. Nexterra, you're gonna have like some 7 teams alive in the second last circle with the urban finishes. Both these maps test out extremely different skill sets of your team. So I hope you guys can adapt really well. But here we have a man who was able to adapt himself on the fly. That's Avijit, getting 4 eliminations, but 2,400 damage. Clearly, somewhere over here, the damage and the elimination numbers do not match up. But I guess that's why he's got 7 assists. And these guys were moving together as a pack, hunting their opponents down as a unit.
Jeebs, Joseph, Nikita, I do understand he just wants to be that insane rusher or a huge pain for the opponents, as he just loves to dash further and further. So the pushback has been working out a lot for Avijit. So overall, a lovely performance being a rusher for the team. And the others as well going ahead and calling in their own piece of the pies, which is getting in Homer drones, getting that additional bit of information alongside the ping of 25 HP. That's just massive. Surya bringing in the bombarding skills alongside Cassie. So lovely electrotherapy coming in and supporting 3 rushers nonetheless. Now he can choose who he wants to support first.
Yeah, I actually love this setup from Surya. Like, I absolutely love it when the Grenadier doubles up as a healer of the team, because he's never gonna be on the front lines and he's like in the perfect spot to go ahead and res your teammates. Like, if you're gonna be at nade lobbing distance, you're obviously not gonna go up close. And since you are along with the rest of your team, you can even heal them very easily. And you look at this, you got 2 Thivas equipped on Cyber as well as Surya. So plenty of sustainability on this team as well, which is extremely useful if you're trapped near that stage area in the end game. So this is some really, really good stuff. That being said though, Surya doesn't have all that much damage, only 797, which isn't bad considering, his job is not even to deal the damage. He has 9 assists, which means he's gonna lob the nades. He's gonna probably lob those glue wall melters and the flash freezes so that he can tickle his opponents, and then his teammates go in to finish off the job. That's probably why he has 9 eliminations. That's a massive number.
Yeah,
but
indeed.
I also want to take a look at the circle analysis, because FX Elite were rather uncontested. They dropped in studio, and then you take a look at that. They go to Bloomtown, and then they just sit there. They did not hunt for teams a lot. They just took the first spot possible. Like, they were literally the first team to arrive in the center of that circle.
Yeah, and not only that, look at the way the trails have been left behind. It was only IQ Esports who could not do much, and then later on, the Knights' Arise fell very quick, but they had a very nice start 7 eliminations, and then later on, we could see the teams trying to engage into those battles, reach inside the circle. But FX, they were 10 steps ahead, man. They were 10 steps ahead. Even though the situation were against Team Tamilas, still, they managed to get 2 eliminations, all thanks to eliminating the entire squad of headhunters.
Yeah, and it was actually Headhunter's elimination that fully enabled FX Elite to realize that, yeah, we can actually win this one. I mean, Headhunters were the only credible threat over there. Team Tamilas were not gonna fight you because they already lost most of their members, so they are never gonna initiate that battle. But lack of numbers will never stop Headhunters from starting that fight, and FX Elite recognized that. This time as well, FX Elite seemed to be uncontested in Brasilia, and that might actually be true. Like, the only other team who might end up going to Brasilia is UGxGRP. I don't think anybody else actually likes going there.
And similar thing goes for even Forge as well. Couple of teams, I can see METANINZA alongside OLIGARCHS. This might not just be it. We do understand that it's like a hypothetical situation where teams are going to plan to head towards here, as Marble Works is one of the best places for you to at least scout and know who's here towards this island. So there's a lot of variables and a lot of possibilities where teams are going to start planning and plotting against the others so that they can get the points earlier on in the game itself. So I am expecting some kind of a very nice gameplay coming forward from these 3 teams that we choose upcoming whenever the segment comes through. But Crips, any names top of your head?
METANINZA, of course. If there's one map where METANINZA can dominate, it has to be Purgatory. They're really good at rotations, much better than even Headhunters, I would say. So yeah, I would say METANINZA and Headhunters, especially just because it's Purgatory. In any other map, I would have said Arise Esports also stand a very good chance. But over here, I would only like put up Arise Esports on like my 3rd spot for the predictions. Which, speaking of which, let's bring up the predictions. Right? I want to see what you picked as well. For some reason, it shows that I've picked Arise Esports at the 2nd spot, but like I actually want to place them at the 3rd one. And obviously, I've picked up Headhunters and METANINZA because I feel like Purgatory is a map that really tests your map knowledge and it really tests your ability to rotate. And I think these 2 teams do it better than anyone else in this lobby.
All right. I mean, it's fair enough. I do understand that those picks are very safe, to be honest. I went for IQ Esports. They have been not that great so far, but I do understand the kind of performance that they've put in the prior times in this specific map. I've absolutely loved it. So the percentage itself, the win rate itself is screaming otherwise that they're going to at least land in towards the top 3. And the 3rd, or I would say 1st, it keeps changing, right? The variables, Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas, so far, the kind of performance they have put forth, I'm enjoying it a lot. They are keeping those 2 players alive till the very end. I know it's very unfortunate that they just had the 2 players. If they had 4, it would have been a lovely fight against FX Elite. So I just want to see that happen yet again. So I've chosen these 3 names.
I mean, if you would have picked Team Tamilas for Nexterra, then I would have been like, yeah, that's a good pick. I think Team Tamilas do really well in urban situations. So in this map, in Purgatory, if the circle shifts towards, I don't know, maybe like Brasilia or maybe another urban area, then Team Tamilas will have a lovely time. But if it shifts in the open, I think they probably don't know how to hold that area to themselves. Like, they can't use the glue walls and the chrono on time. And even if they use it, it's too quick. But we'll see. That's a lot of theory crafting. Enough doubting about these players. Enough throwing shade at them. Let's throw them into the game. Let's throw them into the plane and let them drop over the open fields.
The only part that I want to highlight, Crips, is that this team is very rotation heavy. They love rotating. No matter what the situation is thrown at them, Purgatory is going to give them the perfect space for them to reach from one corner to the other. So let's see how well the teams are going to perform here, as Brasilia is one of the spots where I can see so many flag bearers reach down, swoop, and the initial drop clash might be imminent.
Well, I'm not worried about drop clashes. I'm worried about who's going to walk out of there alive. Look at FX Elite. What is that split? You've got one person on top of Mount Miller, the other person right you near the vending machine on golf course, and then you got Avijit on the riverbank? Huh? That's way too much of a split. IQ as
He
well
wants
as,
to wash away all of
Adda.
his sins.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. But right now, the only thing he's gonna have to watch is the bloodstains off of his clothes, because he walks right into the waiting arms of ADDA Kings, and it's Surya as well. Damn, that's like 2 free frags for Spark.
The sun set way too soon.
Yeah.
ADDA Kings, 2 eliminations. They're pretty confident. This is their map. They would love to go ahead and squeeze the maximum amount of eliminations in the beginning itself. And Central, I can see yet another player, FX Elite, and he is calling in a run. He doesn't want to go ahead and deal ADDA Kings all by his lonesome. Absolutely not. So better run away, call in the other players, and then from there on, I believe the vengeance is going to be the next task for them.
Ooh, they are the vengeance. They are the knight. Except they do use guns. They definitely can't be Batman. Anshu in a lot of trouble. He had no idea that JD God has such a lovely, beautiful angle on them. So Mohsin and JD God, both of them coming together to take down 2 members of METANINZA. But then comes Ginotra, instantly exacting revenge. Prime taken down. JD God should be able to see Ginotra by now. Ginotra recognizes the threat, instantly puts up the glue wall. The awareness is insane.
What's Zap doing?
But Zap, yeah, I mean, Zap can take shots at JD God, right? But Zap wants to get away instead. He could have helped out Ginotra over there. This could have been a fight that they turned around if they actually unite with each other and, you know, continue fighting. But yeah, that's okay, I guess. Just get on the zipline and hope that they don't shoot you down.
That's not going to be possible. He's way too away from the sights of ZENSTRIKERS. But here's the best part, right? I thought for a fact that Zap is at least going to take down one of the players, because we all know the Winchester. It hits like a train. And at least one player knocked, that just deviates a lot of attention, and Ginotra could have done something about that. But unfortunately, nothing just panned out like our hypothetical situations. And Vishal, he's the one man who wants to run away, but it's not going to be possible. Instantly, his car goes boom, and he himself has been taken care of. IQESPORTS, no way. One of my predictions has been snatched away in the map of Purgatory. That's how you get purged.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know why you picked IQESPORTS, bro. I've not picked them for any map. I don't even know who should feel bad now. Like, should I feel bad for you, or should I feel bad for IQESPORTS? Yeah,
don't
nothing
feel bad
personal
for anyone.
Okay, yeah, nothing personal. It's esports. Things happen. And ADDA Kings really want to take this ADDA for themselves. They want to kick everybody out of Brasilia. And right now, this one member of Knights is giving them the juke so hard. They finally find Vedant. That's okay. No more juking. No more running around.
Okay, running around, and he's pretty much on the side of Satya. Satya, you better run away for your life, but it's not going to be that easy. Couple of players just bouncing on him, and he's jumping around just to get the additional bit of information, but it's not going to work out that way, my boy. It's always going to be some shots on your back and the other while you're taking a jump. And the swoop dive has been one of the fortes of ADDA Kings. My goodness, the hit list is just swapping again and again. Now it's eliminate Vincent from Headhunters. ADDA Kings, what are you up to?
Well, for those of you who are less initiated, ADDA obviously means the spot, the declaration spot or the hangout spot.
The hangout
it's just
spot.
I mean,
Yeah, it's just a spot.
yeah, in everyday context, ADDA means the hangout spot in Hindi.
Yeah.
Obviously, these guys are not hanging out in Brasilia. They just want to declare themselves as the king of this little hangout.
They're
spot.
hanging others dry, Crips.
Yeah, oh damn, that's darker than I thought, bro. I did not expect to hear that on a Sunday afternoon. Oh, but another fight brewing up over here, Azura. Look it down
For
south.
sure.
Arise Esports and FX Elite. This might just be a rematch over here.
Finally. That's one thing that I've been waiting for. But ZENSTRIKERS, I can see one player right in front of us trying to call in a rotation. But look at the way Curse is just moving in. He uses the binoculars. 50 meters is where this player is as well. And Sam God, unfortunately, he's going to be caught in the crosshairs. Already 50 of his HP is gone and the others are going to be removed. Instant elimination of ZENSTRIKERS, Esports. And this is the second team that parts away. FX Elite. Wait, what happened to them?
Woo!
What?
They messed with the wrong team, I guess. We did not even see what happened. So,
You get the
yeah,
horns.
I guess it's the Booyahkers, yeah. You win the Booyah in the previous game and now you're out already. That's unfortunate. At least METANINZA have been able to claw their way back up. They managed to get every player out of the grave, dig them back up, turn them essentially into mind-hunting zombies. But right now, there's nobody next to them, so they're just gonna chill, get their resources back. They don't have nearly enough glue walls or nades, so first priority would be to get it up for the end game. Because, like, I mean, this is like one game where you need a bunch of glue walls.
Oh, now I know what they were waiting for. The drop.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put it out there, even for the chat. There's even level 5 helmet and vests now in the game. So in order to get that, you need to contest the entire airdrop, and that's how you get it. Alright? And for that,
Yeah.
you need to do a lot of heavy lifting. Truth be told, heavy lifting needs to be done as most of the players are going to contest for it. Level 5 helmet and vest. What do you think? Is that a joke? Absolutely not.
Quite a lot of damage reduction, and luckily for METANINZA, nobody's even contesting them, so they will get that for free.
Yeah, you
There
can
is
even
another-
dodge people like Shanku.
Shanku. I mean, you have to attribute some of it to his movement ability as well, not just the equipment that he manages to acquire. But for now, Headhunters just need to survive 5 more seconds before the hit list goes away. But this hit list will give them the information of where ADDA Kings are, and they're charging right inside. Oh my god, hello there! Look what the cat dragged in. And as soon as they realize their mistake, Headhunters back away. Back the hell up.
Oh my god, this is sooner than I expected. The way this is slammed right in, thinking that this is ours. Let's just remove our ADDA Kings as they're currently tabletop in this particular map with 10 eliminations. Might as well remove them. But nice call, Headhunters. Better not mess with the bull or you might get the horns.
And if you're gonna mess with the bull, you better take all your teammates to mess with them. The split pushing a bull will definitely not work. Ooh, but take a look at GRP. They are taking pot shots at ADDA King somehow. Where is this even happening? I guess we will find out later, because for now our attention will be turning towards the Oligarchs, who do manage to get the elimination onto Kanal. But does Goku know that Mad God has angles on him? Oh, he does! Goku turns around, shoots Mad God in the face, and he stops him from transitioning towards the other side of the cover. Johan has the perfect opportunity to take down Gokul before he can heal himself up. But Johan himself needs to heal. That flame, it's gonna tickle him just a little bit, but no, it doesn't force him out of the cover, so he's fine for now. But there's someone on the other side marking Johan, and that's gonna be Nim. Meanwhile, Goku tries to get an angle from the other side. Meanwhile, Oligarchs are biting off more than they can chew. They're fighting not just against GRP, but also against a completely different team in a completely different location.
Shouldn't have done that. Just undivided attention is what they can go ahead and capitalize upon. NYM, right in front, Johan. He has already spotted that, all thanks to his ears, getting the information constantly where the opponents are running towards. And Johan, he's not in the safe spot. Shots taken, but somehow runs away. Oh my goodness. How did that even happen?
I mean, just evasive driving, I guess.
Reckless
Manages to
driving.
get away. Yeah, reckless driving. That too. But this would be reckless if METANINZA decided to send all of the members in. I don't think all 4 of them are present over here. They're just fighting as a 3-man unit. But GRP have all their members over here. Lovely shot. And that gets zapped down. Ginotra has to fall back. Oh no, wait. All of METANINZA are here indeed. And Kohli and Java Boy turning up the heat. METANINZA might just go down very early on unless Jarvis clutches. No, he can't. METANINZA are out of this game. And that's one of my predictions going down the drain as well, Azura. So, yeah. There you go. Don't feel that bad for yourself.
Hey, just like the Indian batting lineup, there's a Roko, there's another Ko and Sa here. Kohli alongside Shanku, both of them just going ahead and playing so perfectly. They want to get those eliminations. And it's working out for GRP so far. With 13 eliminations, they're table topping. The second contender will be ADDA Kings. And I believe that might be the next hit list that they're going to go for. But they need to be very close for that. Matt God, what does he think? He's going to stay alive? Absolutely not. As Vincent, he just sends him back from where he has arrived. Lovely
and
shots.
Javabai saw that. Javabai saw all that. So he knows that there's going to be one more team somewhere nearby.
Yeah.
That's a lot of information.
There comes
that
the
they're
race
getting.
cars.
What do they have here? It's a lovely spot. Look at that. Like, the zone just about centers itself towards Brasilia. So, the urban finish, the thing that you were hoping for, will actually end up coming through.
Oh.
And, yeah. Because you've got UGxGRP on top of this hill, they will be able to keep tabs on everybody. ADDA Kings with 10 eliminations already want to hold this side of Brasilia to themselves, but they can't contest any team on the north side of that road. The best that they can do is take pot shots at the Knights, take pot shots at Silver Eagles, and just hope that they're able to convert those knocks into eliminations. But they can't afford to leave this house, not yet.
Yeah, the compound, it is helping so far. Jod, what's he doing? I believe he thinks that he's safe, but unfortunately it's not. He's not at all safe. Sidhu is just constantly keeping tabs, knowing where the opponents are. They already know where the two teams are currently. First of all, the Knights, it's not a good side for them. They need to somehow move from there and head towards the center part of the circle, which might be tough, as ADDA Kings, they're already on a very nice, confident start. So messing against them will be problematic for the Knights. So let's see how well they're going to tackle this situation. But Silver Eagle, rest assured, they have lovely maneuverability, they have lovely positioning skills, and they're in the smack center of the circle, or partly. They're keeping the circle in tab as well. Oh, there you go.
Oh my god, ADDA Kings, very risky transition. Was that even worth it? Cost you two of your teammates, and in this kind of a zone, numbers are the key to winning. Headhunters, though, they will be able to make the transition pretty safely because Prodigy can't do anything. Java Boy actually finds him. So Java Boy ends up revealing himself in the process. And now that he's taken that house for himself, he calls the rest of his team. He's like, yep, this place is safe. You guys can come land on the bottom of the hill. And just on the foothills over here, UGxGRP have become the new elimination leaders. Headhunters want to take that title away from them.
Headhunters, 3-1 split. Java Boy, he thinks he's very secure alongside Kohli. He has a different plan altogether, but the way he has activated himself in the previous fight was beautiful. So I believe the momentum is going to be carried forward. And Sahil, he's still taking pot shots, keeping the entire squad of Headhunters, the 3-pack, completely bamboozled onto what's happening here, and the others slowly but surely trying to divide the attention and reach right inside the compound. As they're taking the wrath, they're facing the wrath of the blue.
They are facing the wrath of the blue zone, but Headhunters want to make them feel their own wrath as well. A plushie to just tickle Roshan, but it's gonna be broken instantly. And now the skulls of UGxGRP might be broken as well. They try to go for the rotation on the right hand side, but Arsh intercepts them. Kohli tries to go to the left, and he might just be intercepted as well. Shanku trying to go for a risky revive, but the Riptide Rhythm comes through and exposes him, leaving it all in the hands of Sahil. He's already taking damage from the zone. Now he has to deal with the plushie as well. Yeah, that guy is dead meat, bro. No way he lives through all that.
Yeah. It's like a summer morning. You cannot beat the heat. You need to sweat. You need to sweat a lot just to go ahead and stay cool in that weather. And that's what happened. Being outside, constantly facing the brunt of the blue alongside the plushie, alongside those pot shots being taken at him. He just could not do much. And the others, they're going to be thanking their stars that they're inside the circle, but they need to find a spot outside it. So you have to be very economical when it comes to your glue wall usage alongside those shots on the opponents. Pick your enemies wisely.
Yeah, and right now, Silver Eagles have picked Knights as their enemy, and the Knights have to defend their compound. Shaksham goes down. Sanatani with the double pump. Insane stuff. And even UGxGRP comes through with the grenade launchers. Finally, Vedant with the charge buster comes through and gets the trade onto Nazim. But Team Tamilas are taking pot shots at them. Jod goes down. And it's just Sanatani left in a cocoon. He's gonna most likely bleed out to the blue zone. At least that's better than giving away a point to the Knights. Look at Vedant and Sanatali, basically neighbors with each other, both tanking the blue zone on the other ends of the glue wall. But Sanatali now has to go for the full rush. He tries to beat Vedant to the punch, and Vedant doesn't realize that there's one player behind him. And look behind you, Sidhu. At least Sidhu doesn't need to worry about Sanatani because he goes down to the blue zone. But Headhunters have taken the center, and they want to take this game. The only team that can stop them is Team Tamilas because Kunal also cannot peek his head outside that window. Script Yogesh raining the flash freezes upon Headhunters will finally force them out in the open, but Arsh inches closer. Roshan taking on the right hand side flank. That nade is insane! Another nade from X Divine! That's the cue for Headhunters to send it all inside. The Tiva reses don't really help them, but Rain helps them stay afloat. He will be able to get the Trogon shot in, but Yogesh trying to dance around that time turner will finally be taken down by X Divine. And now it's Kunal's time to shine. Does Kunal have the potential to get outside? Konsu might just be able to save them from afar. The revives are insane. How is Rain and Script still alive? They get them back. Script rushes X Divine, and X Divine caught napping, caught healing. Vincent turns around with the AWM. Lovely no scope shot, and Konsu finally has him surrounded. Script on the other side will be finally put to rest. The freeze flash finally takes them down. METANINZA were cornered over here, and now Kunal has a 1v2 on his hand. He knows where Script is. The plushie completely misses its target. But Script and Konsu have to stick together. They cannot afford to give Kunal any more 1v1s. Otherwise, this clutch will be very, very winnable. They even use the drone, push Kunal away, and now he's struggling for cover, just hoping to hide and bide his time. They manage to actually get isolated, but Script then finally rushes them down. Kunal with the lovely shot, down to a 1v1. It's him and Konsu. He cracks open the glue wall, but Konsu takes it away, almost relinquishing the clutch to Kunal. But Team Tamilas stabilize in the end, and after a long and sweaty battle, they win this booyah.
Well, Team Tamilas, what a lovely way to at least showcase their presence. And in this very one, they were pretty confident. I love the split from the beginning till the very end. 3 players smack on the ground, trying to control what's going to come right in front of them. And I could see Gonshu on the top with the entire monster truck as the artificial cover to go ahead, hit those spot shots and be aware about where the last member is going to be at. So overall, a lovely presence of mind game. Team Tamilas getting that booyah.
Amazing stuff, man. I mean, even the revives, you gotta give credit where it's due. Yogesh and Script rezzing each other so quickly again and again. Rain went down twice over there, and yet they brought him back. Vincent tries to do the same, but I guess they don't have Diva equipped, so that's why Roshan and Arsh could not be revived quickly. And even X Divine was busy healing, man. I mean, the only reason why Team Tamilas have managed to win this game is because they were able to get their players back up online so quickly, much faster than Headhunters could. And the survivability makes a massive difference over here. I mean, I want to take a look at the team composition and the character abilities in the end. But this was so scary, right? I mean, what if Kunal actually clutched that out? He did not have his gun equipped. He was still healing. That's why Konsu was able to get the shot first. I shudder to think what might have happened if instead of healing over there, he had his gun out, and the moment the glue wall popped, he would have been able to get the shot onto Team Tamilas. This whole game would have been so different.
But Team Tamilas, they kept their calm till the end. UGxGRP, unfortunate enough that the circles did not help them a lot as Headhunters. They were gatekeeping them till the very end. 19 points is what Headhunters have. 21 is what UGxGRP have. Arise Esports, all thanks to Kunal at the very end, going ahead and getting that knock. Plus the confirmation, gets it 9 elimination alongside the 9 placement points. Total of 18. ADDA Kings, since the beginning, they were absolutely phenomenal. But again, coming down towards the part where they have to enter towards the circle, they were completely funneled and they could not do much as they stubbed their toes again and again, and they kept calling in the ouchies. NG Silver Eagle, 11 total points with 5 eliminations. That's a really nice point system that they have gained. But all thanks to Rain going ahead and raining on so many teams. Parades has provided an insane amount of support to the team by getting in Cassie, Thiva, Nikita alongside Olivia. And of course, to go ahead and see what's happening in the nearby vicinity, Arvon.
Whew. Yeah, there you go. That's what I was looking for. I'm like, how do Team Tamilas win a battle against Headhunters, even though Headhunters are getting all the knocks, getting all the eliminations? How do Team Tamilas sustain themselves? Now you know how. 2 eliminations, 1400 damage. That is not the reason he's the MVP. The reason he's the MVP is because Cassie, Thiva, Team Booster, that's what gets them the booyah. It's not the offense, but the defense. It's the support from Rain that helps them stay afloat.
Overall, talking about Khonshu as well, the Sniper, Skylar, the Riptide Rhythm, which came in perfectly towards the very end parts of it. Maro, Moko to get additional information and dish out a lot of damage. Raphael, so the moment you go down with a silent shot, you're gonna bleed quickly. So that's a really nice awareness that Khonshu has created for the entire team. And of course, the double rusher script alongside Yogesh, both of them going hand in hand. Chrono Time Turner coming to the picture alongside the Oscar dashes with a very nice knockback effect has helped a lot overall to the team to go ahead and get those eliminations. But I would love to see the kind of damage that they have dished out so far.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the rest of the damage because, let's be honest, Rain did not dish out the most amount of damage on his team. It must have been either Khonshu or Script. I mean, they were... No, it was Yogesh. Okay, yeah. Interesting. These are some... I'm gonna be honest, Azura, no shade to Team Tamilas, but this is a very anticlimactic result. I didn't expect 2 players to be on triple-digit damage.
I mean, I do understand where they're coming from as well. They kept themselves very hush-hush under the radar, got themselves towards the circle all thanks to reaching and understanding the pattern of how the game works towards Purgatory. So insane brain game is what I can say, and rest of all was a reward. The 1v1s, the 1v2 clutches, all of that just comes right in the pocket. And with the 12 points, they're on a very nice start towards the last few maps.
Yeah, and in the end, it will all just come down to Team Tamilas gathering enough points to get inside the top 6 with 1 map to go. I mean, to be fair, 2 of our predictions did go wrong, so I thought that Purgatory would be a breeze for METANINZA. That was definitely not the case. I want to see what happens to the rest of the teams as well, because Team Tamilas had their priorities very clear. They prioritize the zone, they get inside the right positions, and in the final circle, they shine. But I want to see what happened to the rest of the team. How did they traverse across the entire map? Let's take a look at the circle analysis. And right away, you can see that Team Tamilas did not even begin in Brasilia. They were all the way in Crossroads, hunting down solos from Silver Eagles, basically traversing the entire northern sector of the map. And then they make the jump pad and get inside that compound, and then they don't leave it. You had GRP who take down Oligarchs on top of the hill before they descend down, and then GRP versus Headhunters happened because that was a very, very difficult fight to watch because UGxGRP was just basically bleeding away. And then, as you can see, TT did not leave that house until it was the right time, until the zone forced them to. So they did basically nothing in circle 2, 3, and 4, and they finally activated the kill switch in circle number 6.
You know, it takes a lot of skill to stay under the radar. A lot of skill. To be hush-hush, and you know, they have traversed 3 compounds. As you can see towards the top corner of it, the huge compound, the huge houses where they were at when they were taking the final battle, and before that they were right towards the left part of the house and then towards the top part of the house. So I don't know how their heads were working, how it was functioning that they could call in various spots and then instantly be there to take those fights and get the eliminations. I just absolutely love the performance. I do understand that the elimination game needs to be on par, but getting the booyahs and staying confident is even more important. So, well, Team Tamilas, kudos.
Oh, there you go now. Finally, Azura, we're getting to Nexterra. Preferred drop spots on your screen, as you can see. Deck is square. apparently being contested by Oligarchs and Arise Esports. I know that Oligarchs will stick to their promise of going towards Deca Square. I can't say the same for Arise. Boxing gym occupied by METANINZA. Believable. Headhunters occupying Intellect Center. Again, believable. I don't know if FX Elite will still drop in Intellect Center. I think they might split drop somewhere. But UGxGRP love going towards Mortar Ruin, so that will most likely be the case. I can't say the same for any other teams because there's no way that Farmtopia remains unoccupied, right? There's no way that Grav Labs remains unoccupied. Those teams are still, those POIs are still present.
Hey, if it was a CS, I for sure know for a fact that Grav Labs would have been one of the places where teams are going to head towards. But I do understand the gravity of the situation where Farmtopia is completely empty. Even though it's not going to be, this is just like the hypothetical situation that we are creating for all our viewers in order to understand the kind of rotations or the kind of places that these teams have maneuvered prior to this specific day. Of course, the strategies are going to change. Of course, Farmtopia is going to be one of the places where teams are going to head towards. So Plazaria, Boxing Gym, Zipway will be heavily contested as Deca Square has been occupied by two greens, which is Oligarchs alongside Arise. So these two green duos that we are seeing, they have been doing a lot since game number 1. Arise specifically, we saw them the way they have started things in an explosive note, and slowly but surely they're just trying to simmer things down. But of course, this is going to be the final map where I'm going to see them yet again bounce back and then show what they're made of. For the final time.
Yeah, one final time. But there is one more thing I need to remind you guys about, that do not tune out after the final game, because there is a surprise announcement for you guys at the end of the stream as well. So, most people, after the final game is done, they will just wait for the final standings and then they will just scoot. Please don't do that. Give us 2 more minutes of your time and I promise you it will be worth it, because there is a good surprise in store for you. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to remind you guys about. But now let's finally focus on the game. It's the last game of the day, Azora, and so far the difference between the first two teams isn't all that great, but teams number 3 to teams number 6, they are extremely close to each other. So this could be anyone's game for the taking. Last I checked, METANINZA were not in the top 6, and I haven't seen the overall standing since then, and my math is not that good, so I'm kind of worried about METANINZA. You're telling me that 2 city qualifier teams over here, UGxGRP and METANINZA, they're both in danger? That would be rather unbelievable.
You know what the best part is, Crips? For 2 slots, there are 6 teams fighting for it. 6 teams! Can you imagine the kind of competition it's already reached towards? I have not seen this in Group A. I have not seen this in Group B. Group C, that's the reason it is so special. They're like dark horses. There are some underdogs going ahead and trying to prove their worth to be in this entire tournament. And there are even tier 1 teams who have like professional entire I would say experience overall in playing. And now comes the part where our predictions are going to play a lot of role in this. Chat, even you can go ahead and predict your teams, your top 3, who's it going to be, and alongside who are those 6 teams who are fighting for 2 spots. Go ahead, do it.
So the 6 teams that are fighting for 2 spots are NG Silver Eagle, FX Elite, UGxGRP, the Knights, METANINZA and ADDA Kings. There's 5 teams fighting for the top 2 spots, because right now Arise Esports, Headhunters, Oligarchs and Team TAMILAS are safe. Oligarchs and Team TAMILAS are both tied up at like 77-ish points or something like that. But all the other teams are somewhere in the 50s. So the top 4 teams are safe. The 5th and the 6th spot are still up for grabs. And there's so many people contesting those 2 spots, man.
And in the midst of all of that, it's our prediction. We have Headhunters. We have like 6 different teams. Oh my god, all right. So this is going to be fun altogether. FX Elite from my end. There's even IQESPORTS. So far, they haven't been able to do anything, and I'm expecting that they can at least go ahead and call it a huge upset for the other teams. Team TAMILAS, I do understand where your pick is coming from. METANINZA, Arise. Well, it's going to be fun seeing how well they're going to be performing, Crips.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time that not a single team was on our common predictions, right? Like generally there's at least 1 or 2 teams that we agree on, but this time we've gone in like polar opposite directions. And I think the teams will also go in polar opposite directions, right? There will be some teams who go extremely defensive, and then there will be some teams who will be out for blood.
Yes.
I'm more personally excited for
The second.
latter half. Yeah, the second part, obviously. It's a no-brainer. But
A lot of masala.
I want to see, yeah, a lot of masala over there. But I also want to see a little bit of tactical brilliance, because Nexterra is one of those maps which allows and even rewards you to make those tactical decisions really well. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this game started. It's the final game of the group stage. Final game of group number C, ladies and gentlemen. It's Nexterra, and we begin now. 4 teams currently safe with more than 70 points. Arise Esports have already crossed the 100-point marker. But the 2 spots which are up for grabs are all contested by teams who have 50-something points, maybe even 40-something. So in this one last game, it's gonna be a mad dash to get as many points as possible. And Nexterra is about to be painted red. Boxing gym has so many contestants. Arise Esports flying right over METANINZA. Okay, never mind. METANINZA don't get contested. They don't get drop clashed. Headhunters in Intellect Center, uncontested. You've got ZENSTRIKE Esports caught between FX Elite as well as ADDA Kings. And then you've got Knights at the bottom near Turbine. That's very, very interesting. You've got Silver Eagle in Grav Labs. No contestant over there. Deca Square as well. There is a potential clash between Oligarchs and Arise Esports that can happen, but they're not close enough for them to fight each other. ADDA Kings currently now turn their attention towards ZENSTRIKE, but ADDA Kings really need to be careful because they've got ZENSTRIKE at the bottom and FX Elite on top. They are very likely to get crunched in between, and they're already paying the price for it. They lose Cursed just like that because they got pinched. At least Valia is able to get the res onto Cursed, so, you know, all is well that ends well. However, FX Elite getting outside and trying to get the angles. Nope, that's the wrong call. Prime goes down. Avijit trying to go for the res. He might just be able to pick up Surya, but it's just a little too late.
Some of the times it's about the call, right? You take a wrong call, you're always going to pay for the sins. And ADDA Kings, so far a couple of eliminations and now being hunted as well. I can see Headhunters right next to Valia, and Valia, is he going to take it the first shot? Yes, he did, but he himself has taken some damage. So running away will be a really good call as Arsh, he just rendezvous, knows where Valia is and just goes ahead, casually slides in, gets an elimination, and there's the confirmation for Headhunters. Immediately evacuated the entire Farmtopia. That's called fear being struck upon the enemies.
Yeah, man. Instill that fear deep into their hearts, and then drive the bullets deep into their brains. Oh my god, Avijit almost got taken down. How is he still alive? Samgod had the first angle advantage.
Man.
Wow! That's a very easy way to eliminate ZENSTRIKERS. So yeah, basically the journey for ZENSTRIKERS has basically come to an end. There's no way they can make it into the knockout stage now. So we already bid goodbye to one team. Sid, who takes down Cypher. So ADDA Kings exacting revenge. But FX Elite aren't sweating just yet. They've got plenty of recall towers up for disposal.
Oh,
and they don't even need to do anything. They can just stay alive for a few more seconds and they will be fine. But Sidhu is in a lot of trouble. He's getting pushed by the entirety of the Knights. Sidhu tries to go around the right-hand side. Max almost got taken down but gets covered by the glue walls in the last second.
Nice
and then comes the spray from Sukshan, chasing him from behind. That's a good way to deal with your opponents. Really good trading by the Knights.
Indeed. For a second, I thought ADDA Kings is just getting casualties after casualties, just like that. Enemies just wanted to take some fights against them and somehow leave them squandered. But Knights, they were prepared for this one. Coming in with a shiny armor, gets them 3 eliminations and pushes the entire team of ADDA Kings to a non-existential crisis. I beg your pardon for the tongue slip.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, some of these teams are slipping their shots and losing their chance to literally just get into the knockout stage. IQESPORTS, they're just grasping at straws over here, man. Like, they have extremely few points. Like, they basically have no chance of making it into the knockout stage unless they get a 30-pointer game, which seems rather unlikely. And now I'm starting to wonder, Azora, why you ever picked them as your predictions in the first place. So, sorry, I hate to be a spoilsport. I hate to be the negative Nancy over here, but
it's all
that
right.
is the truth. I mean,
It's all right.
I'm not any better off, man. I placed a lot of bets on METANINZA, and even they're in danger right now. Even METANINZA need at least a 25-pointer game to make it across.
Well, METANINZA, I can see one bird falling down, and they want to be pretty cautious about what's going to happen next. Because prior to this, all thanks to Purgatory, they have PTSD. There was one player who thought that he can land down easily, and he was spot on, being caught off guard. So now it's all lessons being learned and not to make the same mistake. On the other end, Silver Eagle. Well, they want to take a fight against Headhunters, and this might be a very nice call, but unfortunately, it's a runaway game rather than taking a fight game.
Oh. Alright, they're safe.
Smart.
I really thought Silver Eagles will be shot down by Headhunters. I mean, you have X-Divine over there, man.
Oh,
That
there you go.
BSK
Vincent
is
is here.
basically the proper weapon for taking down birds, but Vincent climbs up on top,
Oh
and now
my
a
God.
Black and
Full send.
Harsh land. Full send it in, man. It's a superhero landing, and Sanatani gets taken down. No escape. Where are the others? This can't be all that there is to Silver Eagle, right? There must be at least one more player somewhere else. They gotta find him. Lexos. He sees Harsh's head.
Oh,
Harsh got him. No, wait, he did not. Did he? Yeah, they
they've
got
been
him.
eliminated though.
Oh no! I really thought that he would be able to complete, complete that little instinct over there, stay hidden. But yeah, Silver Eagle out, and with that, their journey in TEZ FFMIC India Cup comes to an end.
Vincent is such a vibe. He's so casual. He's such a common man, and all of a sudden he just says that one word, Shazam. And there you go. Man's on a different level, takes some shots, instantly sends in the rip-ride rhythm, and the entire team is in panic state. They have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and the last man standing as well could not do much. But the Knights, they're facing the Wrath. Max, unfortunately, he's not able to max out the situation. Rather, he's on a minimum, as UGxGRP, they're the ones doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah, UGxGRP actually need to do the heavy lifting because they too are in a little bit of danger. Like both the teams who came in from the city qualifiers, UGxGRP and METANINZA, are in a lot of danger. Like they need some big games. They need like 20 pointers to confirm their spot in the knockout stage. Even the third team that came in to the city qualifiers, Team TAMILAS, are in a bit of danger, but their chances of qualifying are much lesser than that of METANINZA and UGxGRP. So for the time being, I'm writing them off. But then you got Arise Esports. They're already north of 100 points and they're still going for all these eliminations. Like, at this point, they're just griefing everybody. They don't even need the points. At this point, they just want to ruin the lives of everybody else. And that's good, right? Like, if you eliminate some heavy hitters like METANINZA and UGxGRP right here in the group stage, your life becomes much more comfortable in the knockout stage.
Always. You have to do the heavy lifting in the initial phase, get those eliminations, that's it. I do understand Booyah is another part of it, but that parcel is way too heavy to even carry forward and take it home, because you have a target on your back. And if you have the target in the next game, you won't be able to perform that well. But so far, I'm just seeing Team TAMILAS, they're just keeping completely under the radar. Yet again, they want to go ahead and shine towards the last part of this game. So I wouldn't mind to see that strategy come into picture yet again, but Arise, that's one of the places that I'd love to see. Team TAMILAS, all right, it's against them. Those shots are going to be counting, and a couple of eliminations for the likes of Arise Esports. So good start for them, as Rain, he's far away from all of this, and he wants to stay alive.
Honsu can't stay alive though, gets inside the car, but takes a massive 100 damage chunk as he gets inside. Johan!
That's how you
No, he's just out of his reach. He just rides off into the sunset like a superhero. Except he doesn't have his happy ending just yet. We are barely through the interval of this movie. And this game is absolute cinema.
Oh, yep. Arise, 13 eliminations. My goodness. And
in the second
now
circle, bro.
Rain is right in front. I didn't get you. Come again?
In just the second circle.
Yeah, in just a second. Oh, we have seen better. Come on. We have seen a team go ahead and decimate so many in under 6 minutes. This is something different though. in the entire lobby. I thought for a second that Rain is going to stay alive, but unfortunately, that Dinoculus is always going to give away the information. Yogesh, he is under the radar. The numbers have been dialed, and the ring is right now being called right in.
Yeah, but
There you
luckily
go.
Arise. They found Yogesh. Mad God dashes into Yogesh's time turner to keep himself alive, while the rest of his teammates come through to back him up. And now Yogesh is kind of cornered.
Nice support.
Nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. He just has to fight back, and even that isn't possible. Now, luckily, Arise Esports have a hit list, but on headhunters. So they might not have information on all the UGxGRP members, but they find Shanku. Sahil is already down. Wait, Sahil went down to METANINZA. That's a third party
yes.
over here. And Java Boy has to do all the heavy lifting. He gets inside the time turner. Nope, that's not even his own time turner. Kohli plucks off Johan, so that's nice. And now Prodigy and Matt got forced to fall back. They realize that there's a third party on the horizon, so they can't afford to get eliminated right here. They will go all the way around the end of this rubble and reunite with their teammates so that they can fully reset and then hit GRP with the same angles without getting isolated. So that's a good reset by Arise Esports.
Yeah, that's right, but Prodigy, my oh my, this dude's been healing all this time. He did not even give a single second towards fight. It's all about healing for him. And that's where he's shining the most. Card 98k in hand, and he has a very nice flank angle, can do a lot of damage on the opponents, as majority of them are in this vicinity. They're trying to contest for the circle, and this contest will be very tough. Kohli very close as Johan. He's trying to just go ahead and make things very somber for the team. And Kohli, he is caught red-handed, off guard, and Anshu, even if he thought about getting those shots, he was a bit more aggressive than usual.
Yeah, but Kohli was so far away from his teammates. Like UGxGRP are now forced to split up and play their own lives rather than play as a team. Because if you stayed together, you were definitely going to get taken out over there. They were caught between METANINZA and Arise Esports, two of the most dangerous teams in the lobby. But now METANINZA pushing all their chips to the center of the table. They actually want to pick up this fight against Arise Esports. Keep in mind, they have no reason to rush Arise Esports now. This is an extremely risky move, but they have to take it because they need elimination points. Otherwise, they'll be out. And Zap finds Johan. Lovely shot. This forces Arise Esports to be on the back foot, but METANINZA are chasing them right through this boatmaker zone. Nah, they're not going to go way outside that zone. It's a third circle, and it's gonna just about to become the fourth one, and that one actually deals quite a lot of damage. So yeah, better not overextend.
And not only that, I love the way they have the presence of mind. They knew for a fact that there's even oligarchs on their back, and if they go ahead, spread way too thin, then they're going to be caught off guard. Even though they have the coins, they can revive majority of the teammates, they still do not want to take this risk. Oligarchs in that crumbled, claustrophobic compound, and ADDA Kings, they're at the bottom. Headhunters, they would love to go ahead and take this fight against both the teams, but they need to calculate every risk and then analyze their win percentage.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they're not going full send in. Black and Vincent will take shots from afar. Arsh and Divine will lead the charge. But the moment I say that, Black also tries to join them. Arsh with that shotgun, amazing stuff. Sidhu goes down, Curse tries to go for the res, and Arsh puts down Sidhu again. Somehow, Curse is still alive. He needs to find this battle, but Script actually knocks out Black. And that's a third-party opportunity from Team Tamilas. And now Oligarchs will take this as a lesson, take this as an opportunity to go ahead. Lovely res onto Gokul. Nim keeping the hopes alive for his team, and they climb all the way to the top of the house. This will force METANINZA and Headhunters both to go through multiple layers of defense. But METANINZA luckily are shooting at night, so no more third-party opportunities. And the moment I say that, METANINZA turn their attention towards Team Tamilas. Oh no, Team Tamilas were hoping that they could capitalize on this battle, but now they have a fourth-party situation. And in all of this, Headhunters call it quits. They're like, nope, we're not getting out of that house. We're gonna hold our ground because there's way too much heat over there. UGxGRP, what? Yeah, they were down to their last man and they finally get eliminated by FX Elite. So their chances of qualifying are very less now, Azora.
Oh my god, that's right, but this is a very bad decision. Gokul, why? Why would you take that? That was a road to highway. It wasn't your way. And look at the way FX Elite, they've already set themselves to success. I do understand that METANINZA, they have some really nice cover towards those containers, but it's just going to be very tough for them to keep moving further into the circle. Arise, very calculative, throwing in all the throwables that they have in the pocket. Nades, glue wall melters, even mines as far as things can go. But METANINZA, they're not even moving an inch. They know that this is their safe house. Nobody can even distract them from what they're doing. And now they call in the shots against Arise and they completely eradicate that threat. Headhunters, METANINZA, FX Elite, Team TAMILAS. These are the 4 teams right in front of us, and METANINZA in the midst of all of that has a lot of confidence ensuing in them.
My goodness, METANINZA might just take this entire game. Look at them circumnavigate the entire zone, and they've got the cover now. They kicked FX Elite out, and now FX Elite realized that, hey, there's someone behind us. How did they get here? And now they've caught themselves in a rock and a hard place. Zap taking that shot against Avijit. Instant res opportunity, but nope, Avijit gets confirmed by Zap. Right to Cyber now need to play their own lives, and unfortunately they're getting pummeled by both Headhunters as well as METANINZAs. Both the teams are coming outside the cover to completely sandwich FX Elite, and this is not the kind of party you would want to find yourself in. Cyber and Raichu, their hopes are dwindling, and so is their HP. X-Divine with the nade blows them to smithereens, and now it's the top 2 teams, Headhunters and METANINZA, both fighting for a spot in the knockout stage. Anshu trying to go around the corner, hoping to get the angle onto X-Divine, but X-Divine makes that crossing, and now he's together with Arsh. Flash freeze thrown onto them. Jarvis tries to get the angle, but X-Divine puts up yet another glue wall, forcing Jarvis to fall back. They've managed to isolate X-Divine. Arsh is late to the party. He tries to give in some backup to Jarvis, but it's not gonna happen. Anshu finds him while he's stepping into the car. That's not the right moment to go around driving, son. And it's all up to Vincent now. The HP is nearly gone, and with it the hopes of Headhunters as well. But METANINZA, by virtue of getting this booyah, must have definitely secured a place in the knockout stage.
Well, lovely performances coming through, and by the end of the game, it is going to be METANINZA just calling it all, guns blazing, getting those eliminations alongside the booyah. So mankind advantage always helps out. I do understand Headhunters, they had a really good position advantage, but all of that went into a moot point. All thanks to the mankind advantage that METANINZA kept on till the very end.
Whew. METANINZA, man, that decision to take the rotation from the container area to that compound in the end was absolutely clutch. Like, that was the compound which FX Elite were holding for a little bit.
One nade.
And then you abandon that one and then go ahead, and yeah, that one nade was the undoing of FX Elite. And now that FX Elite were done, they just had to deal with Headhunters, who were so far apart from each other. Like, you had Vincent with that Skylar Riptide Rhythm trying to provide cover to his teammates, but there's just so many glue walls in the way. Vincent could not help anyone out. And then even Arsh, he tried to give some cover to his fallen comrades. He tried to at least exact revenge, if not completely cover his teammate, but no, he just did not have the angles, man.
Arise, 22 eliminations. My goodness, they're for sure taking it as a task or a bucket list that they want to go ahead and tick it off to be at the smack top in this entire overall standing. So Group C, I know for a fact that Arise Esports has done enough to stay at the tippy top, and the others, METANINZA getting the booyah with 27 total points. Imagine if they had 22 eliminations, this would have been a huge game for them. Headhunters with total of 26, FX Elite stood tall till the very end, getting 17 total points, and UGxGRP 10 points, ADDA Kings 10 points, Team TAMILAS with 10, and the others with just single digits. So tough times for them. They could not stand tall that long, and overall the fights that we could see, it was all won by Anshu. 6 total eliminations, being called the MVP, and 3 assists on his name. For sure has done amazing for the likes of METANINZA.
Amazing stuff by Anshu, man. And I mean, he's not the only one over here who dished out a bunch of damage. 3,300 is a very impressive number. but I'm sure he's not the only one. I want to see the rest of the team stats as well, because I'm sure that METANINZA will have done a lot. Like, everybody needs to be firing on all cylinders, and that's the only way you can get a booyah. Let's be honest, this was not a very easy game for METANINZA. This was one of the harder games that they have done. This was one of the harder booyahs that they've pulled off. There have been several games where METANINZA were able to dominate very easily, but this was not one of them. This was actually a very well earned victory.
That's right. And talking about the others as well, I would love to see how well they have.
Jarvis, take a look at that. Chrono with him, along with the Tiva and Nikita. That's actually pretty nice. You got Ginotra using the A124. Oh, the IGL picking up the Grenadier duties. That's a role change for this team. But with A124 in his hands, as well as the Beeson and the Alvaro, he's still using Moko so that he can use that sniper to get shots onto people behind the glue walls. And then, of course, we've already seen Anshu's abilities. Zap. He's got the Maro, Moko, Suzy, and the Nero, so that's a typical sniper loadout. But take a look at this. They've got 2 tactical markets and 2 team boosters. Not a single enhanced hammer. I guess they don't need that because they've already gotten the firepower. And they've got just 1 Tiva, which is risky, you know. I mean, they paid the price for it already. We already saw them lose a game because they could not revive their players fast enough, and that's what happens when you got only 1 Tiva. But this time, I guess they didn't even go down, so Jarvis doesn't need to res anyone if everybody's still alive. Wow, impressive numbers by both Anshu and Zap. 3,000 each. That's how you know this team was able to get the booyah. Like I said, this was one of the harder games that they've won. We've seen other games where METANINZA were basically handed games to them on a silver platter, but no, this time they had to pry it out of the hands of headhunters. They had to pry it out of their cold, dead bodies. Lovely stuff indeed. Let's take a look at the circle analysis as well, because if they've got so much damage, it must be coming from some good positioning, because we saw them take some really cool risks. But how did those risks even pan off? Because where are METANINZA right now? I barely even see them. Look at how split they are. Ginotra and Zap fully covering Museum, but then Zap was in a completely different spot. They finally reunited over Intellect Center and then took a major northern rotation over Twin Bridge. And when that bridge area, they were able to take shots onto, I believe it was Team TAMILAS, onto the Mortar Ruin side. And then take a look at that. That flank which they made to sandwich FX Elite along with Headhunters was absolutely top tier.
Taking care of the threat called Arise was super important.
Yeah.
And that's what METANINZA did first, and then later on went on towards the other issues that needs to be addressed. So I love the kind of confidence that METANINZA brought till the very end. So overall, let's now see who has reached towards the top 6 and will be called the teams who are gonna qualify in this very part of round robin format. So
yeah,
any guesses, Cribs? Who are the top 6?
See, I know that METANINZA definitely is in the top 6 now. I mean, if you're not in the
that,
top 6 after getting a booyah, then that's just terrible. But UGxGRP, they needed just a little above 15 points. They got 10. But the teams who were contesting against them also did not have a great game. So now that there's an actual chance that UGxGRP might just make it, I feel bad for the other teams. But I'm still not sure. Like I said, I'm not the math guy. So I'm just going to wait for a few more minutes until the overall standings are revealed. And in those few moments, I mean, right now I'm talking. But if I wasn't talking, I would definitely be chewing on my nails because I would be so anxious.
Yes, it's good that you already have some tasks to do. So your mind is completely occupied on that.
My mind and mouth
spot.
are occupied, yeah.
So overall, I think Arise has already reached towards the tippy top. That's a no-brainer. It's just that they have confirmed getting 22 eliminations. Right after that, it's like a confirmation that they're not going to be moving from that spot. Rest assured. Headhunters have performed and they have reached towards the top 3. So they themselves have made a very nice impact till the very end.
Yeah.
Oligarchs, I have a slight
Yeah.
sensation that they have toppled down a couple of spots, but they still are
Yeah.
there towards the top 6, is what I feel. But
Yeah.
guys, viewers who are watching out there, we still have that one surprise waiting and it's pending. So I hope you haven't left the stream just yet, as we are going to be revealing it real soon. So I hope that you have your popcorns. I hope that you have your energy drink if you're feeling sleepy, which I know you're not going to be feeling any of that sort. All thanks to the action.
Yeah, not after a game like this, bro. This was a
Yeah.
nail-biting game. Like, as a caster, I generally don't feel anxiety, but I felt a little bit of it. Like, my heart was racing just a tiny bit over here today. So, yeah, that just shows you how much is at stake over here. I mean,
Exactly.
so far in the group stage week number 1, we've only seen teams from FFC mode get eliminated. All the city qualified
Yep.
teams and all the invited teams made it through. But today, not one, but 2 teams from city qualifiers were in dangers of getting eliminated. And that's exactly why it's so important. That's exactly why it's so nerve-wracking. But let's take a look at the
Oh.
overall standings. Who's made it? Oh my god, there you have it. Arise Esports, Headhunters, both above 120 points. Team TAMILAS and Oligarchs tied very closely at the 80s. And then METANINZA just make it through in the end with 73 points. But unfortunately, UGxGRP cannot continue their journey in TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring will come to an end here. What a valiant effort, what amazing
Indeed.
performance, and yet they couldn't make it.
Oh yeah, NG Silver Eagle as well. Good performance from their end. The Knights, even though they have a booyah, they could not do much. It's about the momentum, and once you lose it, then it's not going to be possible for you to gain it back online. ZENSTRIKERS, so far I could see those individual brilliance being sparked right in, but that spark was just a spark. It did not ignite the entire piston, and the engine was just a cold start, and then it stopped. IQESPORTS, just 20 points, 17 eliminations, 3 placements. My goodness. Ouch, that hurts. But overall, it's about the experience that they've gained going ahead and playing in TEZ FFMIC India Cup Spring 2026. It's all about the experience that you gain. If you move further, then you're gonna gain even more. But you need to understand, you need to learn from those mistakes that you have committed earlier on. And that's
Yeah.
where I would say teams, watch the WOD again, understand where you went wrong, see those patterns, recognize, alongside know what your meta is. But the other 6, congratulations that you have made your way all the way towards a round robin format.
Yes, you will now be facing the other teams in the round robin format of the knockout stage, and on your screen you can see all the teams that have made it. Arise
wow.
Esports, Headhunters, Team TAMILAS, Oligarchs, METANINZA and FX Elite made it today, and they will be joining Yarn Gaming, IQ Total Gaming, Godlike, IQ OG TSG, God's Reign Pros, K9, Fire Eyes, RNX, EMZ, Team Hind, GG Instinct and Team NXT next week in the knockout stage.
It's going to be a lot more exciting. The challenges for sure are going to keep changing. The turns are going to come around. But the exciting thing that we were talking about is soon to be unfolded. And
Oh,
that's
yes.
what we are all waiting for, right? We already know
Yep.
the teams that have qualified. What's going to happen next? We all know the round robin format. They're going to be battling it out, clashing it out. They're going to be put into their individual groups yet again, and then being thrown out to the wolves. Whether it be
Yep.
K9 or it be God's Reign Pros, or it can be even IQ Total Gaming. We have seen the kind of demolition derby that all of these teams love to go ahead and bring in, and the elimination game that needs to be on point from most of them.
Exactly, they will have to put their best foot forward. Just because you're in the knockout stage, just because you get multiple opportunities doesn't mean that you can afford to slack off.
Yeah.
And there is a lot at stake over here. I mean, in the week 2 of the knockout stage, we are giving away direct tickets to the grand finals. These teams cannot afford to squander that opportunity. And on every single day of the knockout stage, there are 10,000 rupees up for grabs for the top team of the day. That's a lot of money to be made. shortcuts to the grand finals, money on the spot. The knockout stage are gonna be super, super exciting. But there is one more thing that makes the knockout stage exciting. It's because these guys will be divided into 3 groups of just 6 teams each. Which means in the round robin formats, their groups will keep on changing. And that's the special announcement that we had in store for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
Next week, we will be having a live draw event on the 15th of March. So make sure that you tune into this channel at 5:30 p.m. and watch the groups being made over here. I mean, you already saw what happened during the group stage, right? Like when the groups were drawn and all those heavy hitters were put into group A. Damn, half the people lost their minds. Half the people said, this is like the grand finals before the grand finals. That's what happened in the group stage, group A. Yeah, group of death. I can't even call it group of death. Group of death is an understatement. It's a group of superstars. So imagine if something similar happens in the knockout stage as well. And that's exactly why we would want you to tune in on 15th March and watch everything over here. Watch the group draw unfold.
Where do you have to watch? You have to watch it at Free Fire Max Esports India Official, the place where you are currently at. It's gonna go live. You'll get the notification if you've already hit the bell icon. And if you haven't, then please go ahead and do it. Make sure you're going to tune with us and see what's gonna happen as groups keep getting drawn from left, from corners, from all the other parts of it. So we have seen all of the action. We have seen Group A, B, and C perform their best. And from that, top 6 teams are here in these groups. So overall, I would like to congratulate each and every one of them who has given their 100% in order to secure the spot towards a round robin format. And here's where things keep getting even more tricky. You need to keep your experience on par. You need to understand what needs to be done next. And all of those things are going to come right here, right? So super excited for the next following broadcasts, as we're going to get a lot of action of Free Fire Max.
Yeah, man. And that weekend is going to be action-packed. All that action will be unfolding right here on this YouTube channel. So that you make sure you set your reminders, make sure that you subscribe so that you don't miss out on any of the action. And I mean, after this, the tournament is just only going to get more and more intense. The group stages have concluded. We started off with 48 teams. 38 coming from FFC mode, 4 coming from study qualifiers, 6 invited from the previous FFMIC of last year. And from 48, we have cut down 30 of those teams, and now we are down to the top 18. The quality of games is about to increase exponentially. The action will get so heated, you might just need to keep a handkerchief next to you because you will be sweating buckets. And this time, there will be no second chances.
Not at all. And it all starts on the next following stream, like we have already mentioned, 15 March, 5:30 p.m. That's where things are going to unfold, how, where, when teams are going to enter towards which group, and where exactly the action is going to begin. You'll get all the information. All you have to do is tune in. But for now, I guess it's all it for Group C. We have seen all the results from all of these past 3 days, and we would love to go ahead and conclude it. Crips, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much, viewers, to go ahead and watch the entire stream till the very end. Thank you for staying here and to know what has happened and what has gone through. Until next time, you guys take care. We're going to sign off for now. Adios, tata, bye-bye.
moving. This ain't. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got it. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you moving like you're going to the. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. Moving like you're. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get
please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat a submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash and the distance ain't coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk like the show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Friend Bentley, leg up. Why they be down the boy? Tell them it's part of the plan. I'm just the underdog feeding them slaps. The game's in the palm of my hand. Whoa, they want me to fail, this is personal. They sleeping on me, this is perjury. You make it, nobody has heard of you. Tell the doctor, prep the beat for the surgery. Killing it, they ain't gotta gas me up. Do it myself, I'm drilling it. How many times did they pass me up? I'm cool, can't walk on my shoes, I'm kicking it. Wanna jump in cause they see that it's working. Grow from the L's, they see wins on the surface. Flaunting my wins, I do it on purpose. Playing with you, take you down to the circus. One time for the underdogs, 2 times that they doubted me. You know I did it.